Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
No opinion, I was just saying it casually, Jayan. Don't be impulsive, Sunio said hurriedly and stuttered when he saw Jayan was about to take action. Actually, the bride and groom cannot meet before their wedding. So Nobita would be a bit strange if Shizuka met us today. If it weren't for Jayan, I would have asked a long time ago. Sunio said proudly while looking at Nobita and Doraemon, who looked confused. After all, this was something Nobita and Doraemon didn't know. Sunio was a little bit strange in the morning, but he forgot about it because of Jayan. He wanted to mention that Jayan beat him up for no reason this morning, but he didn't say it because he was afraid of saying something wrong. It was not until now that he remembered the doubts he had this morning. Why was Shizuka with Nobita? Oh, is there such a rule? I really didn't know that. Nobita and Doraemon said as if they had suddenly realized something. And then both of them scratched their heads embarrassedly. I don't know what Nobita and the others are doing, really. How could I have forgotten that I couldn't see Nobita before getting married? Really, it's all Nobita's fault. Shizuka muttered to herself as she stood in her room, looking at the blue sky in the distance and the sacred tree that reached into the sky. After all, she was so happy to be marrying Nobita that she had forgotten about this. But looking into the distance, Shizuka seemed to remember something and couldn't help laughing out loud. What's wrong, Nobita? Do you have a cold? While talking to everyone, Nobita suddenly sneezed continuously. Doraemon and the others saw it and asked with concern. It's definitely not a cold. I think it's some pretty girl who's talking about Nobita. After all, he's the famous silver swordsman. Sunio looked at Nobita and said with a sour look on his face. After all, he couldn't think of any other reason except this. As for catching a cold, would a dignified silver swordsman catch a cold? Stop joking, okay? That's not true, haha, Sunio, you're overthinking it. Nobita quickly waved her hand to deny it after hearing what Sunio said. You never know, Nobita. Jayan looked at Nobita and said jokingly, you know. You are the one who saved the entire kingdom. It's normal for girls to like you, no way. That's hard to say, hahaha, Nobita is shy. Just like that. With Jayan and the others joking and Shizuka's muttering. The happy day passed quickly, and Nobita was urged to get up early the next morning, because today was the day of Nobita and Shizuka's wedding. Doraemon, I don't know what's going on, I'm so nervous, Nobita said with a stuttering voice as he looked at Doraemon beside you. After all, this is Nobita's first wedding in his life. Because of his unlucky physique, the few friends he met before didn't dare to invite him to their weddings. It's okay, don't be nervous, Nobita. Just think of this as a rehearsal before your future marriage to Shizuka. This is just a dream, think about it. You will be getting married to Shizuka for real in more than 10 years. Doraemon looked at Nobita and patted her shoulder in an air of being a contemptuous person, comforting her. But his shaking beard betrayed him, and he was a little nervous. Doraemon, you're so silly. How can this be considered a rehearsal? Nobita said speechlessly after hearing Doraemon's words. Meanwhile, the real world, what's wrong with Nobita? Why hasn't he gotten up yet? Even though today is Sunday, he can't be like this. The same goes for Doraemon. He doesn't even know how to call Nobita. He has finally gotten rid of his lazy habits. Nobita muttered to herself while cooking. If lunch is ready and Nobita doesn't get up, I'll show you how I'm going to deal with him really. Nobita Tamako said angrily, getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. As she spoke, she couldn't help but increase the strength of cutting the vegetables. After all, Nobita's change only made her happy for a few days. If he suddenly became lazy again, you can imagine how angry she would be. Okay, everyone, please be quiet now. Please welcome our groom silver swordsman Nobita and our bride princess Jinyato enter. An official who seemed to be a master of ceremonies stood on the podium and spoke loudly. Nobita, don't be so nervous that you can't speak. Jayan said mischievously as he looked at Nobita, who was about to leave but was a little flustered when he heard the words. That's right, Nobita. You have to know that you are going to marry the most precious princess in our kingdom soon. So don't make a fool of yourself. Sunio looked at Nobita and said with a smile. Although he looked smiling, he looked vulgar no matter how you looked at him. Nobita, you have to do your best. Don't be nervous, Doraemon said to Nobita in a cheery voice. Nobita heard Doraemon's voice and waved without looking back. Then went in the direction of Shizuka. After all, the groom still had to go in with the bride. Nobita slowly walked towards the church towards the door, and saw Shizuka in a white wedding dress, looking extremely beautiful at this moment. He only had eyes for her and she was also looking at him. And of course there was also the king in his best attire. As for the various noises coming from inside the church, it was probably full of people, of course at this moment. It seemed that the two of them could only see each other. Jingya, I'm here. Nobita saluted the king and then spoke gently to Shizuka. Although Nobita looked fine, he was actually very nervous and his palms were full of sweat. Yeah, Shizuka looked at Nobita in a dress and nodded shyly, responding in a mosquito-like voice, like Nobita. Shizuka was also very nervous and indescribably shy. In fact, Shizuka has been waiting for this day for a long time. After all, she has been dreaming since she was a child that she could meet her Prince Charming who could save her from danger. However, Shizuka does not hold out much hope for this. After all, it is just her fantasy, but who knows that one day Nobita in white armor will really appear in front of her when she needs help the most, making Shizuka feel like she is in a dream. Seeing the bride and groom arrived, the noisy church became quiet. Okay, now please invite the bride and groom to come out. After seeing Nobita arrive, the person in charge of presiding over the wedding hurriedly said loudly, Nobita, from today on I will hand over my precious daughter to you. You must take good care of her. The king held Shizuka's hand and said to Nobita very seriously. After all, he was going to hand over his precious daughter to someone else. Although the king felt uncomfortable, he was still happy that his daughter could find happiness. Yes, I will. Nobita solemnly assured the king after hearing his words. Well, I'll leave Shizuka to you, hearing Nobita's words. The king smiled slightly and handed the hand holding Shizuka to Nobita, and then gave up his position and went 200 meters forward. Nobita solemnly took Shizuka's hand, and then Shizuka took Nobita's arm. Only the two of them knew that they were actually very nervous. Shizuka felt the sweat on Nobita's palm, and Nobita felt a slight tremor in Shizuka's body. But they both showed happy expressions when they saw each other. Just like that, with a little nervousness. 2 parts of happiness and 7 parts of joy. The two of them walked slowly towards the stage hand in hand, and came in front of the host and the king who had already walked there. Today we come here, in front of the gods and our relatives and friends, for the sacred wedding of Nobita and Shizuka. The host looked at everyone and said solemnly, looking at everyone looking at him quietly. The host continued, at this sacred moment, we sincerely wish the two of them happiness. But I still want to ask, does anyone disagree with their wedding? If so, please speak up. If not, please give applause to bless the newlyweds. After saying that, the host looked at the guests below. When everyone heard the host's words, they were stunned at first and then there was loud applause. It seemed that no one had any objection, even if someone raised it. The king was standing in front of them, and he didn't want to live without his ears. Since everyone has no point, then groom, are you willing to marry the lady next to you from now on? No matter in sickness or health or for any other reason. You will love her, take care of her, respect her, and cherish her until the end of your life. The host asked Nobita seriously while looking at her not far away. I will. Nobita looked at the girl beside him seriously and answered firmly and loudly. After all, this was his beloved, how could he not be willing? Hearing Nobita's answer, Shizuka's face turned red, and the host nodded with satisfaction and looked at Shizuka next to Nobita and asked solemnly, then, Princess Jingya, Are you willing to enter into a marriage contract with the man next to you? Whether he is rich or poor, healthy or sick, or for other reasons, to love him, take care of him, and respect him until the end of his life. This is not because the host is nagging. It is just a necessary procedure of the wedding. Perhaps because of the influence of Western culture, weddings are all Western style, which can be regarded as a kind of cultural invasion. I do. Shizuka looked at Nobita beside her affectionately, then nodded heavily in reply. Shizuka's face was flushed, perhaps because of excitement or shyness, but of course no one could see it because of the veil. Are you all willing to bear witness to the marriage vows of the newlyweds? After hearing Shizuka's answer, the priest asked everyone sitting below. At this time, everyone must have said yes, not to mention the king's deterrent power. Plus, he is a silver swordsman. Everyone is envious and there is no time to regret. In addition, some Western countries can also rob the bride. But Nobita may not meet such a chance. Now please ask the bride and groom to exchange rings. The host looked at the people below, then at Shizuka and Nobita and said. After the host finished speaking, a maid came with a plate with 2 rings on it. Nobita turned around solemnly and picked up a ring. Then she faced Shizuka, took her right hand and said affectionately, I, Nobita, solemnly swear in the name of God to accept you, Shizuka, as my wife from today on, regardless of status, regardless of happiness or misfortune. In sickness or health, I will cherish you, protect you, and love you until death. After that, she carefully put the ring on her hand on the ring finger of Shizuka, who kept nodding. Shizuka stared at the ring on her hand for a few seconds, then picked up a ring and said affectionately with tears of happiness in her eyes, I, Shizuka, solemnly swear in the name of God to accept you, Nobita, as my husband from today on, regardless of high or low, regardless of good or bad, in sickness or health. I will cherish you, protect you, and love you until death. Then he solemnly put the ring in his hand on Nobita's hand. P.S. You can figure out for yourselves why Shizuka is different. Wow, this is so great. Nobita and Shizuka are getting married. Even though it's a dream, I'm still so happy. Woo. Doraemon cried with joy as he watched Nobita and Shizuka exchange rings. Wow, I really envy them both. When can I have a wedding like this with the person I love? Sunio said with envy as he looked at Nobita and Shizuka, who were exchanging rings with each other. Sunio took the risk with the idea of marrying a princess. But now Nobita got there first. Sunio, you're so silly. You are the Marquis of the Kingdom of Amaruman. Isn't it easy to have a wedding like this? Besides, I think there are so many girls who want to marry you. The future youngest Marquis that they can't even be counted. Right. Jayan looked at Sunio in surprise when he heard what he said. In Jayan's opinion, he and Sunio were both very powerful people, so it would be easy for them to get married. Maybe matchmakers had already knocked on his door. As for the crying Doraemon, Jayan and Sunio simply ignored her. Hey Jayan, this is all different, okay? Don't you yearn for a beautiful love like Nobita and Shizuka's? Their initial acquaintance, adventures, and marriage. Just thinking about such a lover is enviable. I don't want my future wife to marry me because of my identity. Sunio explained speechlessly as he looked at Jayan. In that case, Sunio, I will introduce my sister to you. Don't worry, my sister is definitely not after money. And you should marry a strong woman like me, who can protect you when you are in danger and won't be like you nobles who are scheming against each other all day long. Humph, annoying nobles. Jayan put his hand on Sunio's shoulder and said with a smile after hearing what Sunio said. This and this. Sunio didn't know how to respond when he heard Jayan's words. Seeing Jayan's expression, he could imagine what Jayan's sister looked like when he thought about marrying a woman like that. Sunio couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, the wedding was about to end. Sunio hurriedly said, Jayan, the wedding is almost over. Jayan instinctively turned to look at Nobita and the others when he heard what Sunio said. Sunio took the opportunity to break free from Jayan's restraints. God in heaven will bless you newlyweds, and will also wish you eternal happiness. Now bride and groom, please face each other. The host breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Nobita and Shizuka finally exchange rings. After all, it was not an easy task to host a wedding for a noble. One could offend people if one was not careful. Besides, this was not an ordinary noble, but the apple of the king's eye. What's more, the person next to him was the silver swordsman who defeated the demon spirit emperor. Just as Nobita and her friend's wedding was coming to an end, on the other side in the real world, Nobita's mother Nobita Tamako was almost done preparing lunch. But there was still no movement in Nobita's room. It seemed that Nobita still hadn't gotten up. Nobita Tamako's face suddenly turned dark, which made her very unhappy. Her anger level had reached its peak, and the tyrannical aura behind her was constantly gathering. Nobita Tsukuho was watching TV in the living room. Couldn't help but shudder. So P*** D off. Is Nobita getting too carried away again? How long has he been doing this? Even if today is the weekend, he can't be still awake at noon. I'm going to teach him a lesson. After Nobita Tamako arranged the dishes, she went into Nobita's room with a murderous look on her face. In fact, Nobita Tamako wouldn't say much if Nobita slept in on the weekend. After all, it was the weekend. But if he didn't get up until lunchtime, that was a bit unreasonable. Thinking of this, Nobita Tamako's face couldn't help but become even uglier. While Nobita was having a sweet dream, had no idea about this, Nobita Shizuka. We have witnessed your love, and I am very happy to host your wedding. I now declare you husband and wife. So now the groom can kiss the bride. The host looked at Nobita and Shizuka with a serious expression and then a sly smile. After all, he could see that Nobita and Shizuka were nervous, so he was still looking forward to whether they would kiss. Hearing the host's words, Shizuka was already blushing. Suddenly looked as if a thick layer of red foundation was applied on her pretty face. Then Shizuka looked at the people below nervously and suddenly became even more shy. After all, she had never been kissed in front of so many people. For such a long time, Nobita had only kissed her in the garden. Looking at the somewhat shy Shizuka, Nobita was also very nervous. After he was still a rookie and had never kissed in public. One kiss, one kiss. Seeing that the two were not kissing for a long time, the people below started to make a noise. Shizuka felt even more embarrassed after hearing that. She kept thinking in her heart, Nobita, really, I'm a girl. Why does she want to take the initiative? It must be the boy who took the initiative. Thinking of this, Shizuka didn't look at Nobita anymore, but slowly closed her eyes to see what Nobita would do. Listening to the cheering voices and looking at Shizuka with her eyes closed. Her beautiful eyes tightly closed and her beautiful eyelashes moving. Looking at Shizuka with a somewhat charming look. Nobita's heart couldn't help but beat. He made up his mind and closed his eyes and moved towards Shizuka. Because of her nervousness, Nobita approached very slowly. After all, there were so many people watching her in the audience. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Everyone was staring at Nobita's movements intently. What's going on? Who is pulling my ear? Just when Nobita was about to kiss him, she suddenly felt pain in her ear. As if someone was pulling it. It hurts, it hurts. Nobita's ears on the stage seemed to be pulled by someone and moved slowly to the right. What's happening to Nobita? Why did he become like this? Jayan and Sunio below looked at Nobita, who suddenly screamed and looked a little strange, and said with some confusion, maybe he was too excited and went crazy. Sunio guessed while looking at Nobita, shouldn't it be? Doraemon muttered after hearing Sunio's words. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his face changed drastically. Oh no. Nobita didn't think too much about it now. He knew that his ears hurt and had no idea what was going on. His instinctive reaction was to follow the force that was constantly moving. Shizuka opened her eyes when she heard Nobita's cry, and anxiously looked at Nobita, who looked in pain, and asked Nobita, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Jinx. Shizuka, I don't know what's going on, my ears hurt so much. It's like someone is pulling them, Nobita said while enduring the pain after hearing what Shizuka said. After all, he didn't want Shizuka to worry too much. How could this happen? Should we call the imperial physician to come and take a look? Shizuka looked at Nobita with a worried look on her face and said hurriedly. As soon as she finished speaking, She was ready to ask someone to call the imperial physician over without waiting for Nobita's answer. Wait a minute, Jing, it's okay, Shizuka. The pain suddenly stops, it should be fine. Just when Nobita was about to stop Shizuka, the pain stopped. Besides, the wedding was going on right now. And if the imperial physician was called suddenly, people who didn't know might think Nobita was ill. Even if she wasn't, it would be embarrassing and a trance. Nobita had forgotten that she should call her Shizuka. But because she was worried about Nobita, Shizuka didn't care what Nobita called her. Are you really okay, Nobita? Don't lie to me. Shizuka looked at him seriously when he heard Nobita's words. After all, Shizuka felt so distressed when he saw Nobita in pain just now. He was afraid that Nobita was trying hard not to make him worry. Seeing Shizuka's disbelieving expression, Nobita didn't know how to explain it. Seeing Shizuka's worried and tearful face, Nobita made up his mind and kissed Shizuka, who was not far away from him. Shizuka was worried at first, was frightened by Nobita's sudden action, especially the moment when Nobita saved her. Shizuka felt her heart was about to jump out. Then, before Shizuka could react, Nobita kissed her, making Shizuka's mind go blank. Then Shizuka had only one thought in her mind: was she just kissed by Nobita? Nobita Tamako was a little breathless as she looked at Nobita's ears, which had turned red from being pulled by her. But there was no sign of her waking up. Nobita Tamako felt weak, although she was very angry about Nobita sleeping in. After all, she was a piece of flesh that fell out of her stomach, and she couldn't really have the heart to wake Nobita up. Looking at Nobita, who was still sleeping soundly, Nobita Tamako gave up. She decided to ignore Nobita and see how long he could sleep. She would then deal with Nobita properly when he woke up. Nobita really can't do anything about you. And Doraemon is the same. Following Nobita's lead in making trouble, Doraemon won't be allowed to eat dorayaki for a week. Nobita Tamako talked to herself while looking at Nobita and Doraemon, who were still sleeping, and then prepared to go downstairs. Just as Nobita Tamako was about to go downstairs, she saw the dream-making machine next to Nobita. But Nobita Tamako didn't know what it was. She thought it was a TV or something after all. It had a display screen. Obviously, this thing attracted Nobita Tamako's attention. She hadn't noticed it because she was too angry just now. What is this? Is it a TV? But why is there no sound? Did Nobita and the others watch TV all night last night? Oh my god, it must be Doraemon's prop, really. Nobita Tamako said angrily while looking at the dream maker. After all, with Nobita Tamako's worldview, she really couldn't think of anything else. And there was only this reason that could make Nobita and the others sleep until now and couldn't be woken up. Because the picture happened to be where Nobita kissed Shizuka, and Nobita Tamako could only see the silhouettes of the two people in the picture, but not their faces. Nobita Tamako didn't think much about it. It seems that Doraemon took out the props for Nobita to play with. So he watched TV all night. What a waste. He didn't even turn off the TV when he fell asleep. Nobita Tamako looked at the monitor still playing the wedding scene and glared at the sleeping Nobita and muttered. Without thinking, Nobita Tamako knew that Nobita watched TV too late. So he hasn't woken up yet and can't be woken up no matter how she calls him. Although Nobita can make money in Nobita Tamako's heart, he is still just a child and needs to be guided well to grow up. Oh, thinking of this, Nobita Tamako could only shake her head helplessly. After all, Doraemon and Nobita hadn't slept all night, so it would be better to let them have a rest. After all, health is the most important thing. If there is anything, it is better to wait until they wake up. This TV is really weird. How do I turn it off? It should be this, right? Nobita Yuzi said to herself while looking at the dream maker. After all, she had never seen such a weird TV before. It was completely different from the TVs nowadays, however. The button that Nobita Tamako pressed was red and was the most conspicuous. Generally, red is used to represent the off button in many places, just like the TV remote controls today. Nobita Tamako pressed the red button without hesitation. And this button is the switch to turn off the dream maker. It is the button that directly turns off the dream maker. Doraemon also used it once to wake Nobita up to go to school. Once this button is pressed, Yingxing and the others' dreams will end. As Nobita Tamako moved, the screen of the dream maker that was displaying the picture went black. And then Nobita was kissing suddenly felt dizzy. And then she knew nothing. Well, it looks like it's turned off. I'll have to teach them a lesson when they wake up. They're really outrageous. After watching the dream maker's screen turn black, Nobita Tamako nodded in satisfaction before leaving. She looked at Nobita, who was soundly sleeping, and said something angrily to Doraemon. After that, she went downstairs. Nobita and Doraemon also woke up in a daze the moment Nobita Tamako closed the door. Jayan, Sunio, and Shizuka also woke up at the same time. Jayan was lucky because his mother was not at home today because she had something to do. Otherwise, he would have been beaten. Sunio was also not at home because his mother went out shopping. Shizuka's mother saw that Shizuka had been very busy recently and decided to let her sleep a little longer. So she did not wake Shizuka up. Hey, what's wrong with Doraemon? Nobita sat up dazedly and asked Doraemon beside him curiously. After all, he had just kissed Shizuka and suddenly felt dizzy. When he woke up, he was already awake. I think the dream maker was shut down. So everyone was forced to wake up. Doraemon heard Nobita's words and looked at the dream maker next to him. He had already seen that the dream maker was not working. How could this happen really? I finally made up my mind to kiss Shizuka, but in the end. Nobita said angrily after hearing Doraemon's words. Doraemon looked at the angry Nobita and comforted her. Nobita, don't be like this, it's just a dream. You should know that you will marry Shizuka as your wife in the future. So, ahais. Nobita smiled foolishly and couldn't help but touch the back of his head, feeling distracted for a moment until this moment. The two foolish people had never thought about who could have disabled the Dream Maker. You know, Dream Maker cannot shut down itself. And Doraemon bought it at a high price and not a cheap product. So there is no possibility of problems, too. Just as Nobita was grinning, his stomach suddenly growled. Doraemon looked at Nobita and said, so you're hungry too? Nobita, I thought I was the only one hungry. What time is it now? Of course. I did a lot of things in my dream, but Doraemon, don't you know what time it is now? Nobita said, touching her belly. When she said the latter part, Nobita suddenly had a bad premonition. It should be around 9 or 10 in the morning, right? Doraemon waved his hand nonchalantly and turned to look at the clock in the room. When he saw the time on the clock, his face suddenly changed and he jumped up from the tatami. Nobita watched Doraemon jumping up and down and quickly changed his clothes and made the bed, which made Doraemon, who was anxiously standing by, a little confused. He looked at Nobita in surprise and asked, Nobita, aren't you afraid at all? We have been sleeping until this time. What's the use of getting anxious, Doraemon? Unless you can come up with a tool that can stop Mom from getting angry. We'd better just be prepared to accept Mom's scolding. Nobita glanced at Doraemon, waved her hand and explained. And it was indeed our fault. Let's go and apologize to Mom quickly. Otherwise we won't even have lunch. Nobita walked towards the door of the room and added to Doraemon as she walked. Hey Nobita, wait for me. Doraemon knew that he couldn't escape the scolding this time, so he had to resign himself to following Nobita. The staircase, which was not long to begin with, made them feel like they were walking out of the Great Wall. One could imagine the fear that Nobita Tamako gave them. Just as Nobita and the others were nervously going downstairs to face Nobita Tamako's wrath. On the other side, our heroine Shizuka slowly woke up from her dream. She suddenly sat up from the bed, first looked at her room in a daze, then covered her red face with her hands, not knowing what she was thinking. So I was dreaming. But why did the dream just now feel so real? And the wedding with Nobita, oh, why did I dream about this? Shizuka muttered to herself shyly, shaking her little head constantly. Although Shizuka didn't know that she had indeed taken an adventure in the dream world. She just felt that this dream was too real. In fact, Shizuka was still vague about most of the plot. The most profound one was probably when Nobita confessed to Shizuka. And then when Nobita kissed her in the church. Especially the moment when Nobita kissed her. Shizuka felt like it was real. She could even feel the warmth of Nobita's lips. Thinking of this, Shizuka felt her body trembling. After all, It was the first time that Shizuka dreamed of something so embarrassing. And it was about a boy. Especially a boy she had a crush on and his childhood sweetheart. She felt like a girl in love. Shizuka, are you awake? If you're awake, why don't you get up and eat? Even though today is Saturday. You can't stay in bed until now. Although mom asked you to sleep more, you can't do this. It's time for lunch. Just when Shizuka was feeling shy, Shizuka's mother heard the movement in Shizuka's room. So she came up in the door, looked at Shizuka, who was still struggling on the bed, and said a little unhappily. After that, Shizuka's mother frowned, even on the weekend. You can't be like this and not get up at noon. 0 request flowers. It's noon already, sorry mom. I'll get up right away, woohoo, why am I so sleepy today? Shizuka quickly replied after hearing her mother's words, and then put aside the problem that she had been worrying about before. After all, the most important thing now is to get up quickly. Who knows yours? I guess you want to turn into a pig, right? Shizuka's mother looked at her daughter unhappily and said, and then ignored Shizuka, who started to change clothes, turned around and went downstairs. Shizuka knew that she was wrong. She looked at her mother, who was leaving, stuck out her tongue, quickly changed her clothes and went downstairs. After all, Shizuka's sleep schedule was very regular. Except when she was sick or something. Shizuka rarely overslept, let alone sleep until noon. Although she was a little puzzled as to why she slept so late, she had no clue and didn't think too much about it. After all, sometimes it's good to sleep in. No wonder Nobita loved sleeping in so much in the past, Shizuka thought to herself. Nobita, Doraemon, have you two finally gotten up? What the hell do you two want to do? Just as Nobita and Doraemon walked down the stairs, Nobita Tamako had already stood at the entrance with a spatula in her hand. Nobita Tsukuho was sitting at the dining table. Was also startled by Nobita Tamako's roar. He secretly glanced at Nobita and Doraemon, who were being scolded by Nobita Tamako, and then sat at the dining table and read the newspaper he had already finished reading in the morning. As if he knew nothing. Nobita, what's going on with you? P.S. There are surprises in this magical adventure. Can you guess what it is? The main reason is that I have been busy recently and have not had much time to write. Starting from today, if I have nothing to do, I will resume updating as normal. Mom's nagging is really too much, isn't it, Doraemon? After enduring Nobita Tamako's nagging for an hour, Nobita and Doraemon finally had luncheon now. The two of them were lying on the tatami to rest after lunch. Mom is doing this for our own good, Doraemon said with a smile. Of course I know. Nobita put her hands on her head and looked at the ceiling with a dull look in her eyes. Hey Doraemon, do you have any interesting props? I feel so bored this weekend. Nobita, have you finished your homework? Doraemon asked in surprise after hearing Nobita's words. He thought Nobita was going to take a nap or something. After all, according to Nobita's temperament, if she had nothing to do after lunch, she would take a good sleep. Yeah. Nobita responded lazily. Yes, because, Nobita. I remembered something and was about to ask Doraemon when the voices of Jayan and Sunio were heard outside the house. Nobita quickly stood up when he heard the two people's voices, leaned on the windowsill and looked down Jayan and Sunio. What do you want to talk to me about? Do you want to play baseball together? Well, that's about right, Sunio answered ambiguously as he looked at the excited Nobita. They had no plan to play baseball today. And even if they wanted to play, they wouldn't be able to get everyone together at this time. They came to Nobita to ask him to go to the open space to play. Nobita nodded and said, wait for me, I'll be down soon. After saying, Thaith ran out of the room and before leaving, he said to Doraemon, well Doraemon, I'm going out to play. Doraemon looked at Nobita, who was chatting and laughing with Jayan and the others, and muttered helplessly, Nobita. Really? He is going to play baseball without a baseball bat and gloves. I was going to ask him about the comics, soon. The three of them came to the open space and sat on the concrete pipes. Hey, do you know that comic that's selling like hot cakes right now? Sunio started talking as soon as he sat on the concrete pipe, with a very proud look on his face. Nobita also guessed why they called him out, to see Sunio show off his superiority. Oh, I know, it's that one. Jaehan's expression suddenly became excited when he heard this. Pokemon, yes, that's it. Sunio looked at Jaehan and Nobita proudly and nodded. You know this comic is very popular now. According to my uncle, this Pokemon comic will definitely sell well and will definitely be made into an anime. Is that so? Nobita was obviously stunned when he heard Sunio's words. He knew that the comic would become popular soon, but he didn't expect it to be so popular so quickly. Moreover, he didn't think that Sunio had asked him to come here just to say this. Sunio looked at Nobita, who was a little dazed and suddenly felt a sense of superiority. He looked at Nobita and pretended to be surprised and said, Huh. Nobita, haven't you seen it? I tell you, the beginning is very exciting. But I really like the character named Zio Mao. Yes, I like that little Charmander. There's even a flame on his tail. He looks very powerful. Jaehan spoke excitedly after hearing Sunio's words. Nobita looked at the two excited people and asked curiously, is that comic book really that exciting? After Al is an author, he still wants to know the reader's reactions. Although it is a reference, it is he who drew it and made it appear in this world. Of course, so Nobita, you haven't read this manga yet. That's a shame, but think about it. Nobita's pocket money is pitifully small. How could she possibly have the money to buy this comic book? If Nobita... Sunio watched Nobita talking to himself with a very proud look on his face, not knowing that the author of the comic he was talking about was right next to him. However, Nobita did not intend to say it out loud, but instead watched Sunio's performance with a smile on his face. How you are all here just then. Shizuka's voice was heard outside the open space. Shizuka, you're here. We are discussing the comic book Pokémon. Shizuka, you should have read it too, right? Sunio saw Shizuka coming over and was ready to show off again. But he still had something important to say. He was looking forward to seeing the envious expressions of Nobita and the others. Pokémon, that comic is really good. My favorites are Jigglypuff and Ninetales. Shizuka was stunned when she heard Sunio's words, and then blurted out. She was the first person to see this comic. But when she was about to say something, she saw Nobita's eyes and stopped talking. Puffball. What is that? Jaehan was a little confused after hearing what Shizuka said. You know, these Pokémon haven't appeared in the comics currently published. Shizuka probably hasn't seen it, right? Sunio looked at Shizuka in confusion. Shizuka waved her hands quickly and said, Maybe I remembered it wrongly. By the way, did you have any strange dreams last night? Dreams? Speaking of this, I actually had a strange dream. I dreamed that Nobita, Sunio and I turned into swordsmen and went on an adventure to defeat a monster. Jaehan thought for a while after hearing what Shizuka said. Really? Shizuka was obviously surprised when she heard Jaehan's words. She looked at Jaehan and said, So Jaehan, did you dream about what happened in the castle? The castle inside the castle. Sunio seemed to remember something after hearing what Shizuka said and continued. I really want to dream about Nobita marrying the princess. But I can't remember who the princess is, really. Really? Shizuka's voice trembled when she heard Sunio's words. According to what Sunio and Jaehan said, everyone should have had the dream she had. And in the end, she had a wedding with Nobita. Thinking of this, Shizuka's face couldn't help but turn red, and she glanced at Nobita a little embarrassedly. She couldn't help but imagine such a scene in her mind, in a beautiful white church. She was wearing a beautiful wedding dress, and in front of her relatives and friends, she was hugged by Nobita in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Shizuka couldn't help but feel shy. Seeing Shizuka talking about the dream and seeing Shizuka's face suddenly turn red. Nobita didn't know what was going on. Shizuka must still remember something in the dream world. Castle, I had that dream too. But why didn't I dream about the wedding, really? Isn't this amazing? Afterwards, they talked about some things in their dreams. Although they were a little vague, they still pieced together a fairly complete adventure story, which was that they adventured together to find the legendary sword, challenged the dragon together, defeated the most evil magician, and received the king's reward. When Shizuka heard that no one had any recollection of the wedding, She seemed to be relieved and patted her chest lightly. If everyone remembered the wedding, she would be so embarrassed. P.S. I feel that this chapter is not in good shape. I will make some adjustments. This daily routine should be very exciting. Everyone just wait and see. It will definitely not be the kind that follows the plot. Of course, I have to finish writing the plot of the drama first. And I have already started laying the groundwork. You may as well guess, Nobita. I never thought that your comic would become popular so quickly. If Sunio knew that the author of the comic he keeps praising was you, he would be so surprised that his jaw would drop right. On the way to Shizuka's house, Shizuka looked at Nobita with a smile on her face and said, "Yes, but it's better not to tell them this. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our friendship will be mixed with other things." Nobita looked at Shizuka and explained with a smile. After Aleph, Sunio really knew that he was the author. There was no telling what he would do. Oh. Shizuka looked at Nobita, playfully blinked, and ran to Nobita's front facing him, with his hands behind his back, looking at Nobita and said, "But I also know this, Nobita. Aren't you afraid that there will be other feelings between us?" Nobita looked at the playful Shizuka, shook her head helplessly, and said to Shizuka with a serious and earnest expression, "Absolutely not. I won't let it happen." Shizuka frowned and glanced at Nobita. His expression suddenly became strained. Then he turned around and said in a slightly low voice, But Nobita, can you guarantee that I won't change?" Nobita was obviously stunned when she heard Shizuka's words, and didn't know how to respond. Seeing that Nobita didn't answer, Shizuka looked back at Nobita in confusion. Seeing that he was stunned, he quickly ran to Nobita and quickly reached out and flicked his forehead. Then he smiled and said, "I'm just kidding, idiot. Shizuka, even you have become bad. Don't run or I will tap your forehead." Nobita knew that Shizuka was teasing him, so he shouted loudly and chased after Shizuka, who was already running forward. Time passed quickly, and Nobita's comics became more and more popular. The initial readers were elementary school students, and then spread to middle school students, adults, and even middle-aged people including women. It's mainly because of this guy Nobita, who always draws the elves very cutely and in color, which makes those women who like cute things can't stand it. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Nobita. He is busy rehearsing a drama. Of course, our protagonist Nobita is not omnipotent. For example, in rehearsing a drama no apart from Nobita, Shizuka and a few students with more lines who are rehearsing seriously and hard. The other students who play supporting roles or are just a background are not so perfunctory. But there's nothing that can be done about it. And it's not the students' fault. You know, extras don't have many lines at all. You can memorize the lines just by taking a quick glance. Even students who are just background boards don't need to practice hard. They just need to stand on the stage, therefore. The rehearsal progress of Nobita, Sugi, and Shizuka's drama is not so satisfactory. Everyone try harder, tomorrow is Tuesday. And that's the day we're going to perform the drama. Can't you cheer up a little? Shizuka advised, looking at most of the listless classmates, no matter if they were standing in the background or playing supporting roles. Everyone looked perfunctory. In this way, rehearsal would not have much effect at all. After all, people's emotions can be contagious. After seeing that everyone had become so lazy, even the few classmates who were rehearsing seriously became a little perfunctory. Shizuka is right, tomorrow we will be performing on stage, and we will have to take pictures. No one wants to recall this event when they grow up, only to find that they don't have much memory of it, right? Nobita also echoed Shizuka, you know. Nobita's childhood was full of bad luck and pain, without even a trace of sweet memories. There was nothing he could do about it. As his classmates all avoided him, come on. I don't believe you would be so serious if I asked you to play a supporting role. That's right, hey, what do you mean? This was decided by drawing lots. You blame others for your bad luck. Jain couldn't help but complain when he saw others talking about Nobita. In fact, after the adventure of the Dream Three Musketeers ended, the relationship between Jain and others has become better. It's just that they are still the same as usual, with no difference. However, once something happens, everyone will become very united. under the pressure of Jayan. The students who said these words quickly waved their hands and said, "No. Jayan, you misunderstood, that's not what we meant." "Well, that's good enough." Jayan nodded in satisfaction when he saw these people surrender. Seeing this, Dekasan quickly tried to smooth things over. "Well, Shizuka is right. Let's rehearse seriously a few more times. After all, we have a performance tomorrow, okay?" Everyone responded weakly after what happened just now. Everyone finally became a little more serious, and finally rehearsed for a while before school was over. And the results were satisfactory. Time flies so fast. "We're going to perform at school tomorrow. I'm starting to feel nervous. Nobita, are you nervous too?" On the way home from school, Shizuka asked Nobita with a hint of excitement and shyness. Especially that strange dream, coupled with Nobita's passionate confession to her on the stage tomorrow. Shizuka's little heart became shy. Although it was just a play, it was in public. Though she was still very shy. "Tusk, why should you be so nervous about this? It's just a mere drama performance." Jayan replied with some disdain after hearing what Shizuka 367 said. After all, Jayan's role is Tracy in the forest, which is just a background character and doesn't even have a single line of dialogue. In this way, when performing tomorrow, Jayan only needs to wear his own costume and stand on the stage. And he doesn't need to prepare anything at all. But he would not miss the opportunity to embarrass Nobita. He looked at Nobita teasingly and said, "But if it's Nobita, you can't say for sure. She might get nervous or scared and forget her lines." Sunio on the side also nodded and agreed, "That's right. If it's Nobita, it's really possible." Nobita was obviously stunned when he heard what Jayan and Sunio said. He had never thought about this before. He had never performed or even spoken in front of so many people in his life. He didn't speak during the day. "Hey, it seems that Nobita is also nervous." Sunio looked at Nobita, who was silent, and laughed. "Nobita, then we are looking forward to your performance tomorrow." Jayan also looked at Nobita with a smirk and said, "That's right. We will watch you make a fool of yourself together." The two of them walked forward quickly with exaggerated laughter. What a jerk they are. Shizuka was speechless as she watched Jayan and Sunio walk away. Then she turned around and comforted Nobita. "Nobita, they said that on purpose, don't take it to heart." At this time, Nobita also woke up from his deep thoughts. He smiled at Shizuka and said gently, "No, Shizuka. Don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Let's do our homework quickly. We have a lot of homework today." "Yes." Shizuka was relieved when she saw that Nobita's expression didn't change. The two of them walked towards Shizuka's home with smiles on their faces. Finally done, after an unknown amount of time. Nobita rubbed his sore arms. He finally finished today's homework. He didn't know if it was because there was no class tomorrow. But the teacher gave him a lot of homework, even for Nobita, who was a bit of a cheater. It took him a lot of time to finish it. Shizuka was obviously not fast enough to keep up. She was writing furiously and was so focused that she didn't even notice that Nobita had finished her homework. Nobita secretly glanced at Shizuka, who was doing her homework seriously. She didn't know if it was Nobita's illusion. But Shizuka looked more peaceful, intellectual and cute at this moment. Because Shizuka was doing homework, Nobita did not disturb her. He glanced at the drawing board in the corner, then picked up the drawing board and started drawing. For a moment, the only sound in Shizuka's room was the rustling of pens scratching across paper. Time passed quietly, and when the sun was about to set, Shizuka finally finished all her homework. When she looked in the direction of Nobita, she found that she had picked up her drawing board and was drawing something. Shizuka didn't say anything, but crawled over curiously to see what Nobita was drawing. Because Nobita was too focused, he didn't notice that Shizuka was behind him. Shizuka was looking at the picture on the drawing board. It was a scene of Pokémon playing. There were many Pokémon in it, including Pikachu, Ninetales, etc. There were also many Pokémon hidden in the woods behind them, whose name Shizuka didn't know. The green grass forest, the big trees, and all kinds of unknown flowers are together with the Pokémon of various shapes. The picture is surprisingly harmonious, as if this scene is real, not a cartoon. It would be great if Pokemon really existed. They're so cute. Shizuka couldn't help but mutter as she looked at the words on the drawing board. Nobita, who was drawing, heard Shizuka's voice and turned around quickly. She looked at Shizuka, who appeared behind her, and said, "Shizuka, have you finished your homework?" Seeing Shizuka liking Pokemon so much, Nobita secretly made a note that he was going to go back and ask Doraemon to see if he had any way to fulfill Shizuka's wish. However, he would definitely not tell Shizuka until he knew the answer, so he could just give Shizuka a surprise then. The painting was actually almost finished. Nobita just polished it a bit and gave it to Shizuka. He only painted it to kill time, seeing the sun setting. Nobita quickly packed up her things and said goodbye to Shizuka, preparing to go home, thinking of Nobita Tamako's nagging. Nobita couldn't help but shudder. After bidding farewell to Nobita, Shizuka returned to her room and sat in front of the desk, leaning her hands on her face as she looked at the drawings Nobita had made. It would be nice if these Pokemon were real. How did Nobita come up with these ideas? Shizuka couldn't help but laugh. She carefully opened a drawer in front of the desk and put the things in. If you look closely, there are a few paintings in the drawer. One of the photos seems to be a girl sitting on the lawn. Doraemon, I'm back. After using instant teleportation to return home, Nobita hummed an unknown song and quickly went upstairs. As soon as she opened the door of her room, she saw Doraemon watching something on the future TV. Nobita, you're back. Doraemon heard the noise, turned around and looked at Nobita, who had returned. And then he no longer paid attention to Nobita but continued to turn his head to look at the TV screen. Nobita curiously put his school bag on the desk, leaned on Doraemon's big head, looked at the future TV in front of him curiously and said, "Doraemon, what are you watching?" "Well, didn't I see you and Shizuka getting married in the dream world before? I was curious about the scene of your marriage with Shizuka in the future, so I watched it on the future TV." Doraemon explained to Nobita with a smile on his face. In fact, when he first heard that Nobita came back, Doraemon planned to put away the future TV. He didn't want Nobita to see these. But thinking about how hard Nobita had been working recently, he gave up the idea. Maybe he would work harder after seeing himself marrying Shizuka. "Really, where did you see it? Is Shizuka pretty when she grows up? Where did we hold our wedding?" Hearing Doraemon's words, Nobita was immediately filled with curiosity. He really wanted to know how he proposed to Shizuka and where they held their wedding. "I just watched it a while ago, and you haven't appeared yet. It seems that you will propose to Shizuka soon," Doraemon said uncertainly while looking at the screen on the TV. After all, the future can change, and Doraemon is not sure that Nobita's bride is Shizuka. At this time, a girl who looked somewhat similar to Shizuka when she was a child appeared on the screen. At first glance, people felt that this beautiful girl must be very gentle and virtuous. If Nobita was not mistaken, then this was the grown-up Shizuka. "Nobita, do you want to climb the snow mountain with me? Really, you were not like this before." The grown-up Shizuka looked in another direction and said angrily. At this time, the future TV screen turned and appeared on Nobita. Not to mention that Nobita has become very handsome after growing up. He looks very energetic and his eyes are full of confidence. Well, Shizuka, I have something to do. I may not be able to go." Nobita looked at Shizuka and said a little embarrassedly. It seemed that he had no intention of climbing any snowy mountain with Shizuka. "Really?" Shizuka seemed very angry when she heard Nobita's words. She glared at Nobita and said calmly, "Forget it if you don't want to go. I'll go with Dekasugi and the others. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first." After saying that, he left quickly without waiting for Nobita to answer. Nobita, what are you doing? Why did you refuse Shizuka's permission to go hiking?" "Look, she's angry." Doraemon asked Nobita in confusion after seeing this scene. Nobita looked at Doraemon speechlessly. "How would I know? That's me when I grow up. How would I know what he thinks?" "What is going on?" Doraemon touched his big blue head. He really didn't know what happened now. He couldn't understand why Nobita treated Shizuka like this. Just when the two were wondering, Nobita looked at Shizuka, who left angrily, shook his head helplessly, and walked in another direction. Doraemon and Nobita were very curious about Nobita's abnormal behavior, so they decided to continue to see what Nobita was going to do. At the same time, Shizuka had already left. Came back at some point. She looked at Nobita, who had left, and curled her lips. This idiot. He can't even lie us like before, watching Nobita leave. Shizuka also shook her head and left. She had to prepare to climb the snowy mountains. She had made an appointment with Dekasugi and the others, and there was no way to change it. What on earth was my future self thinking? Nobita was extremely puzzled as he looked at 403 on the TV in the future. He couldn't figure out why he was doing this. Could it be that his future self fell in love with someone else? Doraemon looked at the future TV screen with some anxiety. The purpose of his coming here was to help Nobita marry Shizuka. But the current development was beyond his expectations. Nobita was unwilling to go climbing the snowy mountain with Shizuka. And after returning home, she just made a phone call and didn't seem to care at all. No. Just when Nobita was wondering, Doraemon suddenly stood up and said anxiously, causing Nobita, was lying on his head unprepared, to almost fall to the ground. What's wrong, Doraemon? Doraemon turned around and looked at Nobita very seriously and said, Nobita, although I don't know what will happen to you in the future, we can't just sit there and do nothing. We have to do something. What are you doing? Going to find my future self? Nobita asked Doraemon puzzledly. No, you go climb the snowy mountain with Shizuka. But Doraemon, look at me now. How can I accompany the future Shizuka to climb the snowy mountains in my current state? You know, I'm about 10 years old now. Nobita looked at Doraemon puzzledly. You know. Even if Nobita took a time machine to the future and told the grown-up Shizuka that she wanted to go climbing the snowy mountains with him, Shizuka probably wouldn't agree after all. Nobita was just a child. Doraemon smiled sheepishly when he heard Nobita's words, scratched his head and said it seems so. Let me think about what to do. Nobita nodded. He actually agreed with Doraemon's suggestion. He touched his chest. Although he didn't know whether his love for Shizuka was because of Nobita's previous memories or because Shizuka had already entered his heart. At this moment he had only one thought, that is, he must not lose Shizuka. Moreover, he already had some impression of the plot here, and he knew that if he didn't go, he might regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Nobita hurried downstairs. Since she decided to go, she must prepare some things. Looking at Nobita, who suddenly ran downstairs, Doraemon was stunned. He didn't understand what Nobita was going to do. When Doraemon saw Nobita coming back with her backpack, he asked in confusion, Nobita, have you figured out a solution? Well, Doraemon, don't you have a time travel scarf? If I use the time travel scarf to transform into my future self, won't there be any problem? That way I can climb the snowy mountains with the grown-up Shizuka. Nobita explained to Doraemon after placing the backpack on the tatami. Okay, Doraemon, stop daydreaming. Lend me a time travel blanket and a regular sleeping bag. I don't have them at home, otherwise I might not be able to sleep at night and might even freeze to death. Nobita said, looking at the dazed Doraemon. Ah. Okay, I got it. I'll give it to you right away. Doraemon reacted and quickly began to search in his pockets, then handed the time wrap he found to Nobita. Nobita didn't waste time talking to Doraemon. She took the time towel and draped it over herself. Then Nobita continued to grow larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, until she became the person she had seen on the TV in the future. Then Doraemon, I'll leave first. After letting Doraemon use the changing camera to change her into a set of mountaineering clothes, Nobita put on her mountaineering bag, opened the drawer, and prepared to drive the time machine to the future. Nobita, keep going. Looking at Nobita, who seemed to be doing what she wanted, Doraemon looked at Nobita with relief and emotion and said. Nobita didn't say anything, just smiled at Doraemon, and went straight into the drawer where the time machine was placed. After passing through a magical dimensional channel, Nobita finally arrived in the future. I feel a little cold. Nobita came out of the time machine and shivered as he looked at the heavy snow falling all around him and the thick white snow. Nobita carrying her backpack. slowly walked forward a few steps, preparing to adapt to the snow first, however. In less than a minute, Nobita's body was already covered with snow. You can imagine how heavy the snow was, Nobita. Just as Nobita was about to move forward to look for Shizuka, a voice filled with shock and surprise suddenly sounded behind Nobita. For Nobita didn't know how to find Shizuka in the snow. This voice was like the sound of nature. He quickly turned around and looked at Shizuka, who was wearing a pink mountaineering suit, and shouted, "Shizuka, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I was just worried about how to find you, really, Nobita." Shizuka thought she was hallucinating at first, but when she heard Nobita's voice, her face lit up and she staggered towards Nobita. Perhaps because she was so happy, Shizuka didn't break in time and crashed into Nobita's arms. Nobita was not prepared. Was knocked down by Shizuka on the snow. Shizuka lay on Nobita, her flushed face full of happiness. Nobita also looked at the future Shizuka. When their eyes met, a pink atmosphere began to spread, as if to melt the white snow. After all, they were in the snowy mountains, and Shizuka quickly climbed up from Nobita's body. It was snowing heavily, and they had to find a place to shelter from the wind and snow as soon as possible. Otherwise, when they were exhausted, they would both sleep forever in the snowy mountains. "Shizuka, why are you alone in the snowy mountains? Aren't you with Dekisu and the others?" Nobita took Shizuka's hand, and the two supported each other as they walked forward. They planned to find a place where they could shelter from the wind and snow, such as a cave. Because I accidentally got separated from everyone. And soon after I got separate, the blizzard started. And then I got lost, Shizuka explained with her head down. A little embarrassed, but Nobita, didn't you say you had something to do and couldn't come to climb the snow mountain? Shizuka said, and then looked at Nobita seriously, wanting to know how he would answer her. Nobita stopped immediately after hearing what Shizuka said, and smiled gently at Shizuka behind her. "I was worried about you, so I came here by myself. It seems that I was right to come here." Shizuka smiled at Nobita, feeling sweet in her heart, as if the heavy snow was not that bad after all. Nobita turned around and continued to pull Shizuka forward slowly. They didn't know how long they had walked before they came to the foot of a mountain. "Shizuka, there is a cave over there where we can go to avoid the snow. We can go down the mountain after the snowstorm stops." At this moment, Shizuka's heart was full of the person in front of her. She would probably agree to whatever Nobita said at this moment. The two settled down in the innermost part of the cave. However, Nobita did not rest but started to make a fire and prepare something to eat. After all, they had not had dinner yet. Not to mention that Shizuka didn't know how long they had been walking in the snow. "Shizuka, wait a moment, I'll be ready soon." Nobita skillfully lit a fire, opened a can, and started cooking broth in a simple pot. The reason why Nobita was so skilled was because she was too unlucky in her previous life. Nobita was afraid that she would get lost in the wild one day, so she learned this skill a long time ago just in case. Shizuka looked at Nobita, who was busy with work, with a happy face, and her thoughts began to drift, which reminded her of the little things that happened between her and Nobita since she was a child. The adventures they experienced together, and Nobita, who always appeared suddenly when she needed help the most. Scenes after scenes began to slowly emerge in Shizuka's mind. She looked at Nobita, whose face was a little red under the firelight, with blurry eyes. "Maybe Mio is the angel who sent the sun to me." "Shizuka, eat quickly, be careful, it's a little soon." Nobita interrupted Shizuka's thoughts and handed her a can of hot soup with a look of offering. "Thank you, Nobita." Shizuka took the can and looked at Nobita seriously. "Thank you for appearing in my world. Thank you for always protecting me. Thank you for accompanying me every day. Thank you. It's nice to meet you." Eating the broth made by Nobita, Shizuka felt her whole body warm up, as if the cold brought by the snowstorm had disappeared. Looking at Nobita, who was tending to the fire from time to time, Shizuka suddenly said, "Nobita, let's get married when we get back. I want to marry you." Nobita, who was making a fire, was stunned when he heard Shizuka's words. He stared at Shizuka blankly, turned his head to Shizuka very mechanically and said blankly, "Jing." "Shizuka, what did you say just now? Ah. Loved it." Shizuka couldn't help laughing when she saw Nobita, who looked like a robot. She looked at Nobita and said seriously, "I said, I am going to marry you. I am looking forward to our life after marriage. I'm sure you'll be very happy, right?" Shizuka couldn't help but fall into a state of fantasy when she said this. She didn't even notice Nobita's expression. He wasn't the Nobita of today. What should she do? What's going on with my future self? No, if all else fails, I'll just kidnap my future self, and then become myself to marry Shizuka, and then figure out what happened to my future self. Soon Nobita thought of the next response. Who knows how much courage it took for a girl like Shizuka to say such words. He didn't want this lovely girl to get hurt in the slightest. 0 request flowers 0 after dinner. Nobita asked Shizuka to rest quickly, while he was responsible for keeping watch after all. They were deep in the snowy mountains and no one knew what accidents might happen. It was impossible for both of them to sleep. But Shizuka shook her head and refused. She leaned her head on Nobita's shoulder and began to recall the little things in her childhood with Nobita. She also told Nobita about the current situation of Jayan and Sunio. Time flies so fast, we have all grown up in the blink of an eye. By the way, Shizuka, what are Jayan and Sunio doing now? Because Nobita had never experienced some of these things, she didn't dare to interrupt for fear of arousing Shizuka's suspicion. You're talking about Jayan and Sunio. You're not ashamed to say that because of you. Jayan is trying to pursue his dream of becoming an actress every day. You know his singing voice. As for Sunio, he became the general manager of a game company. Nobita, why are you asking me about these things? Jayan and Sunio are obviously working in your company. Nobita. After Shizuka finished describing the recent situation of Jayan and Sunio, he looked at Nobita in confusion. Aha, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot about it. It's mainly because Shizuka, you just said you wanted to marry me and I was too excited. Nobita hurriedly explained after hearing Shizuka's words, and her expression couldn't help but change a little. It was also because Shizuka was leaning on Nobita's shoulder and couldn't see Nobita's expression at all. Otherwise, she would have found out that Nobita was lying again. When Nobita finished speaking, Shizuka did not answer. Just when Nobita was wondering, he heard Shizuka's steady breathing, and he knew she was asleep. Perhaps God did not have the heart to disturb this young couple who made everyone bless them. The heavy snow slowly stopped, and Nobita was like a stone statue, motionless. Only when the fire was about to go out would he use his left hand, which could movito add firewood. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the next morning. Shortly after dawn, Shizuka woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her sore neck and realized that she had slept on Nobita's shoulder all night. She looked at Nobita with concern and said, Nobita, are you okay? I fell asleep accidentally. Why didn't you wake me up? Hey. Nobita didn't say anything but just smiled stupidly. Shizuka was deeply moved. She knew that this fool just didn't have the heart to wake her up. Soon Nobita and Shizuka cleaned up everything together, eliminated some hidden dangers, and then the two of them set out on the road down the mountain. Wow, this place has become so beautiful all of a sudden. I didn't expect it to become so beautiful after the snowstorm. It's much more beautiful than when I first came here yesterday. Shizuka couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the surrounding environment. It has to be said that girls really have no resistance to this kind of pure and flawless environment. Yes, this is the charm of nature. Let's come here again when we have time. Nobita held Shizuka's hand, which was wearing a cute bunny-shaped glove. The two smiled at each other and slowly walked down the mountain. Because the snowstorm had stopped, they easily found the way down the mountain. The two of them walked down the mountain while admiring the snow scenery on the road. It was clearly a story of adventure on the snowy mountain, but they turned it into a date. As they walked further down the mountain, iconic buildings and road signs began to appear on the road. As soon as the two arrived at the hotel that Shizuka and her friends had booked, they saw Jay and Sunio and Dekasugi, who looked anxious and were about to go out to look for Shizuka. After all, They were encountering a snowstorm that hadn't happened in a century. Shizuka, you're finally back. We were so worried about you that we were just about to find a search team to go look for you. Dekasugi said happily as he looked at Shizuka, who had returned safely. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Nobita, who was beside Jingli. That's right, Shizuka, you really made us worried. We wanted to go up the mountain to find you several times, but were stopped by the administrator. Jayan said happily when he saw Shizuka was safe and sound. If anything happened to Shizuka, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. That's right. That's right, Shizuka. You don't know how worried we are about you. You suddenly disappeared yesterday. And we were really worried. What? Nobita, weren't you planning to? Why are you here? Sunio looked at Nobita beside Shizuka and was a little puzzled. But he seemed to remember something halfway through his words and changed his words instantly. Well, I just wanted to go with you guys, so I came to find you. But who knew we would encounter a snowstorm? And then I met Shizuka. Nobita explained in a panic after hearing Sunio's words. But no one thought much about it at this time. What? Didn't Nobita and Shizuka spend a romantic night? How enviable. Damn, Jayan heard what Nobita said. Smiled and strangled Nobita's neck with envy. Nobita didn't struggle when being held by Jayan, but kept on grinning, which made Jayan and Sunio even more upset. Although Nobita was their boss, it didn't stop them from talking about Nobita. While they were playing and laughing, none of them noticed that Dekasugi, who was standing by, looked unhappy and in pain when he heard what Nobita said. It's like something dear to me has been taken away. Okay. I know that Shizuka is back safely. Let's get ready to go back. Dekasugi calmed down and said to everyone, after all, if something like this happened, everyone would definitely not be able to continue the rest of the trip. After hearing what Dekasun said, Nobita, who was originally planning to sneak away and go back in the time machine, had no choice but to follow everyone back and then go back in the time machine. After saying goodbye to everyone at the intersection, just as Nobita was about to think of a way to get back to the time machine, a voice suddenly sounded behind Nobita. How was it? Was the snow mountain fun? It's you. Bang. Nobita turned around and saw the person coming. His expression suddenly changed. Without saying anything, he punched the person in the face. This punch hit the person's face hard, and a mark immediately appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? Why did you let Shizuka go to the snowy mountains alone? What if something happens to her? You are already in your 20s, but you're still so impulsive. Future Nobita rubbed her aching cheek and said with a smile. Nobita looked at his future self and said angrily, how can you still laugh? Why can't I laugh? Future Nobita asked back with a joking smile, but perhaps worried that Nobita would do something. He continued, don't worry. This place is still the same as yours. No, it has never changed. As for why, you will know in the future. Nobita was stunned when he looked at his future self touching his chest. Just when he was about to say something, his future self looked at his watch and said anxiously, no. It's too late. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We'll see each other again when we have the chance. My childhood self. After saying that, the future Nobita quickly ran in a certain direction and then disappeared in an instant. It seemed that she used superpowers. If Nobita remembered correctly, Shizuka was heading in that direction just now. After hesitating for a while, Nobita gave up the idea of following to see what was going on. If he guessed correctly, his future self should be paying attention to Shizuka's situation at all times. Based on what he just said, there was no need for his future self to lie to himself. Nobita used teleportation to go back to 1-7 and arrived at the entrance of the time machine. He took the time machine back to his room. When he came out of the time machine, the time was still the time he had just left. Doraemon still maintained the original posture. Looking at the drawer, Nobita, you're back. How's everything going? Of course there is no problem. Doraemon, let's use the time-lapse TV to watch the time when Shizuka and I got married. Shall we? Nobita said to Doraemon with a smile on his face. But he was still worried. Doraemon nodded, without saying anything more, and quickly switched the time-lapse TV to the moment when Nobita got married. when she saw Shizuka walking towards her future self accompanied by her father. The last stone in Nobita's heart fell to the ground. Haha, Nobita, that's great, you really married Shizuka. But don't be too happy too soon, the future may still change. You must not become lazy like before. Doraemon said happily while looking at the picture on the time-lapse TV. After he finished speaking, he did not forget to give Nobita some advice. Nobita, Doraemon, it's time for dinner. At this moment, Nobita Tamako's voice rang out downstairs. The two hurried downstairs, and the picture on the TV was still going on. At the moment when Nobita and the others left the room, it seemed that two white figures were leaning against each other tightly in the picture. By the way, Nobita, you guys are going to have a drama performance tomorrow, right? Nobita Tamako asked Nobita during dinner. She was struggling over whether to go or not, because every time she went before, she saw other children's parents showing off. So every time she went to school, Nobita Tamako would be very angry. Nobita Daisuke seemed very interested when he heard Nobita Tamako's words. Is the school going to perform a play again? Nobita, what role will you play this time? A big tree or a frog? Nobita didn't know how to respond when he heard what his father said. He was thinking that if he told them that he was playing the main OL role, they would not be so surprised that their dicks would drop. It seems like another dispensable role. Nobita Daisuke confirmed when he saw Nobita like this. He happened to be on leave tomorrow and wanted to go and see. But Nobita's role was not good, so there was no need for him to go. Nobita rolled his eyes speechlessly when he heard his father say this and said, "It's really not a big role, just a prince role, St. Nobita Daisuke looked like he had guessed what Nobita said. And suddenly he realized it. But he almost choked because of it. After taking another sip of beer, hurriedly said, "Prince. Isn't he the cannon fodder prince? The kind that only appears for a moment and then disappears?" Doraemon couldn't help laughing when he heard what Nobita Daisuke said, while Nobita looked at his father resentfully without saying anything. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth again, his father would say something shocking. "It seems that I guessed right," Nobita Daisuke said very confidently when he saw Nobita didn't say anything. Then he looked at Nobita Tamako and said, "Mom, you should go to school tomorrow, I'll just rest at home. I'm exhausted from work recently, okay?" Nobita Tamako sighed and nodded, but she seemed to remember something and continued. "However, it seems that Nobita's grades have improved recently. The teacher has called to praise him several times. This time, he should not be ridiculed by other parents." "I'm full." Nobita didn't know what to say after hearing her parents' conversation. She could only pretend she didn't hear it, put down her bowl and chopsticks and left the restaurant. Seeing Nobita leaving, Nobita and Tamako didn't care. "Dad, since you'll be at home tomorrow, I'll leave the housework to you." "Why?" Nobita Daisuke was immediately annoyed when he heard what Nobita Tamako said. "I work every day to earn money to support my family, so tired. Of course I need to take a good rest. You should do the housework." Nobita Tamako seemed to have expected Nobita Daisuke to say that. She glanced at Nobita Daisuke calmly and said, "Really? But it seems that you are not the main earner of our family now." Nobita Daisuke was stunned when he heard Nobita Tamako's words. "I forgot to tell you." Nobita Tamako was very satisfied with Nobita Daisuke's reaction. She glanced at Nobita Daisuke and said calmly, "Nobita's comic has been published at end today. The editor of the publishing house sent the first payment." "Oh, you mean that?" Hearing this, Nobita Daisuke suddenly realized. But he thought it was just a child's hobby and it shouldn't make much money. Nobita Tamako must be teasing him. He asked nonchalantly, "How much? A few hundred yen." "Not much, just 500,000. And the editor said that this is only because the sales have not been opened yet. If my prediction is correct, there should be more next month." After saying that, Nobita Tamako got up and went to the kitchen to clean up. Nobita Daisuke was staring at Nobita Daisuke, who was open-mouthed in surprise. "Plus, Mom, are you kidding me?" Nobita Daisuke hurriedly got up and ran to the kitchen. Nobita didn't know what happened in the restaurant. He had returned to his room and started his superpower training as usual, and then began drawing comics after all. The manuscript still had to be submitted. And because Pokemon was so popular, the publishing house wanted to come up with an atlas similar to the Pokemon picture book, which would list the Pokemon that appeared in the comics recently and their habits every once in a while. And then cards would be released, which would include super rare Pokemon cards, which could be considered a kind of Pokemon derivative. This increased Nobita's workload significantly. Nobita was still busy here, and Shizuko on the other side did not rest either. She was flipping through the script. She was afraid that she would forget the lines due to nervousness, so she tried to memorize them more deeply. However, every time she saw the last paragraph, her heart would beat fast and she would think of the dream before. The night passed in the busyness of the two, and a new day soon arrived in the morning. Nobita got up and washed as usual, but when he came to the kitchen was shocked, because his mother was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast leisurely, and his father was cleaning the kitchen. As far as Nobita could remember, he had never seen his father do these things. Nobita, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and have breakfast. Even though you don't have classes, Todd, you can't relax. Okay. Nobita Tamako reminded Nobita when she saw her in a daze. No. Although he didn't know why his father suddenly started doing housework, it had nothing to do with him. After all, it was his parents' business. Song Yao just wanted the couple to have a good relationship. After finishing his breakfast quickly, Nobita took his school bag and went to school. He still took to heart what Jayan and the others said yesterday. After all, he had never performed on stage in a play. It would be very embarrassing if he made a fool of himself. He planned to go to school to familiarize himself with the lines with Shizuka, because he was in a hurry to go to school. Nobita walked faster than usual. When he arrived at Shizuka's house, Shizuka just walked out of the house, which made Nobita a little confused. Shizuka, why did you go out so early this morning, Nobita? Shizuka smiled when she saw Nobita, then said with a sad face, I'm a little nervous. So I plan to go to school to familiarize myself with the lines, so as to avoid B3 ta. Nobita, why did you leave early? I was just thinking about whether I should call you to tell you that I have to go to school early today. Nobita couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard Shizuka's words and said, I was worried about this as well, so I planned to go to school in advance to get familiar with it. It seems that we two have a good understanding of each other. Then let's go to school, because she was worried. Shizuka was in no mood to argue with Nobita. The two of them slowly walked towards the school while reciting their lines. Okay, before class starts, the teacher will explain the specific arrangements for the drama performance held by the school this afternoon. I hope the students will listen carefully. The teacher coughed twice and then said to the students in the classroom, the drama performance may last for a long time and there will be many parents present. Students should be mentally prepared. I also want to remind you that you should not be nervous when you go on stage to perform the drama in the afternoon. Just try your best to perform your part well. There is no need to feel any psychological pressure. Do you understand? I remember that the protagonists are played by Shizuka and Nobita. Right. The teacher seemed to remember something and looked at Nobita's position and said, Nobita, you have to be serious and don't be confused. It will be embarrassing if you do that, understand? Yes. Hi. Nobita will definitely be nervous and make a fool of himself. He is too timid. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Sunio couldn't help laughing, causing the classmates to laugh after all. They were still very unhappy that they were not the protagonist, especially since the princess was Shizuka, a beautiful girl in the class. Be quiet, the teacher said when he saw the class was in a rage because of Sunio's words. Sunio, what on earth are you thinking about all day? Stand outside and be punished. Sunio actually knew something was wrong right after he finished speaking, seeing that the teacher just asked him to stand outside as a punishment. He nodded quickly and ran out. Okay, stop laughing, everyone. Anyway, we have to work hard on the drama this afternoon. Let's start the class now. Open your textbooks and we will talk about. The teacher gave the students some instructions again and then started the class. Although there was a drama performance in the school today, that was in the afternoon. so they still had to attend classes in the morning. The class still had to go on, but the effect was not very good. Because there was a drama performance in the afternoon, the students were a little absent-minded in class. Although the teacher noticed it, there was nothing he could do. Time passed quickly and the morning classes ended quickly. Not long after lunch, parents started coming to the school and Nobita and the others started changing their clothes and getting ready. Because it hadn't officially started yet, some parents started chatting together, of course. The content of the chat was definitely about their children, which also included the parents of Nobita and others. Mrs. Nobita, I heard that your Nobita is playing a prince in this drama performance. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Sunio's mother looked at Nobita Tamako with an expression that said, I'm worried about your son. Nobita Tamako didn't care about these things. She was used to them. I don't know. My Nobita doesn't talk about these things at home. He should be fine. But I don't know what role your Sunio plays. This. Sunio's mother was stumped by this question and didn't know how to answer. By the way, what exactly is this play about? Since there is a prince, there must be a princess, right? I wonder which child will play the role of the princess. Seeing that Sunio's mother was a little embarrassed, Jaean's mother quickly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. I do know this. My Zayashin brought the script home and I read it when I was cleaning his room. The princess is played by Shizuka. But then again, Shizuka is a very good kid. This is only the case now. If it was before, she would definitely have been a princess. When Izuka's mother heard what Jaean's mother said, she smiled. She had a very good impression of Shizuka. Sunio's mother smiled and said so at Shizuka. Then it's definitely Aki, but as for the prince, well. Sunio mom, what do you mean by this? Nobita Tamako was immediately annoyed when she heard this. If it was in the past, she would have been too embarrassed to argue because Nobita was indeed a bit ordinary. But now it is different. Nobita can make money and her grades have improved. Nobita Tamako is now more confident in speaking. Nobita is a good kid. I think we can go in. Let's find a seat quickly. Shizuka's mother saw that the two were about to quarrel again and was about to persuade them. She had a good impression of Nobita, and she had been listening to Shizuka talk about Nobita's changes in recent times, and her favorability towards Nobita was increasing. Yes, let's go in quickly. Jaean's mother nodded repeatedly, fearing that the two would quarrel, and then she pulled Sunio's mother inside to prevent the two from quarreling. Shizuka's mother followed Nobita Tamako, and the two of them chatted as they walked, and it seemed like they were having a good time. Nobita and the others were unaware of the confrontation between their mothers. They were busy changing their clothes. Jaean, who had already changed his clothes, twisted his body in dissatisfaction. Really, why is this tree dress so ugly? It's so disgusting. Jaean, your clothes are quite good. Look at me in this fox costume, it's so ugly. It's totally different from my handsome temperament. Sunio said after hearing Jaean's complaint. You know, Sunio has always claimed to be one of the most handsome men in the world. It's really embarrassing for a handsome man to wear such ugly clothes. He is more suitable to wear the clothes of a prince. At this point he looked at Nobita, who had changed into the prince's costume, with some displeasure. It must be said that Nobita looked quite handsome in that outfit, except for the glasses that lowered his appearance. SHH, keep your voice down. Some classes have already started their performances. Just then, a senior student came over and whispered to Jaean and the others. Because it was Nobita's and his group's turn to perform next. They were already preparing at the back of the stage. When they heard the fierce applause, Nobita couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his palms. He became nervous. It was indeed the first time for him to perform these in front of so many people. This was different from facing a villain like the demon spirit emperor. At that time he was not nervous or afraid, however. When he thought about the many people watching him in the audience, he actually became nervous and afraid. But even if Nobita was nervous, there was nothing she could do. Time passed by minute, and finally the invitation for their class to go on stage rang out. Nobita walked onto the stage with a nervous mood. Originally, Nobita thought that he would be very nervous and make mistakes when speaking the lines. Unexpectedly, the moment he saw Shizuka, he suddenly relaxed completely and his heart calmed down. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with performing on the stage, and his performance gradually returned to normal. This made the teacher, who was worried in the audience, breathe a sigh of relief. He was actually quite worried that Nobita would make mistakes due to nervousness. After all, this was Nobita's first time playing the leading role, and she had so many lines. Nobita Tamako was also worried. She was also afraid that Nobita would make mistakes and leave her with psychological trauma or something. In this way, the drama was performed smoothly to the final stage, which was the stage of the prince and princess's affectionate confession. If this part was completed, then the drama performance could be said to be a complete success. Ah, princess, I have found that I have fallen hopelessly in love with you. I have been looking for my own love before, but no princess has moved me as deeply as you. Your every frown and smile is deeply imprinted in my heart and makes me yearn for you. If possible, please marry me, beautiful princess. I will definitely give you, princess, a happy and fulfilling life. Nobita looked at Shizuka dressed as a princess and said this affectionately. These lines are actually different from the script. When he said these words, Nobita remembered what Shizuka said to him on the snowy mountain. He felt that he owed Shizuka a proposal, so he made up for it here. Nobita did not make any mistakes and was very serious about it. But Shizuka was confused by this sudden change. As soon as Nobita finished speaking, she remembered the scenes in her dream, and her face began to turn red but because of the stage lights. No one could see it, although nothing happened to Shizuka. Now was not the time to be in a daze. You have to know that this was a play being performed on the stage, and it was about to end. So Shizuka couldn't just be in a daze and not speak her lines. Hey Shizuka, rehearse your lines, don't be in a daze. Sunyoho was playing the fox and was closest to Shizuka. Saw Shizuka looking stupid and hurriedly lowered his voice to urge her. Yes, still performing, rehearsing the lines. Prince Yu. Shizuka came to her senses after hearing Sunyo's voice. She looked at Nobita and was about to say the lines that the princess should answer the prince in her mind. But at this moment, Shizuka forgot the lines. She tried hard to remember them, but the more she tried, the harder it was for her to remember. Nobita, you have to think of a solution quickly. Shizuka seems to have forgotten the lyrics. Sunyo looked at Shizuka and quickly opened his mouth to tell Nobita with his lips. He didn't know whether Nobita could understand or not. But now only Nobita could save the situation. Sunyo actually wanted to tell Shizuka the lines, but he couldn't remember them either. He only read a few of his own lines and didn't even touch the rest. But he was too far away from Shizuka for a moment. The entire venue became a little noisy, and all the parents were wondering if there was something wrong with the performance. Shizuka's mother. Do you think Shizuka might forget her lines? What should we do? Nobita Tamako said worriedly as she looked at Shizuka, who was looking panicked on the stage. I don't know, what should I do? Shizuka's mother looked at her dazed daughter on the stage with an anxious look on her face. Shizuka's mother knew that if this performance went wrong, her daughter would be sad for a long time, which was not what Shizuka's mother, Abab, wanted to see. But now Shizuka's mother could not help Shizuka and could only watch Shizuka anxiously from under the stage. Nobita also knew that it was impossible to get Shizuka to remember the lines, so he could only rely on him at this time. He thought for a moment, stood up from his half-kneeling position, and slowly walked toward Shizuka and said, Omi princess, do you know I made a wish to God a long time ago, begging him to let me meet an angel, a lovely and charming angel, and today I met her. Met this lovely person who made me willing to give up everything. If your lifespan is 100 years, then I hope to live to the day before I turn 100, because then I will have you in my life every day. So my dear princess, I solemnly ask you once, are you willing to marry me? After saying that, Nobita walked up to Shizuka and stretched out her hands. Shizuka looked at Nobita with a blushing face in her world. At that moment they were not on the stage, but were really in a forest full of flowers. She was the princess, Nobita was the prince, and the audiences in the audience were the people who blessed them. At this moment, the dream seemed to overlap with the reality. She slowly stretched out her hands and placed them on Nobita's hands. Opened her little mouth slightly and responded, "I do." Then she threw herself into Nobita's arms. Then the curtain slowly closed, covering the stage again. Papa's oh. I didn't expect that Nobita could come up with such a romantic line on the spur of the moment. It's really surprising, as the applause rang out. Shizuka's mother praised happily. It was obvious that Shizuka must have forgotten the lines and Nobita came up with it in a hurry. That's right, Nobita is much smarter than my son Jayan. Jayan's mother praised Nobita with some envy. And then thought of her son who only knew how to use brute force. Nomi, Nobita is not as good as you say. And Shizuka's performance is also very good. Nobi Tamako responded very modestly. But her smile that could hardly be hidden betrayed her. This time, Nobita finally gave her a sense of relief. Sunio's mother didn't expect Nobita to save the situation. And she wouldn't be stupid enough to blame Nobita at this time. However, Zayoshin's mother looked at the stage and whispered, "Nobita is not an ordinary child. It seems that my Zayoshin has a rival." Behind the scenes of the venue. The teacher ran to the backstage after the curtain was drawn and praised Nobita with great satisfaction. After Aleph, the drama really ended in favor he as a teacher. Would also be ridiculed by other teachers. After informing them not to change their clothes and that they would take photos later. The teacher left in a hurry. After the teacher left, many female classmates ran to comfort Shizuka. After all, this was a matter of course. Shizuka responded to the concern of her classmates and friends with gratitude. But her little face remained red. And she kept glancing at Nobita, who was surrounded by Jayan, Sunio, and the others. Meanwhile, sometime in the future, Shizuka was sitting under the desk in front of the window, holding a photo in her hand. She was staring blankly at the starry sky outside the window, with a happy smile on her lips, as if she was recalling something. An unknown amount of time had passed before Shizuka looked at the photo in her hand again. The photo had turned a little yellow. There were many people in it, wearing all kinds of clothes. In the middle were a boy and a girl in beautiful clothes. They were holding hands, looking at each other at a 45-degree angle, with smiles on their faces that they couldn't hide. Shizuka took the photo and left the desk. She came to a box in an empty space in the room, opened it carefully and put the photo into an album. "Please give me your guidance in the future, my prince." Then Shizuka closed the lid of the box. At the moment of closing the box, a corner of a piece of drawing paper seemed to be revealed by the light. It seemed that there was a meadow full of flowers and someone was sitting there. It seemed to be the place where the dream began. As for the origin of this painting, you can find it yourself. Okay, let's go back to the present after the performance. Nobita and her friends left the school with their parents. Since it was on the way, the mothers decided to go back together. So Nobita and her friends went home together as usual. But the only difference was that there were a few more mothers in front of them, praising each other and chatting. "Nobita, today, thanks to you, I didn't let our drama performance fail." Shizuka secretly glanced ahead and saw that her mother was chatting with Nobi Tamako and others, so she thanked Nobita in a low voice. Maybe she remembered Nobita's words again. Shizuka started to feel shy and her face turned red. But because of the settings unit was not so noticeable. Shizuka actually acted very well. "You were just too nervous, don't think too much." Nobita comforted Shizuka. He was worried that Shizuka would have a psychological trauma. After all, girls' hearts are still very sensitive. Hey you two, why don't you do this? It's just a show. Do you need to be so serious? Isn't it all over? The oversized light bulb couldn't stand it anymore and started to complain. That's right, Sunio also joined in the fun. Nobita looked at the two of them speechlessly and ignored them. Shizuka didn't say anything but just smiled at Jayan and Sunio. "Let's talk about something else like Pokemon," Sunio suggested to Nobita and the others. "Oh. This is good," Jayan agreed with Sunio's words. "You know, Pokemon is very popular recently." So he said naturally, "My favorite characters are Brock and his Pokemon Onix. They are the Pokemon suitable for men, Onix. That one is really good." Nobita nodded, but he still liked Pikachu. Sunio was somewhat disdainful of Jane's favorite Pokémon, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, Jane's military power was there. He also said, I still like rare Pokémon like Hope, which is more suitable for a rich man like me. I like Pikachu very much, and Ninetales is also good. It must be very comfortable to hold them in my arms. Shizuka also became interested. She said with a smile on her face and gestured. Nobita could see that Shizuka liked Pokémon very much. Nobita was thinking whether she should ask Doraemon to use some props to make a Pokémon for Shizuka. She believed that Shizuka should be able to raise it well. As for Jane and the others, it was better not to worry about them. One wanted Onyx and the other wanted Ho-Oh. Wasn't this a joke? Hey Nobita, what Pokémon do you like? Sunio asked curiously about seeing Nobita's dazed look. He mocked her. I think Nobita has never read that comic. Right, how about it? Do you want me to lend it to you? Of course, Sunio spoke in a much lower voice than usual. After all, the mothers were still in front of him, and he still paid great attention to his image. No, I've seen it. I still like Pikachu. Of course, other Pokémon are good too. They are all cute. Nobita smiled and rejected Sunio. In Nobita's eyes, all Pokémon are cute. Zero. Shizuka looked at Sunio with a smirk. In her opinion, Sunio was just joking and showing off the comic to the author of the comic. But she was also very happy because it was a secret between them that only she knew. By the way, Sunio's new comic book will be out tomorrow. Can you lend it to me at this moment? Jayan suddenly looked at Sunio and said to him in a tone that could not be refused. Sunio's face fell when he heard Jayan's words. He didn't want to lend it to Jayan at all. And he had heard that there would be a surprise in the new 10 issues of the comic. What, you don't want to? Jayan's face suddenly turned ugly when he saw Sunio's face turning ugly. But he would not do it, no, after all. The mothers were still there. Zero. No, I'll just lend it to you. Nobita and Shizuka smiled at each other when they saw Sunio's frustrated look. There was nothing they could do. Sunio always seemed to be like this and never learned his lesson. After returning home, Nobai Tamako seemed very happy. She chased out Nobai Daisuke, who was preparing to cook dinner, and happily cooked dinner by herself humming a song. She seemed to be in a good mood. Nobai, who was finally freed, was naturally very happy. He went back to the living room and lay down happily, watching the big color TV that Nobita won in the lottery. He now thought that his son was capable. He is his son, right? And there is nothing wrong with doing some housework, as long as the family is happy. But he doesn't plan to quit his job, which is good. He just won't have to work overtime anymore. He can still go traveling with Nobai and Tamako whenever he wants. It seems like it's not bad to let his son take care of him in advance. However, on the other side, Nobita returned to the room but did not see Doraemon. He did not know where he had gone. With nothing to do, Nobita had to continue drawing comics. Although he had a lot of manuscripts, the publishing house was going to abandon the magazine and directly publish single books. In this case, Nobita's manuscripts would not be enough. I don't know how long it was, but Nobita, who was concentrating on drawing comics at his desk, felt a noise from the drawer, so he stood up and made way. Hey. As soon as he made way, Doraemon's big blue head popped out from the drawer. He looked very happy. He saw Nobita standing there looking at him and said happily, Nobita, you're back. Doraemon, are you back to the 22nd century? Did something good happen to you? Nobita asked, looking at Doraemon curiously. Doraemon would only have such an expression when he encountered happy things. Doraemon looked at Nobita and smiled mysteriously. Hey. Nobita, let me tell you something. I got a good thing at the future department store this time. You will definitely like it. Nobita showed a hint of curiosity when she heard Doraemon's words. Although Doraemon's props were not very reliable, the props he brought back were indeed very interesting, such as the Dream Maker. Thinking of this, Nobita was also very curious and asked Doraemon, what interesting props did you buy again? This is it. Doraemon smiled mysteriously at Nobita, then took out a pair of ugly black and yellow shoes from his pocket and showed them to Nobita. Looking at the pair of shoes in Doraemon's hand, he didn't think it was an ordinary pair of shoes. After all, if it was, Doraemon wouldn't be so happy. Thinking of this, Nobita said, Doraemon, does this pair of shoes have any magical functions? It's already this time, don't keep us in suspense. Doraemon was very satisfied with Nobita's performance. He explained to Nobita proudly, Nobita, let me ask you. When you are reading comics or cartoons and encounter an exciting adventure, have you ever thought that it would be great if I could participate in it or become the protagonist of the picture? Of course. If you think about it, it would be very interesting. Then this thing can fulfill your wish, Nobita. Doraemon put the shoes in his hand on the tatami and said with a smile. Without waiting for Nobita to answer, he continued to explain, this thing is called magic shoes for entering picture books, and I got it with great difficulty. This thing is very popular in the 22nd century. Many children like it because of this. Paper comic books have become popular again, Doraemon. Do you mean that by putting on these shoes, we can enter the world of comics and adventure, or even participate in it? Nobita instantly understood what Doraemon meant. He felt that this item Doraemon bought was really timely. If he used this item to take Shizuka to the world of Pokémon, she would be very happy, right? Of course. I spotted this item as soon as I arrived at the future department store. What do you think? I have good taste, right? Doraemon looked at Nobita with great pride and nodded. Doraemon, you're awesome. Nobita gave Doraemon a thumbs up and praised him. After all, the item Doraemon bought was really timely. Doraemon accepted Nobita's compliment without hesitation. You know, I am the most advanced cat-shaped robot in the 12th century. Nobita couldn't help but feel happy when she thought that she would soon fulfill Shizuka's wish to hold a Pokémon. If it wasn't a little late today, Nobita would have dragged Shizuka to go and see it right now. To be honest, Nobita also wanted to see the world of Pokémon, resisting the urge to check it out right away. Nobita looked at Doraemon and continued to ask, Doraemon, if we enter the picture book and change the plot, will the plot of the picture book with the same content also change? Of course not. If that were the case, it would be a mess. Doraemon explained after hearing Nobita's words. However, he seemed to remember something and looked at Nobita seriously and warned her. Nobita, I want to remind you that entering the album is like entering another real world. You must not mess around, otherwise you will be doomed if you encounter danger. And your life may even be in danger, do you understand? I know I won't do anything rash, Nobita nodded seriously, indicating that she understood. Well, international is good. Time passed in Nobita's anticipation, and soon it was the next morning after breakfast. Nobita used instant teleportation to go to Shizuka's house as usual. He had basically formed a biological clock, except for the time when he was nervous about the performance. As usual, after Nobita arrived, Shizuka came out of the house within 2 minutes. When she saw Nobita standing at her door, she immediately smiled and said, Nobita, good morning. Good morning, Shizuka. The two of them naturally held hands and walked towards the school. Along the way, Nobita was thinking about when to tell Shizuka about the props. When she thought of Shizuka's expression at that time, Nobita couldn't help laughing. Nobita suddenly laughed, which must have attracted Shizuka's attention. She looked at Nobita curiously and asked, Nobita, did you encounter something happy? Are you so happy about being stupid? I am. Nobita was about to tell Shizuka when he heard her words. But after thinking about it, he decided to give Shizuka a surprise, so he said, of course. It's because I can't help but be happy when I think about going to school with a cute girl like you every day. Oh. Shizuka's face suddenly turned red after hearing Nobita's words. She broke free from Nobita's hand and ran forward quickly. It seemed that she was shy. 3.1 Seeing Shizuka running away, Nobita quickly shouted, Shizuka, wait for me, and then chased after her. Good morning, students. As the school bell rang, the teacher entered the classroom as usual. Not a second more or less. Nobita sometimes wondered if the teacher was hiding aside with a stopwatch, waiting for the bell to ring before entering the classroom. Okay, before class, I still want to praise everyone. Everyone's drama performance yesterday was very successful. Especially Nobita, the final performance was very good. I hope you can continue to do so. The teacher praised with a smile on his face. The main reason was that Nobita's performance yesterday was so beautiful. Many teachers praised him for teaching a good child and made him look good in front of other teachers. Of course, the other students also performed very well. I hope everyone will continue to work hard. Now let's take a look at the names known by Nobita. In the past, because Nobita was always late, the teacher always called Nobita's name first. However, recently Nobita has not been late anymore. So the teacher began to consider whether to change Nobita's name. But then he thought that this might help to supervise Nobita better. So he did not change it. The roll call went smoothly and the teacher seemed to be in a good mood. He was smiling when calling the names. However, when he read out the next two names, his expression suddenly became unhappy and the smile on his face disappeared. Take Shiguta, seeing no one answer. The teacher adjusted his glasses and looked at Jaehyun's seat, only to find that he and Sunyo had not arrived yet. He immediately said angrily, "What's wrong with Jaehyun and Sunyo? Why are they late again?" "Teacher 1, we are here." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Jaehyun and Sunyo's weak responses were heard at the door of the classroom. Perhaps they also noticed that the teacher was not in a good mood, so they didn't dare to speak too loudly. HMPH. Jaehyun and Sunyo, you two are such a jerk. Why are you late again? Can't you learn from Nobita? I really don't know what to say to you two. Both of you go stand in the corridor as punishment. The teacher shouted angrily at Jaehyun and Sunyo, who were standing at the door of the classroom. He was in a very bad mood after all. They had just experienced so many wonderful things and were suddenly frightened. It would be strange if they were in a bad mood. Seeing that the teacher was so angry today, Jaehyun and Sunyo didn't dare to say anything more. They just turned around and walked to the corridor to stand as punishment, carrying their school bags. Nobita, why is the teacher suddenly angry? Shizuka looked at the teacher, who was angry at Jaehyun and Sunyo, and whispered to the person beside him. But Shizuka had seen the teacher get angry before, so it wasn't particularly strange. It should be because I'm not late anymore. But Jaehyun and the others are still late. Nobita glanced at the teacher at the podium and whispered to Shizuka. After hearing what Nobita said, Shizuka nodded thoughtfully. Shizuka was a little confused as to why the teacher seemed so happy just now, but suddenly got angry. It turned out that it was because of Nobita. So Jaehyun and Sunyo were asking for trouble. Couldn't they have gone up earlier? However, Shizuka is still very happy about Nobita's change. Okay, students, don't follow their example. Being late is not a good sign, understand, the teacher said, looking at the students under the podium with a serious expression. Yes, okay, please open your books. Today we are going to talk about... By the way, Jaehyun, why are you late today? Sunyo, who was standing in the corridor, asked curiously to the person next to him. He also met Jaehyun, who was running to school at the intersection. He didn't know the reason either. Hey, I made a model of Onyx last night. I really like Onyx. It would be cool if I had its model to sell. Jaehyun gestured excitedly, and it was obvious that he really liked this Pokemon Onyx. Sunyo nodded after hearing what Jaehyun said. He also woke up late because he stayed up late to read Pokemon comics. He thought about it and boasted to Jaehyun, do you know where Zaya Aji and the others went after Onyx? Sunyo, do you know this? Jaehyun asked Sunyo in surprise. You know this is content that is not even in the comics. And he was curious about how Sunyo knew it. Sunyo smiled proudly at Jaehyun and said, hey, I have an uncle whose friend is one of the publishers. After he knew that I also like Pokemon, he gave me a copy of the latest Pokemon that just went on sale today. That's why I was late, really. Sunyo, how about you lend it to me to have a look? Jaehyun was a little excited when he heard Sunyo's words and put his hand on Sunyo's shoulder. He really likes Pokemon now. Is Onyx going to appear later? Is he very powerful? Does his master Brock have many followers? Or has Smart caught some new Pokemon? Jaehyun, Sunyo, what are you two talking about with such smiles? Are you happy standing in the corridor as punishment? Stand at attention, do you hear me? Just as Sunyo was showing off the content behind Pokemon to Jaehyun in the corridor, the teacher suddenly walked out from the classroom door and yelled at Jaehyun, who was clinging to Sunyo. because the sound of Jaein and Sunny's discussion could be heard inside the classroom. The teacher had to pause the class and come out to see what Jaein and Sunny were doing outside. When the teacher saw Jaein and Sunny standing in the corner happily discussing some comics, he naturally became furious, and the anger that had been suppressed by the teacher rose again. Yes. After seeing the teacher suddenly walk out of the classroom door, Fat 113, Tiger, and Sunny stood at attention immediately and responded loudly to the teacher. Jaein, who was asking Sunny for comics, was frightened by the teacher's shout and shuddered. Anyway, Jaein and Sunny's backs must be wet with cold sweat. Really? You two guys are not good enough to stand outside as punishment. If you make noise again, I will make you stand with buckets of water in your hands. The teacher looked at Jaein and Sunny with an unpleasant expression and warned them sternly. However, the teacher usually would not let students stand with buckets of water in their hands as punishment. After all, standing with buckets of water in their hands is very tiring. Yes. We promise to stand in the corner seriously and won't disturb the teacher again. Jaein and Sunny were shocked when they heard the teacher say that. Jaein and Sunny had been punished like this by the teacher before, and the feeling was absolutely uncomfortable. So when Jaein and Sunny heard the teacher say that, they immediately promised loudly that they would not disturb the teacher again. After all, comics can be read at any time, but life is only one. If they are really punished to stand and carry buckets of water, they will be miserable all day. Seeing that the two seemed to have really listened to what he said, the teacher nodded with satisfaction and returned to the classroom. Sunny and Jaein heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the teacher leave. Time seems to pass very quickly in school, and it is soon time to go home. Nobita likes this very much. Class starts at 1:30 and school ends at 3 o'clock. It is simply perfect, and it couldn't be more perfect. It would be even better if the teacher assigned less homework. However, things can't always be perfect. There will definitely be some flaws. Having a lot of homework can be considered the flaw of getting out of school early. Well, our classes for today will end here. Everyone must go back and finish their homework before taking a break. Do you all understand? After hearing the school bell for the afternoon dismissal, the teacher said as she was packing up her lesson preparation materials on the podium and looking at the students below. Of course, this is what the teacher says every day before school is over. Yes, after answering as usual, the teacher announced the end of school, except for the students who stayed behind to be on duty. All other students packed up their things and left. I don't know what happened today. Jaein and Sunny didn't leave early, but waited for Nobita and Shizuka to be together. They didn't talk during the time, I just followed them. I don't know if they have any bad ideas. Nobita didn't care much about this, but he had something else in mind, which was about taking Shizuka to the comic world. The new comic book released today was a collection of the previous serialized magazines. So this issue would be very thick, but it would also be convenient for Nobita to use. Although Nobita does not need a copy of the comic, the magazine will send him one after each issue is published. I believe that the one issued today has been sent to his home. Nobita ignored Jaein and Sunny and turned around and asked, Shizuka, how about coming to my house to do your homework today? After you finish your homework, I will show you something fun. I guarantee you will like it very much, okay? Nobita, what is that fun thing, can't you tell me now? Shizuka nodded in agreement without thinking, but she was a little curious about what that fun thing Nobita was talking about, and she would definitely like it. You'll know when the time comes. Nobita blinked at Shizuka without saying anything, pulled Shizuka and ran towards his home. Jaein and Sunny stared at Nobita and Shizuka, who were leaving, and were speechless. It was not until they could no longer see Nobita and Shizuka that Sunny reacted and said, Fatty, Jaein, they seem to have left. Is this guy Yingxing so arrogant now? Is he ignoring us completely? Humph, he actually dared to ignore me, Uncle Jaein. I will teach him a lesson, Jaein said, clenching his fists and waving them fiercely in the air a few times. What should I do now? I'm still thinking about checking out the new issue of Pokémon with Nobita. Sunny asked somewhat helplessly, After showing off his comic book to Jayan this morning, Jayan let him lend him the comic book to read. In view of Jayan's polite request, the threat of force, Sanyo reluctantly agreed. He also knew that he would never get the comic book back, so he thought about showing off to Nobita before Jayan took it away, and then telling him that he had agreed to lend it to Jayan. This would make him feel better. But Nobita didn't play by the rules at all, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. But he wouldn't give up just like that. He rolled his eyes and said, "Hey Jayan, what are we going to do this afternoon? How about we play baseball together? And then call Nobita out and give him a good beating when we get the chance." Play baseball, but Sanyo, several guys on the baseball team can't come today, so we can't play baseball at all. And I want to go home and read comics, Jayan explained after hearing Sanyo's words. He was not very interested in baseball today. He wanted to read comics and his beloved Onyx. Sanyo suddenly became depressed when he heard Jayan's words. He really couldn't think of any other good ideas. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he remembered something. "By the way, Jayan, do you remember what Nobita just said? He seemed to have something to show Shizuka. Do you think it might be a new item for Doraemon? How about we go take a look?" But Jayan looked a little hesitant when he heard Sanyo's words. He actually wanted to take the comic and go home. But when he thought of Doraemon's fun props, he didn't want to give up and suddenly became conflicted. Sanyo knew Jayan very well, quickly added, "Jayan, how about this, we go to my house to get the comic books and go find Nobita under the pretext of reading comics together. If he's going to play with Doraemon's props, how about we go with him? Then he will definitely not dare to stop us, right?" Jayan's eyes lit up when he heard Sanyo's words. "Yes, Sanyo. Your idea is really good, let's do it this way. Then we will go to your house and get the comic book." After saying that without waiting for Sanyo to reply, he pulled her forward. Just when Sanyo and the others were discussing countermeasures, Nobita and Shizuka had already arrived at Nobita's house. Nobita Tamako was very happy about Shizuka's arrival. She greeted Shizuka warmly and brought up various fruits and drinks, including some expensive fruits. "Shizuka, I got some fruits. Eat them and then do your homework, of course." She took these because she really liked Shizuka. And secondly, because her family was no longer financially strapped and could afford many things, which she could not afford before when life was tight. And the more important reason is that Nobita Tamako has always believed that Nobita's change was brought about by Shizuka. She sometimes thinks that it would be nice if Shizuka could be her daughter-in-law, especially after watching that drama performance. After sending Nobita Tamako away, Nobita and Shizuka started to do their homework. Most of the fruits Nobita Tamako brought out went into Doraemon's stomach. He was like an invigilator sitting on the tatami, reading comic books and eating fruits, while Shizuka and Nobita were like examinees, being supervised by Doraemon. Good money. The picture seemed quite harmonious. The only sounds in the whole room were the sound of the pen sliding across paper and the sound of Doraemon eating. However, this harmonious picture was soon broken. "Hello, Auntie, we are here to look for Nobita." Just when Doraemon was enjoying himself, Jayan and Sanyo's voices suddenly rang out from downstairs, which made Doraemon a little confused. Why are they here? Nobita and Shizuka just raised their heads slightly, looked at each other, smiled similarly, and continued to do their homework. They didn't care much about the arrival of Jayan and Sanyo. After all, there was still a lot of homework today. If they went to play in the comic time, they probably wouldn't have much time left. "Excuse me." Jayan and Sanyo walked into Nobita's room with a smile on their faces. When they saw Nobita working diligently on her homework with Shizuka, they were stunned with their mouths wide open, as if they had seen something incredible. This is really Nobita," Sanyo said with some stammering. Just when Sanyo and the others were surprised, Shizuka's words made them doubt their lives. Shizuka raised his head, scratched his nose with a pen, and said to Nobita, "Nobita, do you know how to solve this problem? I have been thinking about it for a long time and I can't figure it out." "Which question? Let me see." When Nobita heard Shizuka's words, she raised her head and looked at Shizuka's homework book. At this time, I have to explain that Shizuka and Nobita were doing their homework face to face. If they were closer, their heads would touch each other. Here, Shizuka turned the exercise book around and pointed to a place with a pen. Nobita glanced at the question and said in a relaxed tone, Shizuka. The teacher talked about the same type of 710 in class today. Here we do this first then this, no way. Jayan and Sunio sighed at the same time. And then they looked at each other in disbelief. Jayan, Sunio. Did you see Nobita teaching Shizuka her homework just now? Is it true? The two of them said in unison again. Jayan seemed a little bit unconvinced and pinched Sunio's face. Sunio almost cried because of the pain. He avoided Jayan, rubbed his aching cheek and said depressedly, Jayan. What are you doing? Why are you pinching me? Jayan said as if it was a matter of course. Of course. Let's see if we are dreaming. Doraemon saw the two chattering and quickly walked over to them and whispered. Can you two keep your voices down? Nobita and the others are doing their homework. Really, what are you doing here? Doraemon, did you use some props on Nobita? He is actually teaching Shizuka homework again. Isn't this too weird? Sunio looked like he had guessed it when he heard Doraemon's words. Jayan nodded and agreed after hearing what Sunio said. That's right. Doraemon, you must have lent some props to Nobita again. I don't care, I want to borrow it too. If you don't lend it to me, I will beat you up. Doraemon looked at Jayan and suddenly didn't know what to say. He estimated that even if he said no, these two guys would not believe it. At this time, the considerate Shizuka spoke up. She explained to Jayan and Sunio, Jayan, Sunio. Please don't make things difficult for Doraemon. If he had such a tool, he would have taken it out long ago. Why wait until now? That's right. Doraemon nodded in agreement, then immediately shook his head. No. I won't buy such props at all, such props are harmful. Really? Sunio looked at Doraemon suspiciously. Of course it's true, Doraemon nodded seriously. And then he continued to ask Sunio and the other two, Sunio. Jayan, what are you doing here? What's the matter? We got the latest issue of Pokémon comics and prepared for everyone to read it together. Don't you think so, Jayan? Sunio raised the comic book in his hand and explained. And then touched Jayan beside him. That's right. So that's how it is. Then you guys wait for Nobita to finish her homework. Doraemon nodded but didn't seem to be interested. After he finished speaking, he returned to his reading position, picked up the comic book on the ground and continued reading. What is going on? Sunio was a little confused by Doraemon's reaction. After all, Doraemon seemed to like reading comics. But now Doraemon seemed to be not interested in his comic books at all. At this moment, Jayan touched Sunio and pointed at the comic book in Doraemon's hand and whispered, Sunio. Look, the comic book in Doraemon's hand is exactly the same as yours. What? Sunio looked at the comic book in Doraemon's hand with some surprise when he heard Jayan's words. It turned out to be exactly the same as his own. This made Sunio wonder where Nobita got the money to buy the comic book. Sunio probably never imagined that this comic book was sent to Nobita by a magazine. And the author of the comic book was doing his homework in front of him. Just when Sunio was about to say something, Nobita and Shizuka closed their homework books at the same time. Maybe it was because they were doing homework together. And there was the temptation of the mysterious surprise. Shizuka finished her homework almost at the same time as Nobita today. Of course, this is also inseparable from Nobita's usual tutoring of Shizuka. After all, the two of them do their homework together almost every day. The two of them quickly put away their homework books and other things. And then Shizuka looked at Nobita impatiently, blinking and asking, Nobita, what exactly is the surprise you mentioned? Tell me quickly. Hey Shizuka, let me tell you. Doraemon recently bought a new gadget. And that gadget can help us enter the comic world. Nobita explained to Shizuka with a smile. He was originally planning to tease Shizuka, but with Doraemon around and two clueless people, Jayan and Sunio, it was difficult for him to do those things. Enter the world of comics. Shizuka was slightly stunned when she heard Nobita's words, and then shouted in surprise, Nobita, you mean? We can enter the world of Pokémon. I can hold a real Pokémon. Nobita looked at the very happy Shizuka, nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, thy surprise is okay. Right, I knew you would like it, Shizuka. I wanted to tell you this morning. Yeah, I really like it. I'm so happy when I think that I can hug Pikachu. Ninetales and the others soon, thank you Nobita." Shizuka nodded happily, and the smile on her face could hardly be hidden. Girls have no resistance to cute things, and the words Nobita gave her were all drawn too cutely. This was not the first time that Shizuka had dreamed of playing with Pokémon. Now that she heard that she could really meet and get close to those Pokémon, how could she not be happy? "Doraemon, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take out the props." Nobita saw Doraemon still standing there in a daze and urged him. "Okay, right away." Doraemon nodded and began to rummage in his pockets. He quickly took out 3 pairs of shoes that he had shown Nobita yesterday and placed them on the ground. Magic shoes to enter the album. Nobita picked up a pair of shoes and handed them to Shizuka, saying, "Shizuka, as long as you put on these, we can enter the world of comics. Hurry up and put them on." Yeah, Shizuka nodded, and quickly took the shoes from Nobita's hand and changed them quickly. She was already impatient because that was the world of Pokémon, and this comic was created by her favorite person. Seeing Shizuka start to put on his shoes, Nobita also picked up a pair of shoes and put them on. Doraemon also put on the last pair of shoes. As for Jayan and Sunio, no one paid any attention to them the whole time. The two of them could only stare blankly at the 3 people who were putting on their shoes. Finally, Sunio reacted and he touched Jayan. Then the 2 of them walked forward in tacit understanding and said in a flattering manner, "Doraemon, Nobita, can you let us go there and take a look?" Nobita didn't say anything. After all, this was not his tool but Doraemon's. Doraemon had the final say. He didn't say anything either. Just watch what Doraemon said. Doraemon looked at Jayan and Sunio, hesitated for a moment and said, "It's okay to lend it to you, but you must not mess around. Because entering the world of comics is just like the real world. If you get into trouble there or even die, then you are really dead." After saying this, Doraemon looked more serious than ever. After all, this was a very important matter. And Jayan and Sunio were the kind of people who liked to mess around. We got it." It was the first time that Jayan and Sunio saw Doraemon show such an expression, and they nodded in agreement. Nobita also added, "Jayan, Sunio, Doraemon, I'm not kidding, you know. In the world of Pokémon, all kinds of Pokémon have their own skills. If you anger them, you can imagine the consequences, right?" That's right. You two mustn't do anything rash." Shizuka also echoed Nobita. After all, they grew up together, and Shizuka knew the temperaments of the 2 of them. If she didn't emphasize it again and again, they wouldn't remember it, seeing that the 2 agreed. Doraemon stopped talking and directly took out the last 2 pairs of shoes and handed them to them. After all, he originally bought a pair of shoes for 5 people, so Jayan and Sunio must have been included. After all, they were all good friends. When the 5 of them were ready, Doraemon opened the comic book on the ground, then took out the take copter and handed it to Nobita and the others, and then said, "Then let's start the story from where Zyagi started." "Don't do anything weird." Doraemon nodded, and took the lead to step into the comic book. The moment Doraemon stepped into the comic book, it was as if the comic book had suction and he was sucked in, and finally disappeared in front of Nobita and the others. "Let's go too." Nobita took Shizuka's hand, and the 2 of them stepped onto the comic book, looking at the 3 people who disappeared. Sunio said uncertainly, "Jayan, is everything really okay? Is there any danger?" Jayan, who was already impatient, didn't bother talking to Sunio anymore. He just grabbed Sunio's collar and dragged him into the comic book, shouting, "Onyx, I come in this mysterious continent. There are all kinds of magical animals, we call them Pokémon. Wow, is this the world of Pokémon? Is that a Pidgeot? Is that?" As soon as the group stepped into the world of Pokémon, they became curious about everything. Even Nobita was no exception. Seeing real Pokémon is the dream of many fans of the second dimension. That should be Professor Oak's research institute, right? Jayan said, pointing to a small house not far away. He was quite familiar with the plot. Zero request flowers after hearing what Jayan said. Shizuka and the others also looked over there. And indeed they saw a house. And outside the house there was a gravel road leading to the door. And at this time there were quite a few people standing at the door. And no one knew what they were doing. The one in pajamas is Zayaji, right? The one standing with him is Zayama, right? The first rich second generation who appeared. Sunio guessed, pointing at the two children standing at the door in front of the crowd. Nobita nodded, yes. That's Professor Oak's Research Institute Doraemon. Should we go take a look or just wander around? Doraemon thought about it and decided, let's just follow Zayaji. After all, he is the protagonist and he must know more than us. This way it is less likely to get into danger. Zero. That's good. I also want to see Pikachu. He was so cute when he first started traveling with Satoshi. Shizuka seemed very happy. She also thought that there was nothing wrong with Doraemon's arrangement. And she really wanted to see Pikachu first. Then it's decided after that. Doraemon and Nobita flew towards the ground. And Jayan said unhappily, why are you following Zayaji? I want to go see Onyx. He should be in Zayaging's gym now, right? Sunio, who was standing by, was shocked when he heard this. He quickly tried to dissuade him. Jayan, don't do anything rash. Doraemon said that this world is the same as the real world. If something goes wrong, you'll be doomed. I see, Zyojin, you are so long-winded. Although he was a little unhappy, Jayan still followed Nobita and the others to the gate of Professor Oak's laboratory to witness the beginning of the life of the protagonist of this comic. A group of 5 people came to the door of Professor Oak and happened to meet Satoshi's mother and a group of people who came to see him off. Doraemon and the others also mixed in and started to participate in the plot. Jayan's mood seemed to have improved as well, waving his fists excitedly. Shizuka, Nobita, and the others also looked towards the entrance of the institute curiously. Looking very excited, Pokemon World, here we come work. Not long after, Nobita and the others mixed in with the crowd. Zayaji, with burnt marks on his body, followed Professor Oak to the door. When he saw Hanako and a group of people coming to see him off. Mom, why are you here, Zayaji? Today is the day you officially embark on your journey. My neighbors and I are here to see you off. You must eat on time and remember to brush your teeth before going to bed. For my mother's nagging, 10,000 words omitted here. Seeing that his mother had no intention of stopping, Zayaji quickly nodded and responded, okay, Mom. I agree to everything you said. If we continue listening, the sun will set. Jayan, who was standing at the end of the crowd, said with some envy, wow, Zayaji's mother is so gentle. I wish my mother was like that. Then Jayan thought of his own 480 mother who had an off-the-charts fighting power. And he couldn't help but shudder, of course, before leaving. Zayaji. Hanako and the others were also greeted by the enthusiastic Pikachu. The content of the greeting was Pikachu's signature move. 100,000 volts. Everyone who knew the plot in advance carefully avoided it. Zayaji, keep going. Remember to bring glory to Pallet Town. Remember to bring a girlfriend back soon, Zayaji, who was about to embark on his journey with Pikachu in his arms, nearly fell to the ground when he heard his mother's words. He could only pretend that he didn't hear it and continued to move forward. Let's catch up quickly and see if we can find a chance to get to know Zayaji and then travel with him. Nobita said as he looked at Zayaji and the others who had already walked away. We have to hurry. Zayaji will see Ho-Oh soon. It would be great if he could recapture Ho-Oh. After saying that, the 5 of them quickly chased in the direction where Zayaji left. This surprised Hanako had been watching Zayaji leave. Huh, that's weird. Are these kids from our Pallet Town? And is that round blue one also a Pokemon? Huh, that's weird. How come Zayaji suddenly disappeared? Doraemon looked around and muttered in confusion. They chased in the direction of Zayaji, but didn't see him at all. If we had known earlier, we shouldn't have teased that Pokemon on the road. Sunio couldn't help but complain when he saw that there was no trace of Zayaji. UB******D. Jayan punched Sunio on the head. You weren't funny just now. Really, now you're complaining instead. That's right. On the way to chase Shizuka, Nobita and his friends met a Pokemon. But even Nobita had never seen this Pokemon before. And this Pokemon was not shy at all. It seemed to like Shizuka and even climbed onto Shizuka's shoulder. This made Shizuka very happy. And the group wasted a lot of time there. By the time they reacted and chased after Zyaaji, he was nowhere to be seen. Nobita also asked Doraemon just now. Although they entered the comic world, this world is actually complete and has its own ecological chain. That is to say, it is normal for them to see many Pokemon that do not appear in the comics. After all, this world exists objectively. How about we use the take copter to look for him in the sky? We can see more clearly that way, right? Nobita suggested when they saw that they couldn't find any trace of Satoshi. After all, they could see more clearly from a high place. And Satoshi should have offended Spearow at this time. Yes, then let's use take copter then. The 5 of them took the take copter and began to search above the forest. However, it must be said that the ecology of this world is really good. And wild Pokemon can be seen everywhere, good. Just as everyone was looking for Zyaaji, enjoying the scenery, there suddenly seemed to be a noise on the roadside not far ahead. And the sound was quite loud. Could Zyaaji be over there? She must have offended Spearow at this time. Let's go and take a look. Good, why is this happening? Zyaaji screamed while running wildly. He originally wanted to capture Pokemon, but Pikachu didn't listen to him at all. So he had to do it himself. Who knew that he would offend Spearow? Now a large group of Spearows came. Pikachu, I will protect you, Pikachu, plop. At this time Shizukaho was looking for Zyaaji. Suddenly shouted, found it. Zyaaji and Pikachu fell into that waterfall. What are we waiting for? Let's go and save them. Jayan heard Shizuka's cry and prepared to fly to the waterfall to save Zyaaji, but was stopped by Nobita. Jayan, let's not worry about it for now. Let's help Zyaaji after Ho-Oh appears. Sunio looked at Nobita in confusion and asked, why? Can't you help Zyaaji now? He will be chased by those Spearows for a while. Nobita pointed at Misty not far ahead and said, please. Satoshi is about to meet Misty for the first time. If we save Satoshi, it might change the plot. What if they don't meet each other in the future? Nobita, you're right, we must let Misty and Satoshi meet. Shizuka nodded in agreement. She believed that Satoshi and Misty would become a couple. Oh well, just like that. Nobita and the others did not help Zyaaji after he fell into the water. Instead, just like the original plot, Zyaaji was fished up by Zyooxia as a water Pokemon. By the way, aren't you curious at all about this author named Minamoto Nobita? How did he come up with such a great comic? Looking at Zyaaji, who was riding the bicycle he stole from Zyooxia, Jayan asked curiously, that's right. Pokemon with all kinds of magical skills are really cool. Sunio agreed, maybe he is not an ordinary person. Nobita said perfunctorily. Shizuka blushed as she looked at Nobita, who was holding her hand. Because the author's name had the word Chinese letter in it. Shizuka's full name is Shizuka Minamoto. And Shizuka thinks Nobita gave her the name that way on purpose. Nobita did have a hard time coming up with a name at first. But then he thought of his original name, in addition. Shizuka's last name was also Yuan. So he used the name Yuan Nobita, after all. He was inspired by Shizuka when drawing this comic. Look. The weather is changing over there. And the Ho-Oh will appear soon. At this moment Doraemon, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, pointed at the dark clouds that suddenly appeared in front of him and shouted. A sudden heavy rain soon ended. Nobita and the others saw Zyaaji and Pikachu lying on the ground exhausted and hurried over. Hey, wake up quickly, Nobita, who landed on the ground, hurriedly pinched Zyaaji's philtrum with her thumb, then gently patted his cheek and kept shouting. Shizuka carefully picked up the injured Pikachu and wiped off the dirt on it with a handkerchief. Pikachu, are you awake thanks to your master? Those Spearows were so fierce just now. Looking at Pikachu, who opened his eye, Shizuka smiled sweetly at the Pikachu in her arms. She was telling the truth. It was indeed Zyaaji who risked his life to protect Pikachu just now. Otherwise it would have been in great danger, of course. With the aura of the protagonist nothing would happen. This is no right Pikachu. Soon Zyaaji also woke up. He stood up and looked at Darrow and the others in surprise. Then he thought of Pikachu and quickly looked behind him. Don't worry, he's fine. But he must be sent to the nearest Pokémon Center for treatment as soon as possible. Shizuka looked at Satoshi, who was nervously looking for Pikachu everywhere, and quickly handed the Pikachu in her arms to Satoshi. Thank you. Zayaji quickly thanked Shizuka and the others, then stood up and prepared to go to the Pokémon Center with Pikachu in his arms. At this moment, Jayan and Sunio, who had been waiting for Ho-Oh to appear, shouted, "Look over there, it appears it really appears. That should be Ho-Oh, right?" Note: I suddenly remembered that Zayaji didn't know that this Pokémon was Ho-Oh at first. But now that it has a name, please don't take it too seriously. Ho-Oh. Zayaji looked in the direction pointed by Sunio and Jayan in surprise. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky had slowly dissipated, revealing the long-lost sunshine. A beautiful rainbow had appeared in the sky without anyone noticing. And in the distance of the sky, a beautiful big bird flew out from somewhere. The beauty of this big bird was more dazzling than the rainbow, and Zayaji and Pikachu were deeply attracted by it. Is that Pokémon called Ho-Oh so beautiful? Zayaji stood up holding Pikachu and took out the Pokédex to scan it. But the answer he got was that there was no information. As Ho-Oh slowly disappeared from his sight, Zayaji carried the already asleep Pikachu and ran towards the Pokémon Center. Well, thank you for what happened just now. I have something else to do. I'll thank you again when I have the chance. After leaving these words, Zayaji ran forward with Pikachu in his arms, and soon disappeared from the sight of Nobita and the others. Jayan looked at Zayaji, who was leaving, and asked in confusion, shouldn't we follow him? Let's go directly to the Pokémon Center in Viridian City and wait for Satoshi, Nobita said, looking at the direction where Satoshi left. It was not the time to chat just now, Tokyo City. Jayan seemed a little excited when he heard the name. He quickly said, why don't we go to Zayagang's gym and have a look? I really want to see the battle between Wood Snake and Yinkui. 1C Onyx. Nobita looked at Jayan in surprise. It seems that Jayan really likes this Onyx. Should we go to the Pokémon Center first? I'm still a little worried about Pikachu, Shizuka said after a moment of hesitation. Compared to Onyx, Shizuka still wanted to see Pikachu. Jayan, who was stubborn, didn't seem to want to go to the Pokémon Center. He crossed his arms and said, I don't care. I'm going to Brock's gym. If you want to go to Satoshi's, go ahead, I'll go with Sunio. Oh, Sunio was about to retort when he saw Jayan was about to pull him up. But when he saw Jayan's eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. But Doraemon hesitated. He was definitely worried about Jayan going to Viridian City with Sunio, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause. Seeing that she couldn't convince Jayan, Nobita could only helplessly spread her hands and said, how about this? Shizuka and I will go to the Pokémon Center, and Doraemon, you and Jayan can go to Zayagang's gym. Nobita, you're worthy of being my close friend, Jayan said excitedly after hearing Nobita's words. After Thaith ran forward and hugged Nobita. Looking very moved, Doraemon had no choice but to agree. He reached out and took out his spare bag from the real world and handed it to Nobita, saying, Nobita and Shizuka, careful. I'm lending you my spare bag, but please don't mess around. Okay, Shizuka. You have to help me keep an eye on Nobita and don't let him use props to play pranks. Okay, I will, Shizuka smiled and nodded in response. Then we'll meet at the Pokémon Center later. If you have any questions, please contact me immediately. Doraemon, you are so long-winded, please go. I can't wait any longer. Before Doraemon could finish his words, Jayan pulled Doraemon and used the take-copter to fly towards the city. As for where the gym was, they probably had to look for it. Watching the three people leaving, Nobita took Shizuka's hand and said, Shizuka, shall we leave too? MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 NDA1 MZU1 Aju equals. Nobita and Shizuka did not choose to use take-copter, but chose to walk and take a look at the Pokémon. In fact, wild Pokémon will not actively attack people as long as you don't provoke them. But Nobita and the others might not know that shortly after they left, Zioxia was also heading towards Takiwa City, carrying her bicycle which had turned black. Really? What the hell is that guy doing? Apparently Nobita had also forgotten this part about Misty. But they didn't have time to recall the plot now, as they had not been walking in the direction of Satoshi for long. A Pokemon suddenly jumped onto Shizuka's shoulder, giving Shizuka a fright. Huh. Isn't this the Pokemon we just teased? Nobita said in surprise as he looked at the Pokemon on Shizuka's shoulder. He never expected that this Pokemon song would follow him on his own. Shizuka reached out and took the little guy off her shoulders, holding it in both hands. Shizuka looked at the cute little guy and asked in confusion, "Do you want to come with us?" The Pokemon in Shizuka's hand was not afraid of strangers and jumped on Shizuka's palm, as if nodding. Nobita looked at this Pokemon he had never seen before and didn't know what to do. This Pokemon looked like a ball without limbs, a bit like a living dumpling. He was a little curious about how this guy got on Shizuka's shoulder. This little guy isn't very shy, Nobita said with emotion as he touched the little guy's round body in Shizuka's palm. But to be honest, he didn't know what kind of Pokemon this was, and he had never seen one. Shizuka looked at the little guy quietly in her palm and asked curiously, "Nobita, do you know what kind of Pokemon this little guy is?" Nobita smiled bitterly when he heard Shizuka's words. He was afraid that Shizuka would ask about this because he didn't know either. "Shizuka, I don't know what kind of Pokemon this little guy is either. After all, we are now in the real world, so." "Oh right, little guy, why did you follow us here? Where are your family members?" Shizuka held the chubby little guy with one hand and tickled his body as if he was tickling her. H. But what Shizuka responded to was the little guy's cries and the constant shaking of his body. It seemed that he was very ticklish. Shizuka looked at the little fellow with a milky white body and couldn't let it go. But she would not say anything to force it to take away. She carefully put the little ball-like fellow on the grass beside her, touched its head and said softly, "Little guy, you should go back quickly or family will be worried." The little guy stared at Shizuka blankly, as if he didn't understand what she said. He kept chirping and flew onto Shizuka's shoulder, looking at the little fellow who also jumped onto her. Shizuka smiled helplessly, and then looked at Nobita for advice. She really didn't know what to do now. "Shizuka, why don't you take him with you first? I think he seems to like you very much. We can use Satoshi's Pokemon Encyclopedia to see if we can find out the identity of this little guy. If not, we can just send him here when the time comes." Nobita could see that Shizuka liked this little guy very much, so she offered some advice. "Really, Nobita?" Shizuka asked happily after hearing Nobita's words. Before Nobita could answer, she touched the little guy on her shoulder with her fingers again. "Then you can follow Yuzin, then I call you Maruk. How about that, do you like it?" The little guy responded to Shizuka with a joyful voice, and then rubbed its chubby body against Shizuka's fingers. It was not known whether it understood or not. "Shizuka, let's leave quickly, it's getting late. If we continue like this, we'll have to go back." Looking at the sun that was slowly setting, Nobita decided to hurry to the Pokemon Center. "Yeah." Shizuka nodded with a smile, and the two of them held hands and continued to walk towards the Pokemon Center. The little guy named Maruko happily jumped around on their shoulders, as if he had found something fun. This cute look made the two of them laugh all the way. Meanwhile, Doraemon and his friends have arrived in Viridian City. Jayan looks at the street sign and complains, "Where the hell is the gym?" Sanyo looked at Jayan speechlessly and said, "Jayan, can't we find someone else to ask? I've walked around here 3 times and still can't find the gym. If this continues, it will be dark soon and the gym should be closed, right? This is the only way. I was hoping to find a gym on my... But it looks like that's not going to work." Jayan nodded in agreement after hearing what Sanyo said. Doraemon didn't answer, he just found some delicious food. But because he had no money, he exchanged it with the other party for dorayaki. It seemed to taste good and he liked it very much. The other party was also very interested in the new and novel food. On the other side, Ash, who had already arrived at the Pokemon Center, was anxiously waiting for Pikachu, who was receiving treatment. During this time, he also called his mother and Professor Oak. He also told Professor Oak that he saw Ho-Oh. But Professor Oak didn't believe it at all. Just when Zyagi finished communicating with Professor Oak, he felt a murderous aura behind him and turned around quickly. Song saw the breathless girl holding 10 charred bicycles in her hands and rushing towards him. Seeing the person coming, Zyagi looked very embarrassed. After all, he was the one who broke someone else's things and forgot them in the forest. He quickly took the initiative to admit his mistake. I'm sorry for breaking your car. I will definitely compensate you in the future. Zyagi was not unreasonable, thinking about the situation at that time, and Zyagi's initiative to admit his fault. She forgave Zyagi, then remembered to compensate me. By the way, how is your Pokemon, Dilly Lily? As soon as Zyagi finished speaking, the sound of music was heard in the hall. Then Miss Joy, whom Zyagi had been waiting for a long time, appeared. And with her was Pikachu, who was already full of energy. Your Pokemon has recovered. Thank you so much, Miss Yi. There, taking care of injured Pokemon is my job. At this time, Nobita and Shizuka just walked into the Pokemon Hall. Because they didn't know the way, they took the wrong turn at a fork, so they arrived here a little later than Zyagi. Nobita, Zyagi, and Zyagi are over there. As soon as she entered the hall, Shizuka saw Zyagi and Pikachu standing with Zyagi. Zyagi also saw Nobita and Shizuka. He ran over with Pikachu, bowed to Nobita and the others, and said, "Thank you so much. I haven't thanked you properly before because of Pikachu." Zyagi also came over curiously, looked at Nobita and Shizuka and asked, "Zyagi, are they your friends? Ah, such cute Pokemon." "No, they saved Pikachu and me on the way." Before Zyagi could finish his words, there was a sound of breaking glass in the hall of the Pokemon Center. And then something like a smoke bomb fell from above with black smoke. Then the whole hall suddenly went dark, which scared Zyagi as she screamed, "What's going on? Did something happen? I seem to hear what's going on." "Mad Zhao, since you asked sincerely, we will be merciful and tell you. To prevent the destruction of the world. To protect world peace. To protect world peace. Through love and true evil. Through love and true evil. A lovable and charming villain, Musashi Kajiro. We are Team Rocket from space. White hole, a white tomorrow is waiting for us. That's it, meow tilde. Wow, is this Team Rocket? Their costumes are so cool, but they're just a little too weak. Right, that's right. The first sticky team of Pokemon really made their debut. But just as their debut show was over, a judging voice rang out at the door, which made them a little stunned. They are much better than in the comics, but unfortunately they can never beat Satoshi. They are such failures and a disgrace to the villains. Sunio came up to Musashi and Kajiro and muttered to himself, "Hey kids, who the hell are you? What are you talking to yourself?" Musashi yelled at Sunio with an ugly look on her face. She felt that this kid was too disrespectful to her. After all, she was the flower of Team Rocket. Seeing this, Kajiro and Meow Meow quickly said to Musashi, "Musashi, don't worry about this guy, let's get down to business." "Yes, that's right. We are going to take away all the Pokemon here, little brat. You'd better be good and hand over your Pokemon quickly, so that you can avoid some pain, meow tilde tilde. These guys are the ones wanted by Miss Junsha, right? How dare you show up here?" Zyagi remembered who they were at this time. No wonder he always felt like he had heard the name of Team Rocket somewhere. "That's right, it's us. Now that you know, just hand over the Pokemon to us." "I won't give you my Pokemon, really." "Then we won't be polite. Go ahead, Arbok. Go, poison gas, 500 words omitted. Pikachu 10 million volts, boom, ah. What a nasty feeling." Zyagi looked at the rocket team flying away and said with some regret, "It's a pity that they escaped. We could have caught them and handed them over to Miss Junsha. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Sunio couldn't help but say after hearing Zyagi's words. But he also knew that he might have said something wrong, so he quickly covered his mouth. Zyagi looked at Sunio with some confusion and was about to speak. But Nobita spoke first. "I say, Jay and Sunio. And Doraemon, didn't you go to the gym? Why did you come here so soon? Doraemon looked at Jayan speechlessly after hearing what Nobita said. Jayan smiled sheepishly and said, well, when we got there, the gym was closed, so we had to come back to find you. Well, how about I treat you guys to dinner as a thank you for saving me and Pikachu before? Zaya scratched his head embarrassedly and walked over to Nobita and the others and said. Before Nobita could answer, Jayan came over and said, really, thank you so much. I'm just hungry and I did a lot of exercise just now. Sunio, who was standing by, couldn't help but mutter, I don't know who caused the excessive amount of exercise. Then the group came to the restaurant of the Pokémon Center. Of course Misty came along, because Zaya had broken her bicycle. It would be unreasonable if I didn't apologize. Shizuka and Zaya were the first to chat together. After introducing themselves, they got to know each other. Zaya was very curious about the ball on Shizuka's shoulder. Hey Shizuka, is this little guy on your shoulder also a Pokémon? I don't know, this one can't be considered a Pokémon. It followed us here on its own. Shizuka put the meatball on her shoulder on the table, rubbed the meatball's head with her hand and explained. Jayan and Sunio were a little surprised when they heard what Shizuka said. Hey, I thought it was Shizuka and you guys who went back to look for him. But it turned out that it followed him on its own. After saying that, Sunio was about to touch the little guy. But the little guy's expression suddenly changed. Just like a cat with its fur standing up. All the fine hairs on its body stood up, as if it was very fierce. Sunio was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. It's so fierce, it wasn't like this before. Jayan looked at the furry meatball and said with some confusion. When they first met this little guy, he was not like this. Just don't let them touch it. By the way, Zaya, do you know this Pokémon? Nobita did not respond but turned to Zaya and asked. After all, this little guy was first encountered near Pallet Town, and he might have seen it since he grew up here. Zaya was very confused when he heard Nobita's words. He looked at the ball carefully, shook his head and said, I have never seen such a Pokémon before. I will use the Pokédex to identify it. After saying that, he took out the Pokémon encyclopedia from his bag and scanned Maru. Shizuka blinked and waited for the result of the machine. Zaya also looked at Maru curiously, wanting to know what kind of Pokémon this little guy was. Of course, she was just curious. After all, she still preferred water Pokémon. 0 request flowers, 0 no information at the moment. Ah. What's going on? Why is there no information? Shizuka asked in surprise after hearing the machine's answer. As someone who has read the comics, she knew the function of this illustrated book. Could this Pokémon encyclopedia be broken? It happened the same way when I scanned Ho-Oh before. Confused, Zaya picked up the Pokémon encyclopedia and examined it carefully. Zaya took Zaya's Pokémon encyclopedia and started scanning Pikachu. She immediately got the machine's answer, Pikachu. There is nothing wrong with this machine. It is possible that this little guy is an unknown Pokémon. Or it may just be an ordinary animal, of course. It may also be a Pokémon from another continent. So there is no information in this illustrated book. After returning the Pokémon encyclopedia to Zaya explained to Nobita and the others that after all, there were only 3 situations in which the machine could not recognize it. Maybe this little guy is just an ordinary animal. Look. It looks like a Pokémon there. Jayan, who was eating, heard Zaya words and pointed at Maru, who was eating fruit, and guessed. That's possible. Zaya looked at Doraemon and asked curiously, Nobita, is Doraemon also a Pokémon? Doraemon shook his head and explained, I'm not a Pokémon. I'm a Robotan. I'm very powerful. Wow, Doraemon is actually a robot. I always thought he was a cat-type Pokémon. Zaya said with some surprise when she heard Doraemon's words. After all, if you don't take it apart, you really can't tell that Doraemon is a robot. The dinner ended with a pleasant chat. Zaya planned to rest in the Pokémon Center tonight. But Nobita and the others certainly couldn't do that. After all, they were illegal residents in this world and had no way of staying in the Pokémon Center. Besides, it was getting late, so they had to go back to the real world. After saying goodbye to Misty and Satoshi, Doraemon and the others came to a remote corner. Just as everyone was about to leave, Shizuka pointed at the dumpling on her shoulder and said, "Doraemon, what should we do with the dumpling? Should we leave it here?" Doraemon couldn't help scratching his head when he heard Shizuka's words. He said, "Shizuka, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. How about we put this little guy back into the forest? We can't take it back with us, right?" Shizuka seemed to be lost in thought. She hesitated for a moment and then put the meatball in her hand on the grass. She rubbed the still confused meatball and said softly, "Maki, we are going home. You should also go back to your family as soon as possible." Depot Maruko looked at Shizuka in a silly way, as if he had no intention of paying attention to her tomorrow. He thought Shizuka was playing with him again and jumped around on the grass. "Let's go quickly. If we go back too late, my mother will beat us again." Jayan urged Shizuka when he saw that she was not going to leave. He didn't see that Onyx, whom he had been thinking about, was feeling very upset if he was beaten by his mother again. He would be really mad to death. "Then let's go." Doraemon nodded and took Nobita and the others to fly into the sky using the take copter. And they had to leave from there. Maru, who was jumping on the grass, finally understood that Shizuka and the others were leaving. He looked at Nobita and the others flying higher and higher, and began to chirp as if he was very sad. Shizuka also heard it, but she pretended not to hear it and continued to fly upwards cruelly. Nobita held Shizuka's little hand and made up her mind that if she met Maruko again next time, she would secretly bring it back to the real world. However, what Nobita and the others didn't notice was that the ball, which was jumping on the lawn suddenly, began to glow, then flew out like a rocket and landed accurately on Shizuka's shoulder. Meatballs! Shizuka was about to fly to the exit, felt something on her shoulder. She turned around and saw the person on her shoulder, jumping happily, looking very happy. Then he blinked at Shizuka, as if waiting for Shizuka to praise him. Shizuka was almost melted by Maruko's cute appearance and didn't know what to say. Nobita was holding Shizuka also noticed it, but he didn't say anything. He just held Shizuka and flew out of the comic world. At this time, Jayan, Sunio and Doraemon had already come out and were waiting for Nobita and the others outside. "Nobita, you guys are so slow. How come this little guy followed us?" Sunio was about to complain about Nobita and Shizuka dawdling, but he saw Maru on Shizuka's shoulder, looking around curiously, especially now that the sun is setting outside the window. There's still a little bit of afterglow. You have to know that it was already night in the Pokemon world just now. "Nobita, did you go back and bring him here?" Doraemon asked Maru in confusion. Nobita shook her head and said helplessly, "This little guy is not simple. He jumped directly from the ground to Shizuka's shoulder. By the time we reacted, we were already back." "Is this guy also a Pokemon?" Sunio approached Maruko and asked curiously. "Could it be the same Pokemon as Ho-Oh? Who knows?" "Forget it, it's getting late, Shizuka. Please take care of him tonight, and we will send him back tomorrow." Doraemon could also see that Shizuka liked Maru very much, and it was really late now, so it would be too much trouble to send him back. Shizuka was surprised when she heard Doraemon's words and asked, "Is it really possible, Doraemon?" Jayan heard Doraemon's words and rolled his eyes as if he had thought of something. Just as he was about to speak, Doraemon continued, "Of course you can, but only this time. Don't do this next time, Jayan. Don't think about bringing back Pokemon like this next time. That's not allowed. You know, they don't belong to this world either. Do you understand?" Jayan was originally thinking about finding a chance to get a big rock snake to raise next time. But after hearing Doraemon's words, his face suddenly fell. He lowered his head and said, "I know. Then we'll go back first." After sending the three to their home, everyone said goodbye and left. Nobita wanted to send Shizuka back home, but Jayan and Sunio took over the responsibility. Shizuka also told Nobita not to send her back, so Nobita did not force it. After watching the three people and one object disappear into the sunset, Nobita turned around and returned home after dinner. Nobita asked Doraemon while lying on the bed, "Hey Doraemon, Is it okay if Maruko stays in our world? He seems to like Shizuka very much, that's fine. But it will be troublesome if Jayan and the others do the same. Doraemon thought for a while and said, after all, it's okay if it's as small as a dumpling. But for someone like Jayan Sunio, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause if he brings Onyx with him? If we take care of these two, there won't be any problems. Right? There was no conversation that night. And time quickly came to morning after breakfast. Nobita rushed to Shizuka's house as usual. But today Shizuka did not come out on time as usual. Nobita stood at her door for a long time before Shizuka came out with a distressed look on her face. Shizuka, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Shizuka looked a little strained, Nobita asked curiously. After all, he rarely saw Shizuka looking sad. Shizuka walked up to Nobita and pointed at her pocket and said, Maruko insisted on going to school with me. No matter what I said, he would follow me. I had no choice but to let him stay in my pocket. Is this little guy so clingy? 5. 4. Nobita heard Shizuka's words and took a curious look. He was hiding in Shizuka's pocket, looking at his meatball curiously. I had no choice but to bring it with me, Shizuka said with a helpless smile. If she continued to waste time like this, she would definitely be late. Nobita touched the half-exposed Maru and said to Shizuka with a smile, in that case, take it with you, he is so small that he won't be discovered. Just make sure he doesn't bark, that's all we can do. Nobita was looking forward to taking Maruko to school. When she was in school, she wanted to bring her cats and dogs with her, but they were easily discovered, and the security guard wouldn't let her bring them in. Nobita didn't argue when she heard what Sunio said after all. With Doraemon around, it seemed like it could really be done. Good stuff, what is it? Jayan on the side looked at Sunio curiously with some confusion. After all, he felt very uncomfortable because he could only look at the animal but not raise it. XX, so that's how it is, I should go. Don't we have to send this little guy back? Nobita said, pointing at the meatballs on the table. However, he felt it would be difficult. According to what Shizuka said, the meatballs might be dependent on Shizuka and he couldn't get rid of them at all. Shizuka brought Maru to school as well. 01. During lunch, Sunio said in surprise as he looked at Maru sitting at the table eating Shizuka's lunch fruit. But he still lowered his voice a little after all. There were so many classmates in the class. Watch cartoons, they seem pretty good. I like that comic too. Jayan thought for a moment after hearing what Sunio said. He was still thinking about how to get a giant onyx back. Before he could come up with a solution, he thought it would be better not to go to the world of Pokemon. Sunio thought for a while and said, but judging from the current situation, we may not be able to get rid of this little guy even if we go there. Right. But is it really okay to let Maruko stay here like this? Jinger hesitated. After all, Maruko is not a creature of this world. Although Shizuka likes Maruko very much, she hopes that Maruko can live with other friends and family. By the way, let's discuss how to get a big rock snake to raise. Jayan added silently in his heart. Do you remember that before Pokemon? There was a very popular comic book called Magical Girl Mommy. Sunio asked while keeping everyone in suspense. The world of magic, do you think? Will we one day suddenly gain the ability to use magic like the Magical Girl Mommy? Speaking of magic, Nobita thought of Harry Potter. To be honest, he had also thought about knowing magic himself, after all. Sweeping the floor could be made by using magic to make the broom sweep by itself. Because it was already late today, Nobita and Shizuka couldn't stroll to school as usual. So they had to quicken their pace after all. Students nowadays are still very afraid of teachers. Even Shizuka is no exception. Shizuka was a little speechless after being asked by Sunio, and didn't know what to say, so Jayan decided, in that case, let's go to Zyojing's house to watch anime today. By the way, are we going to the Pokemon world today? Sunio didn't say much, but looked at Nobita and asked curiously. Shizuka touched Maruko's head with her finger and said, I can't help it, he is so clingy that I can't get rid of him. I put him in the room and prepared to go to school. Who knew that when I got to the entrance? He appeared on my shoulder. Nobita, how old are you? You still dream about knowing magic all day long. It's really childish. How could there be such a thing as magic? Did you live in ancient times? Sunio said with a sneer, looking at Nobita, who had a dreamy look on his face. Since I can't do what I like in the Pokemon world, it would be more interesting to show off to Nobita and the others what they don't have. Today Sunio and the others came on time as usual. The teacher seemed to be in a good mood and just gave a brief lecture before starting the class. During this time Shizuka was very worried, fearing that Maruko would scream, which would be troublesome. Sunio suddenly revealed his real purpose. It was not that he did not want to go to the world of Pokemon, but he knew that if he went there, he would be dragged by Jayan to see Onyx, which he did not like at all. Besides, he got a good thing last night, and he planned to show off to Nobita and the others. Let me tell you, this comic is going to be made into an animation, and my dad has already got the sample footage. If you have time after school this afternoon, why don't you go to my house and take a look? This is what Sunio wanted to show off to everyone. After all, the animation hasn't even aired yet, but he already got the sample footage. This is such an amazing thing, and it's worth showing off to everyone. Of course I remember. I quite like that anime and the omnipotent magic in it. It's interesting to think about it. Before Jayan and the others could answer, Shizuka spoke first. Shizuka has always had a dream, which is to become a witch. In that case, how about coming to my house after school this afternoon? I have something nice to show you. Then Jingmian, do you have a way to stop it from following you? Sunio didn't want to go to the world of Pokemon today, so he started to persuade Jingmian to make a plan. Fortunately, Maruko was very considerate and did not make any noise until the lunch break at noon. So much so that Shizuka thought Maruko had run away. It was not until the end of the get out of class that she saw that the little guy had fallen asleep in the desk for some reason, with Shizuka's handkerchief under him. How about it, Nobita? Isn't my robot very cool? It was assembled for me by my cousin himself, by the way. My cousin also said that he would make me a remote-controlled robot that can move and fire shells in a while. Sunio looked at Nobita, who was looking at her room, and showed off proudly. Of course Shizuka just thought it was amazing. She wasn't really interested in it. But what puzzled everyone was that Sunio took everyone directly to his room instead of taking them to the living room. This made several people a little confused. Could it be that Sunio's room also had a TV and DVD installed? In fact, this cartoon is quite good. Although it doesn't appeal much to Nobita, he still patiently watched it to the end. Maruko was very interested in it and kept staring at the TV screen, as if he could understand it. I know about that. Sunio started to brag again after hearing what Jayan said. He looked at Jayan and said, I heard that the schedule for making the animation has been put forward. Now we just have to wait for the popularity of the comics to increase a little bit, and then we will start making it into an animation. The time spent watching the cartoon passed quickly, and soon the names of the staff members appeared on the TV screen. Doraemon, do you have any props that can let us see the second episode of Magical Girl Mommy right away? I can't wait to watch it. Sunio seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his gaze to the direction of Doraemon, who was omnipotent in his heart. In everyone's heart, Doraemon could do anything. Sunio, we are here to watch the anime Magical Girl Mommy, so please stop talking about robots. After school in the afternoon, Nobita and the others did not go home, but went directly to Sunio's house. After all, they had agreed to watch the cartoon together after school. Oh, as expected, Magical Girl Mommy is so beautiful after being made into an animation. Magical Girl Mommy's voice is so beautiful. I was fascinated by it at once. I wonder when the Pokemon cartoon will be made. That one will definitely be more exciting. Jayan looked at the TV screen that had already finished playing and let out a sigh of relief and said with longing, Then our Magical Girl Mommy sample viewing event will begin now. Yes, Sunio's cousin is really amazing. He has made many fun toys and amazing models for Sunio. Shizuka put down her school bag, touched the ball on her shoulder, and then looked around Sunio's room curiously chuckling. Shizuka also thinks that Sunio's cousin who she often talks about. He's very amazing. He can make many toys that cannot be bought at home. However, Nobita was not very impressed with this comic. He had not read a comic for a long time. After all, his days were very busy recently. He went to school, did homework with Shizuka, and then drew comics to practice his superpowers. He had no time to read any comics. Nobita was a little surprised when he heard what Sunio said. How could he's an author not know about the production of animation after all? The copyright of the production of animations still belonged to him. Yeah, it's a pity that there is only one episode of the animation. I'm not satisfied at all. But there's nothing we can do about it. I heard that there's only one episode a week, so we have enough time to wait. I guess we'll have to wait a long time before Magical Girl Mommy reaches its finale. Jayan also felt that only one episode of the animation was too little. But there was nothing we could do about it. It was good enough that we could see it in advance, as the second episode hasn't even been produced yet. P.S. I've been busy lately, so I haven't been updating seriously. My train of thought has been interrupted, and it feels a bit watery. I'll sort out the plot. And it's going to collapse if it continues like this. Sunio looked at Nobita and the others who were already seated and ready. He was extremely fascinated by the feeling of being in control of the whole situation. If he hadn't seen Jayan's unhappy expression, Sunio would have wanted to show off a little more. But now he had to give up. So he turned off the lights in the living room and turned on the remote control. Sunio also admires his cousin Sunio very much, because his cousin often makes all kinds of amazing toys for Sunio. So Sunio often brags about his cousin. Almost all the remote control toys in this room are made by Sunio's cousin for Sunio to play with. And only a few are real. Seeing that Sunio didn't continue talking, Shizuka and Jayan were relieved. They were really afraid that Sunio would continue talking, and Jayan couldn't do anything in Sunio's house. But no matter what, everyone started watching the cartoon as they wished. But Sunio's room is really nice, with a lot of remote-controlled toys, comic books and other things in it. Doraemon took out a machine that looked like a laptop, with a display screen on top and a thick bottom, which was probably to hold something. There were some strange buttons on top, but no one could understand what the machine was, except that it was very powerful, and it's true. Nobita found that this robot model is quite realistic. Unlike those model toys sold outside, the robot models here are assembled with tiny parts one by one. In other words, if conditions permit, this robot may become a real robot. Thinking of this, Nobita also admires Sunio's cousin. He is really amazing. The group followed Sunio to the living room and sat down in their respective seats. At this moment, Doraemon also came over. It seemed that Sunio called him, and that's why he came over. That's not worth it, put your backpacks here, and then we'll go to the living room to watch cartoons. He asked everyone to put their backpacks in the corner of the room, and then he started fiddling with the robot models in the room. At this moment, Nobita had no idea why Sunio brought them here. Oh. Really, Sunio, your cousin is pretty amazing. This robot is very lifelike, Nobita said with a smile as she looked at Sunio, who started to show off again. After all, it wouldn't be a bad idea to cooperate with Sunio when she came to his house. Okay, in that case, let's go to the living room downstairs and take a look. Sunio saw that Jayan was getting angry, so he quickly called everyone to the living room. Irritating Jayan, that's right. The toys made by my cousin are very complicated and exquisite. They are very different from the toys sold in toy stores outside. Most people can't buy them. Sunio became more excited immediately after hearing Shizuka say that. Before Sunio could say anything else, Tiger became a little impatient. I remembered that I seemed to have a pretty good prop. At that time, Doraemon stopped talking halfway. After all, the fact that Nobita was drawing comics was still kept secret from Jayan and the others. He quickly took out a prop from his pocket. The magic of the magical girl Mommy is so powerful that she chased away all the bad guys in one go. If I had magic like Mommy, I could ride on a flying broom and do good deeds everywhere, Shizuka said with a longing look on her face, and closed her eyes. as if imagining herself riding on a flying broom. After eating delicious snacks and watching wonderful animations, Doraemon is in a very good mood. Moreover, Sunny's request was not too excessive, so Doraemon did not refuse. Really? Then can you get the sample from Sunnyo by then? Jayan said excitedly. Ding ding ding, this is it, the cartoon machine. I bought this from the future department store in the 22nd century. It cost me a lot of money, Doraemon. Can this machine really be used to make animations? I heard that the steps to make animations are very complicated. Sunnyo looked at the machine in front of him with some doubt. Doraemon was a little dissatisfied when he heard Sunnyo's words. Of course it's true. This is the latest product of the 22nd century. There must be no problem. Then what are you waiting for, Doraemon? Hurry up and make the cartoon behind mommy. Jayan said impatiently after hearing Doraemon's words. But I forgot how to operate it. Doraemon touched his head embarrassedly and explained after hearing Jayan's words. Everyone almost fell to the ground when they heard this. They couldn't believe that Doraemon didn't know how to use his own tools. Don't worry, I remember there is an instruction manual. Let me find it, where is it? Doraemon waved his hand and explained, and then began to search in his pocket. Where on earth is it? Nobita looked at the confused Doraemon and didn't know what to say. He shook his head helplessly and walked forward to start operating the cartoon-making machine. Nobita, do you know how to use machine 853? Don't break it. Jayan looked at Nobita, who was operating the machine on her own, and said with some disbelief. Doraemon, who was looking for the instruction manual, also looked at Nobita when he heard it. He remembered that he hadn't taken it out for Nobita to use. Nobita turned back to Sunnyo and said, Son, please find all the comics of Momi quickly. I will be able to make the cartoon soon. Before Sunnyo could even speak, Jayan couldn't wait to pull Sunnyo towards his room. I know where those comics are. I'll go get them with Sunnyo right away. Seeing Jayan leaving in a hurry, Nobita and the other three smiled in a similar manner. And then Doraemon asked curiously, Nobita, how do you know how to use this machine? I remember that I didn't lend it to you before, right? Nobita turned to look at Doraemon and said, Doraemon, have you forgotten that when I was about to start drawing the Pokemon comic? Didn't you go to the 22nd century and buy a lot of props? You had this at that time. I just happened to read the instructions. So that's how it is. Shizuka looked at Nobita curiously and asked, Nobita, if there is, we can make a Pokemon cartoon, right? This should save a lot of money, right? I have to say that Shizuka is very thrifty, and she quickly thought of this aspect. Of course, but now is not the time, Nobita nodded. Shizuka, I bought this machine because Nobita said that this comic will be made into a cartoon later. Shizuka nodded and looked at Nobita with stars in her eyes. She felt that Nobita had become so powerful at this moment. Maruko suddenly jumped onto the cartoon maker and looked curiously at the strange buttons that Nobita was operating. On the other side, Jayan and Sunnyo went to get comic books together. Sunnyo looked at Jayan and asked curiously, Jayan, they are just some comic books. Is it necessary for both of us to come together? Jayan rubbed his hands and said to Sunnyo with a smile, Sunnyo, I want to what? Sunnyo screamed when he heard Jayan's words. You want to get a big rock snake to raise? How is that possible? Doraemon will definitely not agree. And where are you going to raise it, Jayan? SH. Jayan quickly covered Sunnyo's mouth and explained in a low voice. So I'm here to discuss this with you. Let's think about what we can do. Don't you want to raise a Pokemon of your own? Sunnyo was stunned when he heard Jayan's words. Of course he wanted to, but Doraemon would not allow it. However, if they did it secretly without Doraemon finding out, it would be possible. But they definitely couldn't get a Pokemon like Onyx. Let's go get the comics first. Wait for me to figure out how to avoid being discovered by Nobita and the others. Okay, Sunnyo are really my close friend. Jayan saw Sunnyo agreed, and immediately smiled and hugged Sunnyo's neck and said happily. And the two of them walked quickly to Sunnyo's room to get the comics. Oh, those should be the comic books about the magical girl Mommy. Right. Jayan locked onto a row of comic books on the bookshelf as he entered the room. Yeah, Sunio was thinking about how to get a Pokemon back. So he was a little absent-minded. He just took a look and nodded, then I'll take it. You can forget about this episode after you've read it. Episode 2, Episode 3, Episode 10. Haha, there are so many. I can enjoy reading them to my heart's content today. Hey, what is this? Upon hearing this, Jayan walked to the bookshelf and began to take down the comic books one by one. Just as he was about to leave with the books, he saw a book that Sunio had placed in the deepest part. The style was very novel, like a magic scroll. This should also be a comic book, right? It looks so good and the content must be very interesting. Let's take it down. Jayan was attracted by the style of the comic book. He picked up the book casually. Jayan knew that Sunio's bookshelf only contained comic books. So Jayan preconceived that this was a comic book. He didn't even flip through it and hurriedly ran downstairs with the comic book. Because his vision was blocked by Jayan, Sunio didn't see what he was holding at all. Otherwise his face would have changed drastically. Because it was not a comic book at all but Sunio's diary. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I have brought down all the comic books on Magical Girl Mommy. Nobita, please make the cartoon as soon as possible. I also found a comic book that looks pretty good. While we are making the cartoon, we can just read this comic book. There are so many comic books in Sunio's room that we can read them for a long time and never finish them all. Jayan ran down excitedly with a stack of comic books and said to Nobita and the others. Sunio was following behind. Didn't care about what Jayan said instead. He was very pleased with Jayan's compliment and said, "Of course, my family is rich. My mother will buy me any comic book I want. If you guys want to see it, Nobita, I can consider lending it to you." Nobita ignored Sunio's words and continued to operate the machine. As for Shizuka, she had no interest in what Sunio said. She was more interested in this cartoon-making machine. I have to say, this cartoon-making machine is really powerful. As long as you put the corresponding comics in, it will be produced quickly, which makes Jayan and others very excited. Even Shizuka is no exception. She also yearns for the world of magic after all. Isn't this a dream that everyone has had when they were young? She hopes that she will be able to use magic one day, however. Shizuka and the others were satisfied with the show. But Nobita felt uncomfortable. He really had no interest in such cartoons. He could still watch something like Harry Potter. But since Shizuka liked it, he had to accompany Shizuka to watch it even if he didn't like it. After finally waiting until the end of the story, Nobita thought he was relieved. How about we stop here today? Nobita looked at the time and saw that it was getting late and they still had homework to do. Shizuka also felt that it was about time, and was about to say goodbye and leave with Nobita. But Jayan suddenly said, "Let's make this into a cartoon and watch it before we leave. I just saw the cover of this comic and it looks pretty good. It should be very exciting if I don't finish reading it. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight, so Nobita, please help me." Nobita and Shizuka looked at each other. It was obvious that Jayan would not let it go if they left like this. Since Jayan likes it, you can help him. I don't have much here, but I have a lot of comic books. I have everything you want to read, Sunio said very proudly after hearing Jayan's words. But when he saw the things that Jayan was about to throw into the cartoon maker, his face suddenly changed. No, don't, ah. At this moment, the time of the whole world seemed to slow down. Sunio opened his mouth and rushed towards the cartoon maker with a changed face. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Sunio, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Looking at the comic books that had been collected by the machine, Jayan clapped his hands in satisfaction and looked at Sunio, who was lying in front of the machine. Puzzled, nothing. Sunio quickly shook his head to indicate that it was nothing. But his forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He was extremely anxious because what Jayan threw in was not a comic book at all, but his diary. He was extremely regretful now. He shouldn't have let Jayan get the comic book. Looking at the cartoon-making machine that had already started working, Zio Wei shouted in his heart, "It's over, it's over." Seeing Jayan sitting happily beside him and preparing to watch cartoons, Sunio's heart sank. He kept winking at Nobita. hoping that she would turn off the machine. Unfortunately, Nobita was chatting with Shizuka and didn't see it at all. Sunio could only hope that there was something wrong with Doraemon's props. After all, it was a common problem for Doraemon's props, because Doraemon bought discounted items. If Doraemon knew, would definitely smile proudly and say, "I bought this machine at a premium price." That short minute was torture for Sunio. But unfortunately, the machine did not break down as he expected, and the cartoon was finally completed. Soon the machine remembered Sunio's voice. January 1st, Sunny, hearing this voice. Sunio's heart suddenly stopped, thinking that he was doomed, and the coldness on his forehead began to keep coming out. "Hey, what is this? It doesn't look like a cartoon, does it?" Nobita was slightly stunned when she heard the voice coming from the machine. This didn't seem to be a cartoon. When she heard Sunio's voice coming from it, Nobita looked back at Sunio in confusion. Could it be Sunio's own cartoon? But when he saw the cold sweat on Sunio's forehead and the fear he showed when he looked at Jayan from time to time, how could he not understand what was going on after all? If everyone likes to write a diary, they must have cursed the people they hate in their diary. Coupled with the date that Sunio just read out, Nobita guessed that Jayan was not holding a comic book, but Sunio's diary meal. It seems a bit strange. Comics shouldn't be like this, right? And why is there Sunio's voice? Jayan touched his head and said in surprise, "How about we just not watch it? This should be a comic Sunio drew randomly, right?" Nobita said to everyone while looking at Sunio's pleading eyes. After all, they were all good friends, and Nobita couldn't bear to see Sunio being beaten by Jayan. "Right, thighs is just something I drew randomly. It's not interesting. You guys should stop looking at it. How about we stop here today?" Sunio nodded quickly after hearing Nobita's words, then rushed forward to block the screen of the comic cartoon machine, and explained to Jayan with a serious look, "Hey, Sunio, the comics you drew, I'd like to take a look." Who would have thought that Jayan didn't play by the rules at all? Not only did he not give up the idea, but he showed even more interest. What Jayan was thinking was that Sunio was his close friend. So even if he was ugly, he would say he was pretty. After all, they were good friends now, and they had even stole Pokemon together to raise Zero. Sunio was petrified when he heard Jayan's words. He had no idea what to do. After all, if Jayan saw the contents, he would be finished. Nobita could only look at Sunio with sympathy when he saw this. He had tried his best. "Who told you to hide the diary behind the comic book? I wanted to go back to do my homework. But you still wanted to help Jayan talk and continue watching cartoons." At this time, the voice in the machine continued. "It's a nice day today with a clear sky. But I'm very depressed. Why?" "That's because Jayan is about to start his first concert of the year on the open space." The sounds coming out of the cartoon maker were like sharp knives stabbing into Sunio's heart, and his expression looked as painful as if he had eaten a rice field. Shizuka also reacted at this time. She whispered to Nobita, "Nobita, isn't this a comic?" "But Sunio's diary." Nobita nodded without saying anything. Shizuka could only look at Sunio sympathetically. "I hope Jayan will be gentler later." "Hey Sunio, why are you in a bad mood when I'm about to have a concert? Are you dissatisfied with my concert?" "Sunio, answer me quickly." Jayan stood up and looked at Sunio angrily. He believed that if Sunio gave a good explanation, Jayan would calm down. If not, the mild anger on Jayan's face would immediately escalate into fury. Yuno was planning to support Sunio, but who knew he would hear this? How could he not be angry? "Fatty, Jayan, let me explain. Wasn't it the first month of the lunar year? Because if you wanted to hold a concert in the first month of the lunar year, it would be very difficult to find people. So I was very depressed." Sunio looked at Jayan with a gloomy expression in front of him and explained hurriedly. Sunio's eloquence was really good, and he found such a reasonable reason in such a short time. It has to be said that Sunio's on-the-spot reaction ability has been trained by Jayan. The reasons for his defense came out of his mouth without hesitation, and he was full of desire to survive. "Fatty, Jayan, let me go first," Sunio said to Jayan hurriedly when he saw that the cartoon maker was about to continue playing. After Jayan let go of him, He immediately pulled Jaein towards his room. Yes, I must have misunderstood. I must have thought too much, you know. I was very angry at the time. It seems that I thought too much. This is why I wrote these in my diary. We are close friends. I will definitely think about you, Sunio said with a dry laugh. While Nobita and the others were laughing, Jaein and Sunio were still in Sunio's room. Jaein looked at Sunio in confusion and asked Sunio, "Why did you call me here?" Oh. Jaein immediately perked up after hearing what Sunio said. He looked at Sunio excitedly and praised him. Sunio is indeed worthy of it. You came up with a solution so quickly. I thought about it all night and still couldn't think of it. Haha, Sunio actually said that about Jaein. No wonder he wanted to take Jaein away. Doraemon couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Are you guys going back so early? Sunio asked curiously as he looked at Doraemon, who was about to leave. He finally managed to deal with Jaein, and he had prepared a lot of mocking and boasting words. But he hadn't said them yet. Sunio, where are you taking me? I also want to see the diary you wrote. Let me see how good you are. Jaein was pulled away by Sunio with some doubts. Well, Sunio, what you said seems to make sense, so I'll forgive you. Jaein heard Sunio's explanation and thought about it for a moment. And it seemed to be true, and suddenly the sky turned cloudy. Sunio smiled proudly and then told Jaein his idea. After all, this plan was still a bit troublesome, and this was the only way to hide it from Doraemon and the others. Jaein singing is still the same as usual. Everyone is just applauding Jaein while enduring the pain. Before Sunio could breathe a sigh of relief, the comic cartoon machine started talking again. Haha, Zaioshin is such a bad guy. Maybe Sunio has used some other means of revenge. Nobita guessed as expected. As soon as he finished speaking, Zaioshin's voice continued to come out from the machine. Isn't this bad? Shizuka hesitated. After all, this was impolite. After that, Nobita smiled wickedly and said, Should we continue reading? Sunio's diary should be all about Jaein. Maybe there are more interesting things in it. Is that so? Jaein saw that what everyone said made sense, and it seemed that he had really misunderstood. He calmed down and happily hugged Sunio and said, Sunio, my dear friend, I never thought that you would be so kind to me. I am so touched, woo, after seeing Jaein being so rude. I secretly put a ball of booger on the snack that Jaein wanted to eat. Jaein ate it with gusto without knowing it. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Shizuka and the other two looked at Jaein being taken away by Sunio curiously and asked in confusion, Where is Sunio taking Jaein? Of course, I'm Honkawa. Sunio, Jaein, who had calmed down, immediately grabbed Sunio by the collar and said angrily, Sunio, explain to me clearly what is going on. How dare you say that I, a singer, sing badly? What's more, Nobita doesn't think that Jaein will give up his dream of singing just because of these few words. I don't know if Maruko understood or was imitating Shizuka, but he also acted disgusted and stuck out his tongue, which was so adorable. Nobita sat on the floor and pulled Shizuka to sit down with him. It's okay, Shizuka, it's not an important diary. We can just read it and not tell Jaein. Aren't you curious about what Sunio wrote that made him rush to pull Jaein away? No wonder he wanted to take Jaein away. If Jaein heard it, he would be in trouble. Is that really the case? Jaein said in disbelief after hearing Sunio's words. He looked at Nobita and the others with doubt. Nobita, are you really like this? Doraemon nodded curiously. Shizuka stopped talking after seeing this. To be honest, she was also quite curious. At this time, the cartoon maker continued to sound. Doraemon and Nobita didn't feel anything. They just thought it was very funny and were laughing out loud. Of course not, Jaein singing is not bad. Maybe Sunio misunderstood. Nobita and Doraemon quickly waved their hands to deny it. Although Nobita is not afraid of Jaein after all. He is a man with superpowers. But isn't being a singer Jaein's dream? How could he destroy Jaein's dream? Sunio tried to calm himself down, then said, Don't you want to get a Pokemon to raise? I've thought of a way. If I call you out like this, Nobita and the others won't be suspicious. Sunio finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yuan pass. But he completely forgot that the cartoon maker behind him was still playing. Nobita and the others were also looking at Jayan and Sunio and forgot to turn off the machine. Jayan listened to my explanation. It's not what you think, 913. I was talking about other people, not myself. I really like your singing, Jayan, you have to believe me. I'm your close friend and a die-hard fan. Sunio didn't care about so many things at this time. He would rather die than let his friend die. He would deal with Jayan first. Oh, Sunio is so disgusting. Actually letting Jayan eat this. Shizuka made a disgusted face and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. When she heard Sunio's voice, she couldn't help but have a picture in her mind. It was unknown how long the two of them discussed. But when they returned to the living room, Doraemon had already put away the machine. And Nobita and the others were preparing to go to Sunio's room to get their school bags and then go back to do their homework. After all, it was getting late. I don't know, he should have a way, right? After Jayan's concert was over, he happily came to my house to play. Actually, there was nothing wrong with him coming to my house. But I couldn't stand the way Jayan ate. No matter how many snacks I brought, they were not enough for him. You have to know that this is my house. He was not polite at all. Seeing Jayan still eating with big mouthfuls, he was just like a hippopotamus. The most annoying thing was that after Jayan ate all his snacks, he actually reached out to grab my snacks to eat. This time I was really angry. Nobita and the others didn't know what Sunio was thinking. They were about to leave before. If Jayan hadn't wanted to see Sunio, they would have gone back long ago. Yes, Sunio. We still have homework to do, you should hurry up and do it. The teacher has assigned a lot of homework today. Shizuka smiled and nodded. She also reminded Sunio and Jayan after all. They sometimes forget to do their homework and get punished by standing. Got it, Sunio replied weakly. He felt so tired. He finally wanted to show off, but Jayan took out his diary. As a result, he had to do homework after being tired for the whole afternoon. Jayan was perfunctory about doing his homework. What he cared about now was Pokemon. Now he had a plan. He began to plan when to go to the Pokemon world again. So he pointed at the ball in Shizuka's hand and said, Doraemon, when are we going to send this little guy back? You mean Wanzai? Doraemon looked at Wanzai after hearing what Jayan said and said, let's talk about it in 2 days. Given one's current condition, it will be quite troublesome for us to put him back. Is that so? Jayan nodded after hearing what Doraemon said. Sunio had told him not to rush to say that he wanted to go to the world of Pokemon, as this would make Doraemon doubtful. Sunio saw this and quickly said to Doraemon, then Doraemon, next time you go to the Pokemon world you must invite us. Don't worry. Then Sunio, Jayan will go back first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Jayan and Sunio, Nobita, Shizuka and Doraemon set out on their way home. Because it was too late today, Nobita didn't plan to do homework with Shizuka. It's better to go back early, Nobita. What do you think would happen if we lived in a world where we could use magic? On the way, Shizuka looked at Nobita with a dreamy look on his face. A magical world, that would be fun, right? We could play Quidditch on broomsticks, that would be fun. Nobita thought for a moment after hearing what Shizuka said. Quidditch, what is that? Shizuka asked curiously after hearing Nobita's words. Well, it's a sport similar to baseball, it's very fun. Shizuka, you can also play this game. However, this should be impossible. After all, there is no magic in our world. Ingsheng looked at Shizuka and explained with a smile. Doraemon nodded in agreement and explained, Nobita is right. How could there be such a thing as magic in our world? It's all superstition. It's something that people in ancient times came up with to deceive people for some purpose. That's true, but Doraemon may be in this vast universe. There is a planet that actually uses magic. There should be one, right? Nobita guessed while making a square with her hands and looking at the sky, which was already turning red. There should be, right? It would be great if there is. I really want to visit a planet like that. Shizuka clasped her hands together and said with longing. The dumpling on her shoulder also tried to imitate her. But it had no hands. So no matter how hard it tried, it didn't look like her. Instead, it looked funny, which made the three of them laugh. The three of them sent Shizuka home with laughter. And then Nobita followed Doraemon on the way home. Because there were not many people around, Nobita used teleportation to return home with Doraemon. After all, it was getting late, and there was still so much homework to do. It was really stressful. Nobita came home so late. But Nobita Tamako didn't say anything. She thought Nobita was doing homework with Shizuka, and she was busy making dinner. During dinner, Nobita Daisuke looked at Nobita Tamako and said with a smile, "Mom, I still have annual leave to take. Should we go out for a walk? Speaking of which, we haven't gone out to play for a long time since Nobita was born." Going out to play? Nobita Tamako looked at Nobita Daisuke in surprise and said, "That's true, but if we leave, who will cook for Nobita and Doraemon?" "Oh yes, I almost forgot. It seems that I can't go." Nobita sighed, ready to give up the idea. Nobita and Doraemon looked at each other. And then Nobita said, "Mom, if you want to go, just go on a trip. It's no problem for Doraemon and I. We can cook and buy groceries ourselves." "Nobita, what are you talking about, kid? How old are you? How can I leave you and Doraemon behind to go out and play?" Nobita Tamako smiled when she heard what Nobita said. She was worried about leaving Nobita alone at home. Doraemon saw this and said, "Mom, Daddy, you guys go ahead. It's okay, I can take care of Nobita. And I have tools that can help Nobita with housework. It's okay, you don't have to worry about us." "That's right. Now that our family is not financially tight anymore, you can go out and travel to relax, which is also quite good. Besides, with Doraemon here, it's no problem." Big 230 Xing also echoed from the side. In fact, Nobita was also somewhat tempted. But she was worried that Nobita and the others could not take care of themselves. So she hesitated and said, "But, oh Mom, don't worry, just go ahead and don't worry. I'm old enough and can take care of myself." Nobita continued to persuade her when she saw that her mother was still hesitant. After saying one, Nobita exchanged glances with Nobita, the assistant, who immediately understood and said, "That's right, mother, let's switch gears. Nobita is old enough, there will be no problem, DB. Ebki, however, I can't go too far. I'm still worried about Nobita." Nobita Tamako hesitated for a moment before agreeing. But she still chose to go to a closer place. After all, if anything happened, Edge could rush back immediately. "Then I wish Mom and Dad a pleasant trip. Cheers." Seeing Nobita Tamako agreed, Nobita picked up the cup of drink and raised it and shouted, "Cheers, the family is happy and harmonious. And life will get better and better. Maybe the future is also slowly changing." At night, Nobita and Doraemon were lying on the windows, looking at the stars in the night sky and chatting. "Doraemon, do you think there is magic somewhere in the universe?" "Ah. Nobita, are you still thinking about magic?" Doraemon said helplessly after hearing Nobita's words. He thought Nobita was worried about her parents' plan to go out for a trip. Nobita leaned on the windowsill with her hands on her head and murmured, "I'm telling you, Doraemon, I used to wish I could learn magic so that I could cast some magic to change my luck. Because my luck is really bad." Doraemon was thoughtful after hearing Nobita's words. It was true that Nobita's luck was really bad in the past. He was always unlucky, either falling into a stinky ditch or being bitten by a dog. Generally speaking, Nobita and the previous Mina, Nobita, share the same fate. But Nobita is better. At least he is the only one who suffers and does not implicate those around him. "Nobita, don't think too much. Look, aren't you very lucky now? And according to your current situation, you will be able to change the future soon. Shizuka will definitely become your wife." Doraemon patted Nobita's shoulder and comforted her. He rarely saw Nobita so sad. "That's true. Life is so good now." Shizuka ignored Nobita and walked towards the school with Maruko. Nobita chased after him and shouted, "Shizuka, it's decided, let's find a time to go together." At the same time, at Shizuka's home, Shizuka was lying on the bed while Maru was jumping on the quilt. Looking very happy. "Maru, it would be great if I knew magic, so I could take you with me to do good things. You would be my magic pet. What do you think, oh Shizuka?" Nobita seemed to remember something at this time. He stopped Shizuka and asked with a smile, "Didn't I say I would take you around the world? Where would you like to go first? How about we go together?" "Jay and Sunio, I won't listen to you. I don't want to go with Nobita." "Nobita, good morning. Shizuka greeted Nobita sweetly and then asked curiously, "Nobita, did you get up late today?" No, Nobita, don't think too much. Of course I want to travel with you," Shizuka hurriedly explained when she saw Nobita like this. After Thatch tried to pull Nobita, but she saw a smile on the corner of the other's mouth. Then Shizuka reacted the next morning. Nobita got up and had breakfast as usual. But today Nobita Tamako was particularly nagging and kept telling Nobita all kinds of things. Oh yeah, and Doraemon is here too. Maru couldn't understand what Shizuka was saying and thought Shizuka was praising him. He happily moved closer to Shizuka's cheek and rubbed it continuously, making Shizuka feel a little itchy and laughing continuously. He has learned a lot about survival in the wild, and cooking is a small problem. But he only knows how to cook Huxia food and not Japanese food. Hearing this, Jayan and Sunyo's faces suddenly changed, because they had completely forgotten to write it. After Nobita and the others left yesterday, Jayan and Sunyo discussed the Pokemon matter again, and then started playing video games. "Ah, Nobita, you tease me again, I'm ignoring you." Nobita took Shizuka's hand and walked towards the school, then answered, "No, me parents are going on a trip, and they are worried about me and Doraemon at home. So they kept telling me to pay attention to some things." Because she was shy, Shizuka ignored Nobita until the class started, but she still exchanged her diary with Nobita. The bell rang. The teacher still walked into the classroom on time. Shizuka couldn't believe what Nobita said. She always thought Nobita meant to wait until they grow up, but she didn't know that he wanted to take him there now. Thinking of this, Shizuka's face couldn't help but turn red again, and she was too embarrassed to answer Nobita. Breakfast was spent with Nobita Tamako's nagging. If it was the previous Nobita, she might not be able to do it well. But the current Nobita is different. In order to cope with her unlucky physique, after saying Thade let go of Shizuka's hand, turned his back to Shizuka and didn't say anything. It was already dark when Jayan got home. He was severely beaten by his mother. How could he remember to do his homework? Sunyo was glad that the diary incident was not exposed, so he forgot to do his homework. He would not have remembered it if the teacher hadn't asked him just now. Change hello King Zhao, yes. Judging from his expression, was in a good mood. But when he was about to call the roll, he found that there were 2 empty seats. His expression suddenly changed and he said angrily, "Jayan and Sunyo, why are you late again?" Hearing the teacher's deep voice behind them, Hu and Zai Ocean knew they were doomed, de poop. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Jayan and Sunyo's voices rang out at the classroom door. "Teacher, we are here." Seeing that Shizuka didn't answer him, Nobita pretended to be very disappointed and said in a low voice, "So you don't want to travel with me? Should I feel relieved? Don't we still have Doraemon?" Nobita listened to Shizuka's words, thought about her mother's performance today, and said uncertainly, after all, judging from her mother's performance today, Nobita was still not very relieved. Shizuka was quite surprised to hear Nobita's words. She looked at Nobita curiously and asked in surprise, "Nobita, are your parents going on a trip? Are they so confident that they can leave you alone at home? Nobita, you must be careful when you cook. Especially turn off the gas when you cook." Jayan and Sunyo were so scared that they could only stand outside as punishment. Before they took 2 steps, the teacher's voice came again, "Student, have you finished your homework? How many times have you said this to the 2 of you? It's always like this, what are you thinking? Stand in the corridor as punishment." The teacher almost yelled. Nobita ran over immediately upon seeing this. "Shizuka. Good morning, sorry to have kept you waiting." Because of Nobita Tamako's nagging, Nobita went out a little later than usual. Even if he used teleportation, when he arrived at Shizuka's house, Shizuka was already standing at the door waiting for him. And the girl on her shoulder also had her eyes wide open, as if she was also waiting for him. Done. At this time Shizuka knew that Nobita was teasing her, and she suddenly felt embarrassed after she had just said that she wanted to travel with Nobita, which is something only couples do. So of course she would feel embarrassed. Looking at the expressions on your faces. "You 2 didn't do your homework, did you?" The teacher's voice was like the voice of a devil from the abyss. and Jayan and Sunio trembled with fear. The two looked at each other, then turned around and faced the teacher, not daring to speak. Just nodded. The teacher was furious when he saw this and said, "You too. Being late is fine. But you haven't even done your homework yet. What on earth are you planning to do? Stand there for the whole morning and go now, yes." Hearing the teacher's roar, Jayan and Sunio nodded quickly and then ran quickly to the corridor, fearing that they would anger the teacher. "I'm really P********* D off. I hope you guys won't learn from them or I won't let you go. Okay, let's start the class now. Turn to the textbook." Seeing that the teacher was really angry, the other students immediately fell silent and attended class extra seriously, fearing that the teacher would vent his anger on them. "Sunio, this is terrible. You have to stand for the whole morning as punishment," Jayan said to Sunio with a worried look on his face while standing in the corridor. After all, it was really uncomfortable to stand for the whole morning. Sunio and Jayan were not much worse. They also said with a bleak look, "There is no. Nobita is not late recently. The teacher can only vent his anger on you if it was in the past. We would not have been in any trouble at all." D. 540. The two brothers didn't know how to look for the reason in themselves, but instead thought it was Nobita's fault for being late. Their brain circuits were really powerful, but they couldn't force Nobita to be late. Nobita had no idea what Jayan and Sunio were thinking. Although he was in class, his mind was already wandering. Soon half of the morning class was over, and Jayan and Sunio already felt their legs were a little numb. "Sunio, my legs can't take it anymore. This is not a solution. Nobita isn't late now, but we're often late. We have to think of a way to make it easier, even if it means standing in the corner as punishment." Jayan listened to the noise in the classroom and made sure that the teacher would not come out. He leaned his back against the wall, stretched his legs, and complained to Sunio, "I'm the same. We really need to find a way." Sunio bent down and gently beat his calf. He was almost unable to hold on, but there was no other way. They didn't dare to disobey the teacher. "Oh right." Sunio suddenly came up with an idea and said to Jayan, "We can ask Doraemon for help. Has so many powerful props. There must be some tool that can help us." "Oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? You are indeed my close friend," Jayan said after he understood what Sunio said. But not long after, he said in frustration, "But how could Sunio Doraemon lend us the props, you know? Even if Nobita went to borrow the props, it would take a lot of effort." Sunio nodded after hearing what Jayan said. This was indeed a problem, but he quickly thought of a solution. He patted his chest and said to Jayan, "This is very simple. Leave it to me." The two decided to ask Doraemon for help with the props. But our Doraemon didn't know that Jayan and Sunio were already thinking about him. He was now repairing props in the 22nd century because his parents were going out for a trip. So he had to repair the broken props quickly in case of any unexpected situation. This is all thanks to the money made from Nobita's comics. Otherwise, Doraemon would not be able to come up with so much money at once to repair the props. As Jayan and Sunio were looking forward to it, the morning time finally passed. During the lunch break, they found a lawn to lie down and relax their tired legs, because they had something on their minds. After the teacher announced the end of school, Jayan and Sunio picked up their backpacks and ran out, as if they had something important to do. "What's going on with Jayan and Sunio? They look so anxious." Nobita looked at Jayan and Sunio, who left anxiously, and was a little confused. She didn't know what they were going to do. Upfi. After hearing what Nobita said, Shizuka thought for a moment and said, "Maybe they are afraid of forgetting to do their homework and being punished by the teacher tomorrow. So they rush back to do their homework. Is that so?" "Shizuka, we can't lose to them. Let's go back and do our homework. After we finish our homework, how about we plan our trip?" "Wait, let's talk about it after I finish my homework." Shizuka couldn't help but blushing when she heard Nobita's words. She lowered her head and continued to pack her school bag. Ignoring Nobita smiled slightly when she saw this. Shizuka was still so shy but still so cute on the other side. As soon as Jayan and Sunio left school, they hurried to Sunio's house, and then ran out of Sunio's house holding a large box of luxuriously packaged things. Soon the two of them arrived at the door of Nobita's house. And Jayan said hesitantly, "Sunnywa, this really okay?" Sunio patted the box in his hand and smiled at Jayan, saying, "Jayan, don't worry, there will be no problem. Whenever I had something to do, I used this method to ask Doraemon for help." After saying that, the two of them walked towards Nobita's house. After greeting Nobita, the two said they were here to find Doraemon. Nobita didn't think much about it and let them go upstairs. "Why are you two here?" Doraemon was sorting his props, looked at Jayan and Sunio standing at the door and asked puzzledly. Various props were already piled on the tatami in Nobita's room. Doraemon was sorting the props after all. He had just repaired a lot of props, so he had to sort them out. Sunio walked around the props on the ground and came to Doraemon, handed the luxuriously wrapped box to Doraemon and rubbed his hands and explained, "Doraemon, this is a high-end snack my father brought back from abroad. I give it to you, really, thank you, Sunio." Doraemon was happy to hear Sunio's words and was about to open the box. Suddenly paused and looked at Sunio warily and said, "Sunio, how are you planning? I tell you, if you want to borrow my props to play a prank, I won't agree. It's not really a big problem. We just want you to lend us a prop that will make the teacher's punishment less messy." Doraemon looked at the two of them in disbelief, half closed his eyes and asked, "Is it really that simple?" Doraemon responded with two people nodding heavily. Doraemon looked at the two of them with a critical eye. He felt something was wrong, but judging from their expressions, there seemed to be nothing wrong. He thought for a moment and said, "Ok, in that case, I'll help you this time, really. Thank you so much, Doraemon, you're so kind. Yes, you're also my close friend." Jayan and Sunio were very happy to hear Doraemon agreed and praised him, which made Doraemon very happy. He happily took out a wooden box from his pocket. On the wooden box there was a snake head with a strange aura. But when Doraemon saw Jayan and Sunio, he hesitated. After all, this thing was a bit dangerous. Thinking of Sunio and Jayan's messy personalities, he decided not to lend it to them. "Doraemon, is this the prop, but why does it look so strange?" But before Doraemon could put the wooden box back into his pocket, it was snatched away by the strong Jayan, who looked at this trapped guy curiously. Sunio was also very curious and was about to pull the snake head, which seemed to be a wooden door that could be opened. Seeing this, Doraemon quickly stopped him and shouted, "Sunio no, ah." Sunio looked at Doraemon in confusion, but his hand had already opened the wooden door. And a ray of light suddenly shot out and shone on Sunio. Before he could say anything, Sunio turned into stone in Jayan's horrified eyes. Jayan looked at Sunio, who had turned into stone, and wanted to throw away the wooden box in his hand in fear. Fortunately, it was caught by the sharp-eyed Doraemon. Jayan looked at the wooden box in Doraemon's hand in fear and stammered, "Doraemon. Doraemon, what on earth is this?" Doraemon looked at the frightened Jayan and explained seriously, "This thing is called the Gorgon box. You must have heard of the snake goddess Medusa in Greek mythology, right? This prop is made based on her legend." Jayan looked at Sunio, who had turned into stone, and asked curiously, "Then Doraemon, Sunio can't be transformed back?" "Of course you can. This prop is that if you open this wooden door, the person who is illuminated will be turned into stone. But as long as you pull the snake head, it will immediately return to its original state." As he said, Doraemon pulled the snake head, and sure enough, Sunio had turned into stone, immediately recovered. He stared blankly at Doraemon and Jayan and asked in confusion, "What happened to me just now?" "What happened?" Jayan looked at the puzzled Sunio and quickly explained, "Sunio, you were just turned into stone by that box, and Doraemon just restored you, so that's how it is." Doraemon looked at Sunio and Jayan, pushed the box of sweets back and said, "Sunio, Jayan, I think you should not use this prop. It is better to get up early and go to school. You see, Nobita can get up early now, so you can do it too. Gee." Sunio was a little hesitant when he heard Doraemon's words. This item is indeed dangerous, but if used properly, wouldn't it be a punishment weapon? Maybe he could even make money. "I'm returning this to you. I won't lend you anything anymore. Go back and do your homework. I still have props to organize." Doraemon said as he prepared to put the prop back into his pocket. After all, this thing was indeed a bit dangerous. But Sunio was quick-witted and snatched the Gorgon box from Doraemon immediately. Before Doraemon could react, he called Jayan and ran out of the room, and then left Nobita's house. Jay and Sunio stopped messing around. Doraemon wanted to chase them, but when he ran out of the house, Jayan and Sunio were gone. If something happens, I won't take care of you. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Doraemon had to give up. On the other side, Jayan and Sunio came to Sunio's house. Jayan looked at the wooden box in front of him with some worry and said, "Sunio, do we really want to borrow this prop?" "It seems very dangerous," Sunio said nonchalantly. Jayan, "It's Akio, just need to be careful and think about it. If we have this prop, we won't have to worry about being punished. And we can also help others avoid the trouble of being punished. Of course, Ethis requires payment. And we can also turn the person who provokes us into stone and teach him a good lesson." Zero request flowers. After listening to Sunio's words, Jayan felt that it made sense. It seemed that there was really no need for him to be afraid of this prop. He just needed to be careful when using it. "Hey Sunio, you're really smart, let's do this." "Well, let's go tell everyone now. It's only 100 yuan per use." After they discussed how to use this prop, they went out to inform other students. After all, there are still students who are punished by the teacher every day. Moreover, this prop can also help everyone turn some things that are difficult to store into stone. So it is still useful. "Sunio, Jayan, come and have some snacks." Shortly after the two left, Sunio's mother came to Sunio's room with a plate, but there was no partition in the room at all. Zero, that's weird, where did they go? Aren't they doing homework together? Sunio's mother looked at the empty room and was a little surprised. Just as she was about to put down the plate and leave, the strange box on the ground caught her attention. She squatted down curiously and looked at the box with the strange snake head. Wondering, what is this? It's weird. Is it a new toy that Sunio bought? As she spoke, Sunio's mother opened the wooden door of the wooden box, and instantly a ray of light shot out and shone on her body. Before Sunio's mother understood what was happening, she turned into stone. After Sunio's mother turned into stone, the box that was not closed suddenly moved, and then something that looked like a white snake came out. Its eyes glowed red and it slithered out of the open door in a snake-like shape. "Sunio, you are so smart. How did you come up with the idea of turning things into stone to preserve them?" Jayan praised Sunio generously at the door of Sunio's house. Just after they finished the promotion, a classmate expressed his desire to turn something into stone and immediately paid for it. Sunio and Jayan came back to get the Gorgon's box. When the two opened the door of Sunio's house, Jayan saw a white snake on the floor at the entrance. "Sunio, that is what?" The two people's voices stopped abruptly. I'm finally done." Doraemon, who didn't know what happened, had just finished organizing the props. He touched his bag and muttered, "Sunio and the others won't do anything wrong, right?" "No, I'll go check it out." After saying that, Doraemon took out the take-copter and flew out of the window, ready to go to Sunio's house to check the situation. However, when flying to a street not far from Sunio's house, Doraemon saw many people and animals turned into stone. What are these? Could it be? Doraemon seemed to have thought of something terrible and hurriedly rushed to Sunio's house. However, when he saw Sunio and Jayan turned into stone at the door of Sunio's house, his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "Oh no. It's a big deal. The two of them must have let the things in the box escape." Doraemon landed anxiously, quickly ran into Sunio's 850 home, and began to look for the box containing the snake girl. "I should not have taken this prop out. Now I'm in big trouble. I have to go find Nobita for help." Doraemon muttered as he looked at Sunio's mother, who had been turned into stone, and the empty box in Sunio's room. After saying that, he quickly ran out of Sunio's house and flew towards Shizuka's house. If it was before, Doraemon couldn't find where Nobita was, but now he was sure where Nobita was. "Nobita, something bad has happened." Nobita was doing homework with Shizuka when he suddenly heard Doraemon's voice outside Shizuka's window. He sounded very anxious. He thought he had misheard. When he and Shizuka looked up and saw Doraemon holding a wooden box, they quickly got up and ran over to open the window. Looking at Doraemon, who looked anxious, Shizuka asked curiously, "Doraemon, what happened? You seem very anxious." "That's right, what are you doing holding this wooden box?" Nobita looked at Doraemon curiously. It was the first time he saw Doraemon so anxious. "Oh no, Nobita, the snake girl ran away," Jayan said. "Doraemon, what are you talking about? Speak slower, I don't understand what you're saying." Looking at Doraemon, who was speaking incoherently, Nobita quickly signaled him to calm down. With Doraemon like this, he had no idea what was going on. Doraemon knew it was hard to explain, so he took a deep breath to calm himself down before slowly telling Nobita and Shizuka what had just happened. "I knew it, Sunio and Jayan ran away in a hurry after school. It turns out they went to look for Doraemon," Shizuka said with some concern. Then Doraemon, "What should we do now?" "All we can do now is to catch the snake girl as soon as possible and then restore everyone to their original state," Doraemon explained, shaking the empty wooden box in his hand. Nobita nodded seriously and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's set off right away." After saying that, Nobita was about to go to the entrance to change shoes. But when she saw Shizuka following her, Nobita quickly said to Shizuka, "Shizuka, don't go with us. It's still very dangerous. If we don't come back before tonight, you can use the take copter to fly to my house and then go to the future world to ask Dorami for help." But Shizuka hesitated. But seeing Nobita's serious look, she nodded and agreed. "Okay, I understand, Nobita." Doraemon, "You have to be careful too." After saying that, Doraemon followed Nobita and used the take copter to fly towards Sunio's house. After all, they didn't know where the thing had gone, so they could only start from Sunio's house and search separately. Shizuka looked at Nobita and Doraemon, who were leaving, with a worried look on her face. She could only pray silently in her heart, "Nobita, be careful. Nobita, let's start looking separately from here. If we find her, use this communicator to notify me." Above the Sunio family's house, Doraemon and Nobita were preparing to look for the escaped snake girl separately. At this time, the streets were full of people and animals who had been turned into stone. Nobita actually doesn't know what the snake girl looks like, but based on what Doraemon said, if it was made according to the legend of Medusa, then it should be somewhat similar to the snake garden. Right, Nobita flew forward quickly, his eyes quickly scanning the streets below. But unfortunately, he saw nothing except people and animals turned into stone. However, he was sure that the thing was escaping along the street, so the chance of finding it was still very high. If it got into that person's house, it would be troublesome. Just when Nobita was wondering where the snake girl had gone, a shrill cat cry suddenly sounded from the corner of the street below. "Meow. Could it be?" Nobita became alert immediately after hearing the cat's cry, and flew over there quickly. Sure enough, he saw a wild cat turned into stone. A few meters in front of the wild cat saw a white snake, but its eyes were a strange red. This should be the snake girl, Nobita guessed as he looked at the white snake moving forward. At the same time, he quickly notified Doraemon at the other end, waiting for Doraemon to come over with the wooden box and looking for an opportunity to catch the snake. Doraemon, who received the news, quickly rushed over. He held the wooden box and asked Nobita, "Nobita, where is the snake girl?" "Right over there," Nobita pointed down the street. "Let's go. But we have to be careful not to be exposed to the light from its eyes. Otherwise, we will be turned into stone," Doraemon warned Nobita with a serious expression. After saying that, the two of them pounced towards the white snake on the street below. However, it seemed that the white snake still had some wisdom. When it heard the movement behind it, it stopped and turned to look at Nobita and the others. Nobita noticed something was wrong and shouted, "Doraemon, get out of the way!" As soon as Nobita finished speaking, the white snake turned around and its eyes emitted a red light. If the two had not dodged quickly, they would have been turned into 2.8 stones. The two secretly said that it was a close call and continued to rush towards the white snake. When the white snake saw that it failed to turn Nobita and the others into stone the first time, it continued to shoot light beams. trying to turn Nobita and the others into stone. Although Doraemon tried his best to avoid it. His feet were accidentally hit by the red light, damn it. Seeing Doraemon's right foot turned into stone, he waved his fist angrily and shouted at Doraemon, "Doraemon, this is not a solution. If we continue to fight him, we will all be turned into stone. Throw the wooden box to me and I will catch it." Doraemon quickly threw the wooden box to Nobita and said, "Nobita, you have to be careful. I will attract the guy's attention and you can catch him." Okay, Nobita nodded. He had already made a plan. When Doraemon attracted the white snake's attention, he would use teleportation to rush over and put the white snake back into the wooden box. The white snake is intelligent, but not as intelligent as one might imagine. When it saw Doraemon suddenly rushing towards it, its instinctive reaction was to raise its head and continue to shoot petrifying rays at it. This time Doraemon was prepared and quickly dodged, and shouted to Nobita, "Nobitano is the time." On the other side, Nobitaho had been prepared. Used instant teleportation to appear in front of the white snake before Doraemon could finish his words. The white snake's instinctive reaction to the person appearing in front of it was to release a petrifying ray. But unfortunately, as soon as its eyes emitted red light, Nobita covered them with a wooden box. "It's finally over," Nobita exclaimed as she looked at the invisible white snake covered by the wooden box. "Doraemon, how come you have such a dangerous tool? If it's used improperly, something serious will happen." Right? Doraemon rushed over, picked up the wooden box, closed the wooden door, touched his head a little embarrassedly and explained, "I bought this when it was on sale. I didn't want to lend it to Sunio, but who knew they snatched it away. I will pay attention next time." What else could Nobita say about this? She could only ask Doraemon to be more careful next time. Doraemon also said that he would be more careful next time, and then pulled the snake head that was exposed from the Gorgon Witch's box. And Doraemon's petrified feet immediately returned to their original state. Of course, the other petrified animal men also returned to their original state. The originally quiet streets became a little noisy. After all, no one understood what had happened. For example, the wild cat that was petrified at the end after it recovered looked around in a silly and cute manner, as if looking for the white snake it was going to catch for dinner. Why am I here?" Sunio, who was still in a state of surprise, finally came to his senses. He stood at the door with some confusion, not yet reacting. Then he looked at Jayan, who was also confused beside him. "Sunio, wasn't there a white snake there just now? How come it's gone?" Jayan pointed at the empty space at the entrance and asked in confusion. At this time, Sunio finally reacted and shouted, "Jayan, that's not a white snake. That should have escaped from the Gorgon Witch box. What should we do now? That thing must have escaped." At this time, Doraemon and Nobita also rushed over. They looked at Jayan and Sunio and asked Jayan-san, "Are you two okay?" Jayan and Sunio heard Doraemon's voice and hurried over and shouted anxiously, "Doraemon, it's bad, the things in your props seem to have escaped. What should we do? How dare you two say that? I told you I wouldn't lend you the items, but you still wanted to take them away. Do you know you're in the wrong now?" Doraemon said angrily as he looked at the two of them. "We know we're wrong, but Doraemon, let's go get that thing back right away, shall we?" Jayan and Sunio also knew they were wrong, and quickly apologized to Doraemon. Nobita and Doraemon saw that the two men admitted their mistakes with a decent attitude. So they said, "Don't mess around next time. If we hadn't discovered it early and caught that guy, who knows what kind of chaos would have happened." So you have already caught that guy. Don't mess around next time, understand? Yes. After teaching Jayan and Sunio a lesson, Nobita rushed to Shizuka's house. After all, Shizuka was still waiting for him. As for Doraemon, she had already gone back. Nobita looked at Shizuka, who was standing by the window with Maruko and looking out from time to time, and waved quickly and ran to Shizuka's door. "Shizuka, I'm back." Shizuka was very happy to see Nobita appear at her door. She ran downstairs to open the door for Nobita. At the entrance, the two looked at each other. "Shizuka, I'm back." "Well, welcome back." Shizuka looked at Nobita with a smile and responded softly. The two looked like a newlywed couple. with Shizuka being the wife waiting for her husband, who was away from work, to come home. Then the two of them went back to Shizuka's room and continued to do their homework. After all, they had not finished their homework yet. However, after working for a while, they would look up at each other, tacitly smile at each other, and then continue to do their homework for a moment. It seemed that the atmosphere in the whole room had changed. Shizuka did not ask Nobita about the process of catching the item Doraemon mentioned. In her opinion, as long as Nobita was fine, that was more important than anything else. Then Shizuka, see you at school tomorrow. Because he had to go out halfway, he wasted a lot of time. By the time he finished his homework, the sun was about to set. Although Nobita was reluctant, he had to say goodbye to Shizuka and go home. Nobita, be careful on the road, see you tomorrow. Shizuka waved goodbye happily as she watched Nobita leave with her school bag on her back. She watched Nobita's back disappear at the end of the already dark street before turning around and going into the house. There's still a long time. Their love has just sprouted and has not yet begun. When Nobita returned home, he found that it was his father who cooked today. He seemed very happy and was humming a song. As for 483 Nobita Mako, she was fiddling with something in the room. Apart from the last time when Nobita Mako used Nobita as a bully, Nobita has never seen her father cook. Nobita, you're back, dinner will be served soon. Called Doraemon down. Nobita Daisuke didn't care about Nobita's weird look. Instead, he warmly invited Nobita to prepare dinner. In fact, there are very few Japanese men who can cook after marriage, and they will be despised if others know about it. Good. Nobita responded and went upstairs with his school bag. When he and Doraemon came downstairs, Nobita Mako also came out of the room and was sitting at the dining table with a smile on her face. She asked Nobita and Doraemon to sit down quickly. Before dinner, Mom wants to tell you a few things, Nobita and the others said after they sat down. Tomorrow, Mom and Dad are going to travel, Nobita. You and Doraemon must take good care of the house and don't mess around. Okay, if anything happens, call us. I'll call you and tell you the number when we get to the hotel. Yes, Nobita responded quickly. He was still a little surprised. It seemed that this matter was decided only yesterday. His parents were leaving tomorrow. It seemed that they had already decided where to go. But he just didn't have time to go. Doraemon heard what Nobita said and quickly said, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of Nobita. You can go and have fun without worry. Nobita Mako smiled and nodded. I feel relieved that you are here with me, Doraemon. By the way, this is our living expenses for the time we are away. Don't spend it carelessly, both of you, as she spoke. Nobita Mako took out an envelope and handed it to Nobita, instructing her that the money was Nobita's royalties. Thinking of this, Nobita Mako's smile became even more intense. Her son was also very outstanding, and no other genius student could compare to him. Mother, don't worry. Nobita is not a child anymore and knows what to do. Let's eat quickly. Nobita Daisuke still trusts Nobita and the others very much. In his eyes, Nobita is already half an adult. I wish you, Mom and Dad, have a great trip. Cheers. Cheers. The family had a happy dinner together. It was great to be so happy as a family. It was great to have a family, Dad, Mom. Please be careful on the road. I hope you two have fun. After helping to put the luggage into the taxi, Nobita and Doraemon said goodbye to Nobita Mako and the others. Oh, Nobita, you're so silly. What's the point of saying dear or not? Come and have breakfast. It was the first time that Nobita Mako heard Nobita say such cheesy words. She was a little uncomfortable, but the smile on her face showed that she was very happy. Nobita rushed to Shizuka's house at the usual time, as usual. As soon as Nobita arrived at the door of Shizuka's house, Shizuka came out of the house. Everything seemed to be as planned. But today Shizuka's outfit made Nobita's eyes light up. Nobita and Doraemon looked at the taxi that had gone far away and said happily, Doraemon, there are only two of us left at home. Shizuka, let's go back quickly. Nobita quickly packed up his things and urged Shizuka. Matsuko is so cute, it looks great. Nobita praised Shizuka generously as she looked at her. The ball on Shizuka's shoulder followed suit and started spinning around in circles. But it didn't know when to stop. It turned its head with stars in its eyes and fell on Shizun's shoulder. Then Doraemon, I'm going to school first. Be careful on the road, what's wrong, Nobita? Shizuka saw Nobita staring at her and looked at her clothes in surprise. There was nothing strange about them. Jayan glanced at the classroom door and asked in confusion. I don't know the last time Nobita did this. It seemed like she was showing Shizuka Doraemon's new gadget. By the way, Nobita, how about coming to my house to make cookies after school this afternoon? I just learned a new way to make cookies. Let Doraemon join us. On the way to school, Shizuka invited Nobita today. Shizuka is wearing a white and purple long-sleeved shirt with a gray short skirt, which makes her look even cuter. She is paired with a light green tights. This color should look awkward, but it doesn't look weird on Shizuka. She looks cute no matter how you look at her. P.S. I still think Ama's version of Shizuka is pretty. No matter the outfit or the style, I love it. Despite saying so, Shizuka still quickened the pace of packing her things. She was very happy that the person she loved expected her to make something for her, because he could eat the cookies made by Shizuka in the afternoon. Nobita felt that time passed so slowly at school, after all. When he was watching anime before, he had seen Shizuka making snacks countless times. And at that time he fantasized about if he could eat the snacks made by Shizuka once. After all, Nobita and Doraemon enjoyed eating them very much, so they must have tasted very good. As for Jayan and Sunio, maybe it was because the punishment of standing in the corner yesterday worked, and they couldn't use Doraemon's props, so they were not late as usual today and finished their homework. Jayan, why did Nobita and the others leave in such a hurry today? Sunio asked curiously as he saw Nobita hurriedly pulling Shizuka out of the classroom. The next morning, Nobita woke up earlier than usual because Nobai and Tamako were leaving early in the morning and he had to see them off. After all, this was the last time his parents had him. Okay, we get it, let's go. Nobita nodded to show that he understood, and quickly pushed the two into the taxi. Kid, I haven't finished yet. You have to take care of yourselves. Nobita couldn't hear the rest of the words because the taxi had already left. I know what you're thinking too. Hey, I know what you're thinking, of course. I will bring Doraemon here after school, and I can eat the cookies made by Shizuka. I am really looking forward to it. As Nobita Li Xiao was waiting, the school bell finally rang. The teacher reminded everyone again to be safe and remember to do their homework, and then announced the end of Get Out of Class. Shizuka looked at Nobita, who was so anxious and couldn't help but smiled and said, Nobita, don't worry, there's still plenty of time. Nobita quickly shook her head. Yes, Shizuka. This outfit suits you perfectly. No, I haven't done it very well yet, really. I like this dress too. Shizuka smiled happily when she heard Nobita's compliment and turned around in front of Nobita. Does it look good in view of this? The teacher seemed to be in a good mood and even assigned less homework for the weekend. After all, his three most troublesome students had started to work hard. Shizuka smiled and put the meatball into her bag. During this period, the meatball had been following her to school. During class, she always put the meatball in her desk. Although he didn't know what the two of them wanted to do, Nobita certainly couldn't do anything right now because he still had to go to school. If he really wanted to do something, he would have to wait until tomorrow, the weekend. It was my first time traveling, I understand, Nobita. Doraemon, you too must take good care of yourselves at home. If you have any problems, just call or contact Shizuka's mother. I have already called her. Nobai Tamako was still a little worried and reminded Nobita. Nobita, why did you get up so early today? Nobai Tamako, who was making breakfast, looked at Nobita, who came to the restaurant, and said with some surprise. She was a little confused as to why Nobita got up so early. Nobita smiled and said to her mother, of course. Today is the first day for my dear parents to go on a trip. Of course I have to see you off. Hey Sunio. I know what you're thinking, Jayan said to Sunio with a mysterious smile. Sunio also winked at Jayan and said with a smile, I know what you are thinking. Jayan shook his head and rejected Sunio's suggestion. Tomorrow is the weekend. They can't possibly do their homework today, right? Anyway, let's just follow them secretly. As long as they play with Doraemon's props. They can't stop us two from playing. 080 Nobita happily threw her school bag to the entrance. And then said to Doraemon, Doraemon, Shizuka is going to bake cookies later and asked us to go to her house together. However, Nobita should finish her homework with Shizuka before playing with Doraemon's props together. Should we wait until then to go over? Sunio said, thinking of the last experience. Sunio, who was a little tired of shouting, said to Jayan beside him, Jayan, could it be that Nobita has gone out? Or has she used some props and can't hear our voices at all? Doraemon, don't you have any props to use? Props that prevent people from entering your house. However, Nobita didn't plan to leave Doraemon alone to go to Shizuka's house. If they were going, of course they would go together. Seeing Jayan doing the same, Sunio looked at the door. And then he saw the prohibition sign Doraemon put at the door. He quickly said to Jayan, Jayan, look at that. That should be Doraemon's prop again. Nobita must have done it on purpose. I just remembered it too. Sunio held his head in his hands, feeling very aggrieved. Why was he always the one who got beaten, huh? What's going on? I can't get in. But when Sunio was about to step inside, he couldn't move at all, as if there was an invisible wall blocking his way. Nobita and the others didn't know that Jayan and Sunio were targeting him again. He was now happily waiting to eat the cookies baked by Shizuka. As for other things, he didn't care. After saying goodbye to Shizuka at the door of Shizuka's house, Inksheng used instant teleportation to return to his own home. Because they were outside Nobita's house, Jayan didn't dare to shout too harshly. After all, Nobita's parents were still alive, and Jayan understood this rule. Otherwise, if his mother found out, he would inevitably get a beating. The two of them kept shouting downstairs, but no one responded at all. Doraemon looked at Nobita with some regret and said, Nobita, have you forgotten Mom and Dad are traveling? If I go out too, there will be no one to look after the house. What if a thief comes in? How is that possible? Let me try. Jayan was a little unconvinced by Sunio's words and walked forward directly. However, when he reached the door, he couldn't move forward at all, not even if he sprinted. Props, let me think, yeah. After saying that, the two ran toward Shizuka's house. Not to mention the person who did all this was Shizuka, whom Nobita liked. Sunio almost cried because of the pain, but he didn't dare to say a harsh word. Otherwise, Jayan would be really angry and he would be beat. Sunio's eyes rolled around as if he had thought of something, and was afraid that Jayan would beat him. So he quickly said, Jayan, why don't we go to Shizuka's house and wait for Nobita? He will definitely go to find Shizuka later. As long as we catch him, that's right, Nobita. This is just like a no-entry sign for cars. We just need to write the prohibited items in this blank space, and no one can enter. Not long after Nobita and Doraemon left, Jayan and Sunio rushed over. It's so strange that Nobita went home by himself today. Could it be that he didn't lend Shizuka some interesting props? Well, Jayan is worthy of your name. It's a really good idea. Sunio gave Jayan a thumbs up and flattered him after hearing what Jayan said. This is also part of Sunio's daily routine. Oh, write a no-entry sign. Doraemon thought about it after hearing what Nobita said, and then took out a mini no-entry sign from his pocket. It looked very cute. Nobita approached Doraemon curiously and asked Doraemon, can this item prevent others from entering our house? Doraemon explained to Nobita as he took a pen and wrote. Hearing Jayan's words, Sunio stopped and looked at Jayan with a confused expression and explained, Jayan, it's not that I don't want to go in, but I can't move forward at all. It seems that something is blocking me. Nobita was about to open the door and leave, but when she saw Doraemon suddenly stop, she asked in confusion, what's wrong, Doraemon? Nobita, you're back. Why didn't you do homework with Shizuka today? As soon as Nobita finished shouting, Doraemon ran out from the living room. It seemed that he was watching TV. Jayan, why don't we secretly go to Nobita's room and take a look? Maybe he is playing by himself. And then go find Shizuka when he becomes proficient. Sunio suggested while looking at the window of Nobita's room. As Nobita's good friends, they knew Nobita's temper very well. Nobita held his forehead and sighed when he heard what Doraemon said. He had indeed forgotten. Mainly because this was the first time he ate something made by Shizuka since he came to this world. He was a little excited. Don't ask why. We are all foodies and we all know it. I'm back. That's great. Let's go to Shizuka's house as soon as possible. Nobita was very curious about the prohibition sign, but he could play with it anytime. So the most important thing now was to go to Shizuka's house first. Haha, worthy of being Sunio's idea is really good. Let's do it. Jaehyun's eyes lit up when he heard Sunio's words, and he patted Sunio's shoulder happily. Poor Sunio was angry but dared not say anything, so he could only avoid Jaehyun's hand and walked towards the door of Nobita's house. Okay Nobita, let's go. We'll make sure no one can get into our house, damn guy. He had something fun but didn't call us, I won't let him go. Jaehyun was tired of shouting and had no choice but to vent his anger on Sunio. He punched Sunio on the head as soon as he finished speaking. Really? Then let's go quickly. Doraemon's eyes lit up when he heard Nobita's words. It seemed that the cookies made by Shizuka were delicious. However, when Doraemon stepped out of the entrance, he was immediately stunned. Jaehyun looked at Sunio, who was still walking in place, and said, Sunio, how are you doing? Come in quickly. What's the point of you walking in place? Damn it. I won't let that guy go. Jaehyun's face darkened when he heard Sunio's words. He clenched his fists and waved them continuously, shouting towards Nobita's room, Nobita B *****D. Get out here right now. But Jaehyun was not very happy about Sunio's idea. He punched him again and said angrily, Why didn't you say so earlier, on the other side? Nobita and Doraemon, who had already gone to Shizuka's house, had no idea what was happening at their doorstep. Nobita, Doraemon, you're here so soon. I've just started getting ready, you may have to wait a while. Shizuka heard someone ringing the doorbell and hurriedly ran out of the kitchen to open the door. Seeing that it was Nobita and Doraemon, she quickly explained. Nobita's eyes lit up when she looked at Shizuka in front of her. Shizuka came back and changed her clothes. She was wearing a light green sweatshirt. Her skirt was changed to orange, and she was wearing a pink kawaii apron. She even had a pink headscarf on her head. She looked very cute, and also had a bit of the temperament of a good wife and mother. Seeing this, Nobita couldn't help but imagine her future life with Shizuka. Will it be very happy? It's okay, Shizuka, how about I make cookies with you? I also want to learn how to make cookies, and then I can make them for you in the future. Nobita said to Shizuka on a whim. He thought he was a good cookie maker. Shizuka was stunned when she heard Nobita's words, and her face couldn't help but turn red. In Japan, there are very few people who are brave enough to say that they will cook for girls. You always pinch my nose, huh? Okay. Nobita nodded and followed Shizuka into the kitchen. Doraemon looked at Nobita in disbelief. It was the first time he saw Nobita take the initiative to offer to help. As time went by, Jaehyun's face became darker and darker. He had already made up his mind that if Nobita hadn't come by the time the sun went down, he would give Sunio a good beating, and then wait until tomorrow or when he went to school to give Nobita another good beating. Finally, in Doraemon's expectation, Nobita and Shizuka finally came to the living room with a plate of fragrant and steaming cookies. Sorry, Doraemon, I kept you waiting for a long time. Shizuka shook her head when she heard Nobita's words. She smiled and said, Of course, it's no problem. Then Nobita, put on your apron, I'm almost ready anyway. Nobita, help me stir the flour. But remember to add the milk while stirring, of course. I'm sure that if Nobita has any interesting props, she will come to Shizuka. Sunio heard Jaehyun's words and patted his chest and promised without thinking. No, that's disgusting. Doraemon was paying attention to the cookies, so he didn't notice Shizuka's strangeness. He approached the plate and took a deep breath and said, It smells really good, it should be delicious. It seems that Nobita didn't cause any trouble for you. Shizuka. Nobita crossed her arms and looked at Doraemon seriously and said, I also contributed a lot to this. Doraemon, you should be grateful, don't you know? Nobita, add a little less milk at a time, in the kitchen. Shizuka was busy with other things, and from time to time she gave instructions to Nobita, who was stirring the flour. Is it ready? Let me see, Shizuka, who was working on the oven, hurried over when she heard Nobita's words. She tested the consistency of the flour with a mixer, then nodded with satisfaction and said to Nobita, "Nobita, it's done. This should be able to bake delicious cookies." Hearing Jayan's words, Sunio's face suddenly changed, and he began to pray in his heart, "Nobita, you must come. Otherwise I will be miserable." Well, Shizuka smiled sweetly at Nobita. Suddenly, something seemed to be stuck on Nobita's face. Shizuka suddenly said, "Nobita, don't move, Merit. It's good enough that you don't cause trouble for Shizuka. But you still want credit, Shizuka. I have prepared the flour, come and see if it works." Nobita quickly completed the task assigned by Shizuka and called Shizuka to come over and take a look. After praying, Sunio ran to the other side of the wall to prevent Jayan from suddenly hitting him again. The two fools never thought of going to Shizuka's house to wait for Nobita. They stood on the left and right of Shizuka's door. Like two door gods, I have to say. The two of them look a bit like a newlywed couple. Nobita was even wearing a pink apron. But the headscarf Shizuka gave her was a plaid one. And it was Shizuka who tied it for Nobita because Nobita didn't know how to use it. Doraemon originally wanted to go over and take a look. But after thinking it over, he decided not to go, after all. Doraemon still believed in Shizuka's cooking skills, and Shizuka would not let Nobita do anything wrong. Nobita was immediately annoyed when he heard Doraemon's words. He said angrily, "Doraemon, what do you mean by this? It's like I'm going to cause trouble for Shizuka." After saying that, he reached out his hand towards Nobita's face. Nobita stood still and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Shizuka, is there flour on my face?" When she said the latter part, Shizuka's face suddenly turned red. She remembered that she had just been playing with Nobita in the kitchen and almost burnt the cookies. Suddenly, the two people's joking voices rang out in the kitchen, which made Doraemon, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, curious. What are they doing? Why are they so noisy? But with Shizuka here, it shouldn't be a problem, right? No, yeah, Shizuka nodded. And at this time, Nobita also felt a little itchy on her face, which should be due to the touch of Shizuka's fingers. It would be nothing to wipe it with something. But suddenly Shizuka reached out and scratched Nobita's nose. "Don't run, that's good. If Nobita doesn't come, I'll beat you up, zero, huh?" Nobita was stunned by Shizuka's action, but he quickly reacted and shouted, "Shizuka, how could you scratch my nose when I was not paying attention? I want to scratch your nose too." While Nobita and Shizuka were baking cookies, what were Jayan and Sunio doing, really? Nobita touched the back of his head embarrassedly after hearing what Shizuka said. "Come and try the cookies that Nobita and I baked together. Isn't it?" Doraemon rolled his eyes at Nobita and said. Then he picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. After a while, his eyes started to light up and he shouted, "Delicious." Nobita saw Shizuka didn't say anything and asked in confusion, "Shizuka, what's wrong? Is it not okay?" "Don't worry, I won't make trouble, zero." Jayan and Sunio were leaning against the fence outside Shizuka's house. But Jayan's face was obviously not looking good. He said to Sunio with a dark face, "Sunny, are you sure, Nobita, you will come over here?" Thinking that he had waited here foolishly for so long and might be scolded when he returned, he rushed to Sunio angrily and grabbed Sunio's collar and said angrily, "Sunio, didn't you say that Nobita would definitely come? Why hasn't she come yet? I'll talk to my mother when she comes back." Shizuka nodded a little embarrassedly. She suddenly thought of going to Nobita's house and felt shy again. Doraemon couldn't help but snickering when he heard Nobita's words. He understood what Nobita meant by being reasonable. After all, Nobita now had superpowers, so dealing with Jayan was no piece of cake. "Doraemon, you are exaggerating. I am not a great chef," Shizuka explained a little embarrassedly after hearing Doraemon's compliment. But her expression was still very happy. Shizuka had already made up her mind that if she really couldn't do it, she would just help Nobita cook dinner. Then the three of them watched TV and chatted while eating cookies. Maruko seemed to like the cookies made by Shizuka very much. They waited until the sun was about to set and Shizuka's mother came back. Shizuka's mother had no objection to Shizuka and Nobita. After all, Nobita Tamako had greeted her. She was wondering whether she should let Nobita eat at her house. But since her daughter was going there, she didn't have to worry. She knew her daughter well and her cooking skills were good. At the same time outside Shizuka's house, Jaen and Sunio were still waiting for Nobita. But Nobita didn't show up at Island. The sun was about to set. If he didn't go back. Oh Shizuka, don't pay attention to them. Let's go home quickly, I can't wait to cook for you. Nobita said, pulling Shizuka towards her home. Shizuka lowered her head shyly, looking like a shy little wife. She has never stayed in someone else's house before, and she is looking forward to it because her parents are not around. So Shizuka won't feel too constrained. Doraemon of course welcomed Shizuka to his house, after all. His mission was to help Nobita successfully marry Shizuka. And the closer their relationship was, better. Nobita looked at Shizuka with a smile and suddenly said, Shizuka, do you want to come to my house tonight? Try the dinner I made and be the judge after dinner. We can also let Doraemon take out some fun props to play with. How about it? Reasonable. You made me wait here for so long, isn't it your fault? Jaen glared at Nobita looking very righteous, which made Nobita feel a little amused. It was true that Jaen's train of thought was different from that of ordinary people. Of course not, right, Doraemon? When Nobita heard Shizuka say this, she knew something was going to happen. So she continued to persuade her and winked at Doraemon beside her. You two stop arguing, Doraemon. Nobita is still very capable, don't say that to him. Shizuka saw that the two were about to quarrel and hurried to persuade them. At least from what Shizuka saw when he was making cookies just now. Nobita was still very good. Nobita took Shizuka's hand and said nonchalantly, it's okay. Shizuka, if Jaen does something wrong I will talk to him. Doraemon nodded and stopped talking. He felt that it was not good to say that to Nobita. Nobita felt that he must let Doraemon see his ability. Doraemon, I will cook dinner for you tonight. Anyway, Mom and Dad are going out to travel. We can't eat instant noodles on 857 tonight, right? Nobita, is it okay to just ignore Jaen? Shizuka looked back and saw Jaen still standing at her door with some concern. Even Shizuka was still a little afraid of Jaen. Otherwise, every time Jaen forced everyone to go to the open space to listen to him sing. Shizuka would not go. Jaen was stunned by Nobita's behavior. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He just stared at Nobita and the other two as they left. Sunio, who was originally prepared to watch the fun, was also stunned when he saw this. He muttered, is this really Nobita? Why isn't he afraid of Jaen? Shizuka seemed to be a little moved when she heard Nobita's words. But she hesitated and said, but Nobita, will this cause you trouble thinking of this? Doraemon also quickly said, Nobita is right, besides. If Nobita's dinner is really unbearable I will allow you. The great chef Shizukato helped guide it. Doraemon ate cookies while looking at Nobita and said, Nobita, I don't mean to look down on you. But think about it yourself, can you do housework? Not to mention making cookies. Nobita, are you going to cook dinner for yourself tonight? Shizuka said with some surprise after hearing the conversation between Nobita and Doraemon. She was a little curious about what Nobita would do. But unfortunately she couldn't see it. I'm going to beat you to death. Jaen seemed very impatient and stretched out his right fist to hit Sunio. Sunio also knew that he could not escape death. So he closed his eyes and prepared to accept his fate. Nobita looked at Jaen helplessly. Jaen, it seems that I don't have any agreement with you. If you have nothing to do, don't block my way. It's getting late and I have to go home. His mother would definitely scold him, Kada. Just as the fist was about to hit Sunio's face, they suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Sunio quickly opened his eyes and looked towards the door of Shizuka's house. When he saw the person coming out, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Jaen, look. Am I right? Nobita is really at Shizuka's house. Nobita was not afraid of the angry Jaen, but looked directly at him and said, Jaen, why are you so angry? I don't think I have provoked you, have I? Nobita heard Shizuka say this. So she made the decision, then it's decided. Shizuka, Mom bought a lot of vegetables at home, so we don't have to go out to buy them, just tell your aunt. Hey Doraemon, do you look down on me so much? Nobita was a little unconvinced by what Doraemon said. He was ready to let Doraemon see his ability. Hearing Nobita's words, Doraemon looked at Nobita suspiciously and found that the other party was very confident. He felt that he should not discourage Nobita's enthusiasm. So he said, "Okay, I want to see your skills. Okay, got it." "Nobita, you damn guy, you made me wait here for so long." Jayan immediately transferred his anger to Nobita and rushed towards Nobita angrily. This scene made the three people who walked out of the house stunned, and they couldn't understand why Jayan was so angry. Sunio was sweating profusely and didn't know how to explain. But if he didn't explain, he would be beaten by Jayan. For a moment, his forehead was full of blood. But she still gave a few instructions. "Shizuka, don't cause trouble for Nobita when you go to their house. If anything happens, call mom right away, okay, fatty?" Jayan, Nobita has gone away. Sunio stammered until he could no longer see Nobita and the other two. However, he was always paying attention to Jayan's expression. As long as Jayan was about to take action, he would run away immediately. Jayan also realized what Sunio said. He said in disbelief, This. Is this really Nobita? Sunio, am I dreaming?" Sunio saw that Jayan was not angry, and his heart finally settled down. He patted his chest gently and said, "Jayan, you are not dreaming if I guess correctly. Nobita must have some item of Doraemon to be so arrogant. And didn't you notice something? What's the matter?" Jayan was a little puzzled when he heard Sunio's words. Apart from the fact that Nobita was not afraid of him just now, he didn't seem to notice anything else special. "Your eyes." Sunio wanted to scold Jayan for being blind, but when he thought of Jayan's strength, he quickly held back. He glanced at Jayan's expression and saw that he didn't change. He probably didn't hear it. Then he whispered to Jayan. "Jayan 01, just now Shizuka went back with Nobita." "What's wrong with Shizuka going back with Nobita? Doesn't she often go to Nobita's house to play?" Jayan heard Sunio was a little puzzled and said that I punched Sunio on the head and yelled viciously, "Why do you always talk nonsense? Forget it, it's getting late, I'd better go home quickly. I'll deal with Nobita next time." Sunio covered his head, which was hit again, and said to Jayan while enduring the pain, "Jayan, didn't you notice? It's so late now and Shizuka still went to Nobita's house. There must be something wrong." Jayan was also stunned when he heard Sunio's words. Then he reacted and looked at Sunio and said, "Sunio, what do you mean? Doraemon must have lent Nobita some fun props. Otherwise, Shizuka wouldn't have gone to Nobita's house so late." Nobita shook his head helplessly. After all, they were all good friends. He looked at Jayan and Sunio and said, "It's like this. Have dinner and then go back. Nobita, do you need my help?" As soon as they got home, Nobita asked Shizuka and Doraemon to watch TV and left the dinner to him. However, Shizuka was a little worried and came to the kitchen. In fact, most of the ingredients are ready and just need to be processed. However, Nobita does not know how to cook Japanese food, so he can only make some simple Huxia food based on what he has. Try my and Shizuka's cooking. Jayan and Sunio kept twitching their noses and touching their stomachs, looking expectantly at Nobita, who was cooking, and Shizuka, who was helping. "GD, is this true? Did she borrow some items from Doraemon again?" Sunio, as usual, never forgets to belittle Nobita. "Shizuka, Doraemon, how about you try my cooking?" Shizuka and Nobita turned to look at Jayan and Sunio and said in unison, "Why are you two here?" But when he saw that there was not much food left, he was stunned. He didn't expect Jayan and Sunio to eat so much. Doraemon and Shizuka hadn't eaten much yet, and the food was almost gone. It would be too late to cook now. So he said to Doraemon, "Doraemon, the food seems to be a little insufficient. Don't think of a solution quickly. Shizuka hasn't eaten much yet." Jayan walked a few steps and saw that Sunio didn't keep up, so he hurriedly urged him, but Sunio didn't want to go at all. However, under the deterrence of Jayan, had to follow, and could only hope that his mother would not be too angry. After placing the last dish on the table, Nobita called out to Doraemon, who was still in the living room. Jayan and Sunio couldn't wait any longer and just picked up the bowls of rice and started eating. "Okay. Shizuka nodded and took the vegetables to wash. Sanyo, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow me. Nobita was washing rice. Said to Shizuka. Then Shizuka, please help me wash the vegetables on the table. I will cut them later, thank you so much. Jayan and Sanyo didn't hesitate to listen to Nobita's words and sat down at the dining table. Waiting for dinner. Shizuka and Nobita smiled and went back to work in the kitchen. Who would come at this time? But at this moment the doorbell rang. Doraemon opened the door in confusion and saw the person who came in with a surprised expression. Then he asked in surprise, why are you two here? After all, it was getting late. Normally, Jayan and Sanyo would have gone home long ago. After all, Japan still has requirements for curfews. If they didn't go back, they would definitely be scolded. Strict parents would not open the door and lock people out of the house for a period of time as a punishment, or not leave dinner for the children. So they were surprised at the arrival of Jayan and Sanyo. Doraemon, who had been planning to see whether Nobita or Shizuka would cook, smiled happily when he saw how well the two of them worked together, then turned around and prepared to go back to watch TV. Before Jayan and Sanyo could reply, Jayan's stomach growled. Shizuka and Nobita could not help laughing. Jayan rubbed his head sheepishly, forgetting what he came here for. HMPA. Then I have to go and see what this fun thing is. Otherwise I'll have waited for the whole afternoon in vain. Jayan said angrily, and then turned around and headed towards Nobita's house. 3:03 p.m. The drama version is about to begin. Doraemon glanced at the almost empty plate and nodded. Then rummaged in his pockets and pulled out something that looked like a rug. Delicious, delicious, Nobita. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. Jayan praised while eating and drinking. When Jayan and Sanyo were walking towards Nobita's house, Nobita and Shizuka had already arrived home. After Doraemon cut off the prohibition sign with special pliers, the group entered the house. Yes, these dishes are a bit like the Huxia food I've eaten. After that, Jayan and Sanyo took off their shoes and entered the room without waiting for Doraemon to speak. When passing by the restaurant, Jayan seemed to hear Nobita in the kitchen, so he walked over to check and saw Nobita cooking dinner with Shizuka. He was a little surprised and asked, Nobita, you can actually cook? Shizuka tasted several dishes one by one. Her glasses squinted. She looked at Nobita like a little fangirl and said, Nobita, your cooking skills are really good, much better than mine. Doraemon, it's time for dinner. 610. We are here to find Nobita, hee. Nobita just smiled and touched the back of his head when he heard Shizuka's compliment. Doraemon, why are you taking out a blanket if you're not going to eat? Sanyo and Jayan, who were eating, looked at Doraemon, who suddenly took out a blanket and asked in surprise. While talking, they did not forget to eat. Doraemon rolled his eyes at the two of them in annoyance. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have taken out this thing. It was also because the family's finances were not tight recently. Otherwise, Doraemon really wouldn't dare to take it out. This blanket was indeed very good, but it was also very expensive. This is called a gourmet tablecloth, and you can take out all the delicious food you want to eat. Doraemon explained as he carefully spread the blanket on the dining table. But what are you doing with this now? Sanyo asked Doraemon curiously while holding the bowl of rice. If Sanyo had not seen Nobita cooking there with his own eyes, he would definitely say that what he just ate was made by Doraemon using this tablecloth. That's, Jayan agreed vaguely. Doraemon ignored them and said to Shizuka, Shizuka, what do you want to eat? Just tell me, this gourmet tablecloth can make it happen. After hearing what Doraemon said, Shizuka thought for a while and said, then spaghetti will do, I want ramen. You two are really rude, really. Looking at Jayan and Sanyo lying in the living room like the master, Doraemon shook his head helplessly, just as he turned his head to look at the door leading to the yard. He was suddenly stunned. Then I'll have one too. Mom, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Please forgive me, Mom. The mother and son had already left Nobita's house. Doraemon seemed to still hear Jayan's almost desperate cry. It can't make everything appear. It can only make food appear. Doraemon explained while eating dorayaki. But they couldn't just sit there. Nobita looked out the window at the starry sky and immediately had an idea. Shizuka, how about we go to the rooftop to look at the stars together? The starry sky is so beautiful tonight, really. What is this? It can actually turn into food, Sunio, who seemed to be full, put down the bowl in his hand and pointed at the tablecloth on the table and asked curiously. Jayan was not seen after school in the afternoon. Jayan's mother initially thought that Jayan had gone out to play again, because she was too busy at the grocery store. Jayan's mother had not come out to look for Jayan. But it was so late and Jayan had not come back yet. Jayan's mother began to worry that something had happened to Jayan. So she went out to look for him. She happened to run into Sunio's mother, who was looking for her child together. Then I'll have a double portion of dorayaki. Jayan nodded and asked curiously, this looks like the magic carpet in myths and legends. Doraemon, can he make anything appear? Nobita smiled and shook her head seeing, like mother. Like son. Jayan's violent gene is probably inherited from his mother. Sunio, okay. Shizuka glanced out the window and nodded, feast. Jayan and Sunioho were lying on the ground like masters. Immediately sat up, turned slowly towards the direction of the sound with stiff necks, and then looked at their mother, who had a very unpleasant expression. Come on, Shizuka, give me your hand. Doraemon could feel the house shaking because of Jayan's mother even from where he was standing. He smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say a word. There was nothing he could do. Jayan's mother was too oppressive, fatty tiger. You are such a disrespectful child. You dare not go home so late and show up in front of everyone like this. I'll give you a good lesson today, you are so disrespectful. Jayan's mother took off her shoes and stepped onto the tatami. She nodded to Doraemon, then walked quickly into the living room, grabbed Jayan's ear and yelled, then punched Jayan on the head. Sunio couldn't help swallowing when he saw Jayan being dragged away. Then he looked at his mother again, put his head down and followed her out of Nobita's house. He accepted his fate, but at least his mother wouldn't beat him like Jayan's mother did. However, he probably wouldn't get any pocket money this month. And there might be other punishments. Wow, I'm full. After eating and drinking their fill, Jayan and Sunio followed Doraemon to the living room and lay down. Jayan kept rubbing his stomach and seemed to be very satisfied with the meal. As for Nobita and Shizuka, they were cleaning the kitchen together. Oh, it hurts, Mom, I know I was wrong. Jayan held his head and begged for mercy. Jayan suddenly realized what was going on, and said bluntly, give me an ice cream as a dessert after dinner. Suddenly a shooting star flashed by. Shizuka shouted in surprise, and quickly put her hands together, closed her eyes and began to make a wish. Nobita looked at Shizuka tenderly with a smile on his face. At this moment, it seemed that she was the only one in his world. The two went to Shizuka's house first. After learning that Shizuka went to Nobita's house, they wondered if Jayan and Sunio were here. They were planning to ring the doorbell, but they heard their son's voice as soon as they walked to the door. They went to the yard and saw the two people being very rude. Nobita looked at the shooting star. As soon as he finished speaking, the gourmet tablecloth emitted a burst of light again. And then a beautifully decorated ice cream appeared in front of everyone. Jayan immediately grabbed it and started eating well. It tastes good, much better than the ice cream sold outside. Soon they arrived at the rooftop. They sat back on it, looking at the stars scattered all over the sky, blinking from time to time, sitting on the rooftop. It seemed as if the entire starry sky was shining for them. And at this moment, the whole world seemed to be blocked. No matter what you say this time, it's useless. Jayan, you are such an ignorant child. I told you a long time ago that you would help your mother run the store after school. It would be fine if you didn't do it. But you actually ran to Nobita's house late at night and acted like a big shot. I think you are really itching for trouble. Come home with me and I will teach you a lesson today. Jayan's mother said while pulling Jayan's ear with an angry expression on her face. And then she dragged Jayan out. As the three people finished speaking, the gourmet tablecloth was suddenly covered by light and disappeared after a few seconds. Then the food that Nobita and the others had just presented appeared on the tablecloth. Looking very tempting, what a beautiful negative, After cleaning up the restaurant, Doraemon planned to watch TV in the living room. Nobita followed Shizuka back to Nobita's room, but neither of them knew what to do. P.S. I originally wanted to write a long chapter about the changes in time and space, but I couldn't express that feeling, so I can only read more works of famous writers to learn from them. It seems like this. Jan seems a bit pitiful, doesn't he? Shizuka came out after hearing the noise, patted her chest and said with a look of fear after Sunio and Jan left. Fortunately, her mother would not be like this, although her mother was a little harsh on her sometimes. I really lost to you, yes, Dad. The girl quickly waved her hands on the communicator, and soon a picture was played on the big screen in front of her. Of The. The most important thing is that this black hole-like planet is moving towards the Earth. If it continues like this, we will be doomed, Avd. Thinking of this, the bald uncle broke out in a layer of cold sweat. Honey, it's been a while since we've watched the stars together like this. Right. A modern 3-story villa with a small open garden on the upper floor. A couple who looked very loving were snuggling in a European-style hanging chair. The support of the hanging chair was wrapped with various flowers, and various flowers were planted everywhere. Hey. Isn't everything all right in the end, really? Shizuka looked at the beautiful starry sky with longing and clasped her hands together. It would be great if I could go to a planet like that. It would be even better if I could be a witch for once. Okay, let's go back to Nobita's time. Tonight is a sleepless night for the top leaders all over the world. This all started because of 10 pieces of news. Looking at the bright starry sky, Shizuka asked Nobita with some longing, Nobita, do you think there are planets among these stars where magic can be used? People use magic to cook, clean, and so on. Hey, why didn't we think of this at this moment? Nobita suddenly stood up and looked at Shizuka and said, Shizuka, let's go find Doraemon for help. He will definitely be able to fulfill your wish, Doctor. Manu. I have a video that was sent just before the Explorer V satellite was destroyed. Please receive it at this time. One of the communication screens on the screen that had a dozen windows that were originally spread out relatively evenly was suddenly enlarged. A yellow-haired man in formal attire in the screen spoke to the bald uncle, Dr. Manu, and then sent a document over. Doraemon looked at Shizuka and Nobita in confusion and said, Why are you suddenly interested in magic? I don't have such props after all. How can there be such a thing as magic in this world? If it is a magic game, I do have it. Of course, the universe is so vast and anything can happen, Nobita affirmed as he looked at the twinkling starry sky. Then the two of them supported each other and went downstairs back to the room. Shortly after Nobita and the others left, the entire starry sky seemed to be flying quickly, and the picture seemed to be constantly changing. Don't be fooled by this bald uncle's unreliable appearance. But in terms of knowledge, he is definitely one of the best in the world. There is no impact now because the Earth is too far away from the mysterious planet, and the Earth's own gravitational effect offsets the impact of the mysterious planet. However, all this is temporary. As the mysterious planet approaches, if we continue to leave it alone, it won't be long before the mysterious planet's suction, like a black hole, breaks through the protection of the Earth's gravity, and then everything will be over. However, among this group of older scientists, there was a very young girl with short hair who looked a little immature. She was watching the noisy scene quietly, with a pair of eyes as clear as a spring full of worry. At this moment, there seemed to be some important news on the communicator. The bald uncle quickly asked the other scientists to leave, leaving only him and the girl. Yes. It was destroyed under the influence of the gravity of that mysterious celestial planet. This was another voice coming from another screen. The top scientists from all countries in the world gathered here, and they were all discussing a piece of news. Nobita, who didn't know about all this, was following Shizuka to find Doraemon. Doraemon, who was watching TV, looked at Shizuka and Nobita, who suddenly came downstairs and asked curiously, Nobita, Shizuka, what's going on? The Explorer 5 satellite was destroyed by gravity at a very long distance under the influence of the mysterious celestial body and planet. You should know that the Explorer 5 satellite is not too far from the Earth. Doraemon, do you have any props that can help us use magic? Or find a world where we can use magic? Nobita asked Doraemon curiously. The sky is also full of stars, and it seems that the stars can't wait to show their best side to the people on Earth. Miyako, Dr. Man Yue's expression changed, and he quickly spoke to the short-haired girl sitting in front of the computer behind him. What should we do? The gravity of this mysterious planet is too strong. On the screen full of futuristic sci-fi atmosphere, these top scientists from all over the world began to discuss fiercely. In front of this screen full of sci-fi wonders, 10 bald uncles sighed as they watched the scientists discussing enthusiastically. Interesting. Shizuka stood up and rolled her eyes at her husband. You call that interesting, have you forgotten? The time you and Doraemon were turned into stone. Of course, then let's go down and ask Doraemon for help. For example, if there's not enough food today, I can take out a magic carpet like the Doraemon prop. It has been confirmed that the Explorer V satellite has disappeared. A slightly dull voice was heard from a research room filled with a futuristic sci-fi atmosphere. This voice came from one of the dozens of screens above the research room. The man looked a little handsome. He put his arm around the woman and said with a smile, "Yes. We haven't watched the stars together for a long time. I remember the first time we watched the stars together was when we were very young. After that, we seem to have experienced an interesting adventure." According to their investigation, this mysterious celestial planet has the suction force of a black hole. Of course, it can also be said to have gravity, but this gravity is too abnormal. It can affect and destroy the Explorer V satellite from such a distance. This means that this mysterious celestial planet is now strong enough to affect the Earth. Really, in fact, they have been observing the mysterious celestial body that destroyed the Explorer V satellite for a long time. It was just that it had always been in a relatively safe position, so they only sent a satellite to observe it symbolically. They did not expect that today the mysterious celestial body, like a black hole, would begin to move slowly towards the Earth. Doraemon was about to take the game out of his pocket, but Nobita stopped him and said, "But Doraemon, this only proves that our world doesn't exist. But it doesn't mean that there is no such planet in the universe. Right. Maybe there really is a world where magic is advancing instead of science. Don't you really have a solution? You can look for props from such a world. The world of magic must be very interesting." Doraemon did not refute Nobita's analysis, and Shizuka looked forward to it. However, Doraemon did not seem to have such a prop. He scratched his head and said to Nobita and Shizuka, "Nobita, what you said does make sense, but I don't have such a prop. I will go to the 22nd century to look for it tomorrow. Maybe I can really find such a prop, really." The two people who were a little disappointed at first smiled when they heard Doraemon's words. The world of magic must be very interesting. They are looking forward to it. Doraemon looked at the two happy people and added in a serious tone, "But don't be too happy too soon. I can't guarantee that I can find such a prop, new." At night, Shizuka and Nobita fell asleep with a hint of expectation. If you're curious about how Nobita and the others sleep at night, I can tell you responsibly that they sleep separately. Just live in one room in the morning. After eating the breakfast made by Nobita, Shizuka prepared to say goodbye and leave. Nobita, of course, prepared to send Shizuka home, while Doraemon went to the 22nd century. Shizuka, let me tell you, along the way, Nobita and Shizuka were talking and laughing. When they walked to the open space, Shizuka suddenly saw the open space and froze. Nobita also turned his head curiously and looked over. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. "Nobita, that's your stone statue. It looks very much like you," Shizuka said in surprise while looking at the stone statue in the open space. If Nobita wasn't right in front of her, Shizuka would have thought that Nobita had been turned into stone by the witch's snake hair box again. Nobita walked forward curiously and took a look at the statue. It was very realistic, but the statue's expression was very serious and its eyes were strange, as if it was fighting against some bad guy. Who made this? Could it be that Doraemon made it accidentally? Shizuka curiously touched the body of the statue and asked. There was no way she could think of anyone other than Doraemon because the statue was too lifelike. Nobita shook her head. I don't know either. I'll ask Doraemon when he comes back. That's the only way, and the two left the clearing. However, Nobita still had a question in his mind, which was what was going on with this stone statue. But soon after Nobita and Shizuka left, Jayan and Sunio were slowly walking towards the open space. Jayan looked dejected. Hey Sunio. How was your return yesterday? My mom gave me a nice hug. Sunio was stunned when he heard Jayan's words. He was going to say that he was not beaten, but he was afraid that Jayan would feel unbalanced. So he perfunctorily said, I am not much different from you. Damn Nobita, he's responsible for all this. I must, What is that thing? Jayan felt more at ease after hearing what Sunio said. But he still blamed everything on Nobita, completely forgetting that he had gone to someone else's house for a free meal yesterday. Jayan, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing here? Is there something in the open space? Seeing that Jayan didn't say anything and looked towards the open space, Sunio also looked over there. Sunio followed Jayan's gaze and saw the stone statue of Nobita standing in the middle of the open space with a serious expression. This is the stone statue of Nobita. Could it be that the snake-haired witch statue has escaped again and turned Nobita into a stone statue? After Sunio saw the things on the open space clearly, he looked around vigilantly, thinking that the snake woman had escaped again. 00. Jayan didn't hear Sunio's muttering, but rushed to the center of the open space, looked at the arrogant statue of Nobita and kicked it hard twice, saying, Nobita's kid is so stupid. Did he make a stone statue on purpose to s me off? Damn it, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Jayan, be careful. Seeing Jayan running over carelessly, Sunio quickly hid by the wall outside the open space and looked inside. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, he entered the open space. This should be just an ordinary stone statue, Sunio. Can't you be more manly? Jayan said to the timid Sunio unhappily, and then punched Sunio 0-0. So that's how it is. Although he was beaten, Sunio could only smile and nod. He was so miserable that he couldn't say anything. He looked at the statue of Nobita and rolled his eyes and grinned. It's actually like this. Jayan, let's change the shape of this stone statue. Sunio, this is a good idea. Let's leave some marks on the stone statue of Nobita. Let him be so arrogant if he sees his statue become like this. He will be mad to death. Jayan's eyes lit up when he heard Sunio say that. And then the two of them took out graffiti pens from their pockets. They both always liked to doodle everywhere, so they carried graffiti pens with them. Haha, Jayan. Guess what kind of expression Nobita will have when he sees his statue become like this? Sunio said to Jayan while drawing a bow on the face of Nobita's statue. Thinking of the expression on Nobita's face at that time, Sunio couldn't help but laugh. If this was real, Nobita would become even more perfect. Of course, she is moved to tears. We created this with great effort. Nobita should be moved to tears, right? Jayan said with a smile as he continued to paint on it. At this moment, Nobita's voice suddenly came from behind them. Jayan, Sunio. What are you two doing? Doraemon looked at Nobita angrily. Nobita, you're still asking me what happened. I also wanted to ask you what happened. Did you steal my props to play a prank again? And you broke the roof, fortunately. Mom and the others went out. Otherwise we would be scolded again. Just as Nobita was thinking about the name of Dr. Mangetsu, and distressed Doraemon's scream came from upstairs, as if something terrible had happened. But Nobita didn't think much about it, and was ready to take a look at the statue. But when he saw the statue, he suddenly felt a little amused. No wonder they look so different. Although the video about the mysterious celestial body was not stolen by the panic makers who were eager to create chaos in the world, the audio of Dr. Man Yue's communication with other doctors from all over the world was recorded and then released, although it was quickly suppressed by government agencies around the world. What are reporters? They will act as soon as they get the slightest clue and will even resort to any means necessary. Wishing the world would end immediately, this Sunio didn't know how to respond after hearing Nobita's words. His eyes quickly rolled around. And then he pointed at Nobita and yelled, "Nobita, what the hell are you doing? Why did you leave a stone statue of you here in the open space? You have no sense of public morality, do you know that?" The two men looked at the stone statue in front of them, not knowing what to do after they discussed it. They decided to put the two stone statues in the yard and ignore them for the time being. What is going on? Nobita ran into the room and saw the stone statue in the center of her room. It was Doraemon, and there was a big hole in the roof. It seemed that the statue must have fallen from above. After the two of them moved the stone statue of Doraemon to the yard, the originally bright sky gradually darkened. As if it was going to rain, the whole sky became dim. And Nobita and Doraemon hurriedly closed the doors and windows. And soon heavy rain came. This is, haha. What on earth is going on? Doraemon asked, trying hard to hold back his laughter as he looked at the messy stone statue. I know everyone is very concerned now, but we are currently studying relevant information. So please wait patiently and everything will be fine. The TV was playing the news about the mysterious celestial body from 2 days ago. Dr. Manuel looked distressed on TV, but he had to deal with the reporters who swarmed in. Just then Nobita's attention was attracted by a program, which was a news interview. Nobita knew that it would take too long to explain, so she took Doraemon downstairs and pointed at the messy stone statue and said, "Look for yourself, Nobita heard the noise and rushed upstairs shouting, "What happened to Doraemon? Did another rat come out?" "My props." Doraemon fell into deep thought after hearing Nobita's words. After thinking for a while, he said, "Well, Nobita, I don't have such props. I don't know what these stone statues are about." "Ah. Nobita, what did you say?" Doraemon was stunned when he heard Nobita's words. He didn't understand what it meant. After moving the statue back home with great effort, Doraemon seemed to have gone to the future department store and had not returned yet. So Nobita prepared to relax by watching TV in the living room. Some of the TV programs were quite interesting. "Doraemon, you have to understand that I didn't steal your props at all. And I just came back from Shizuka's house. I also found a stone statue in the open space. But it looks like me. I also want to ask you what happened." Dr. Manu, this name sounds so familiar, but I can't remember where I've heard it before. Looking at the pictures on TV, Nobita rubbed his head in distress and said, "That's right." Sunio nodded seriously, then looked at Jayan and said, "Jayan, didn't you say you wanted to go to my house to read comics? Let's go, Nobita." Sunio and Jayan heard Nobita's voice and quickly turned to face Nobita, hiding the pens in their hands behind their backs. After all, it was not a good behavior for them to touch other people's things. "What are you doing?" Nobita asked suspiciously, looking at Jayan and Sunio. After sending Shizuka home, he ran over here to take a look at the statue. He felt that the statue looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where it looked familiar. After saying that, Sunio even touched Jayan with his hand, and Jayan immediately followed 440 and said, "That's right. You have no sense of public morality, so you should take this thing back quickly. In order to get rid of these annoying reporters, Dr. Manuel had to attend this press conference otherwise. If there was no news and these reporters made random reports, it would definitely cause unnecessary panic. Dr. Manuel, is what you have been discussing with doctors from all over the world these days true?" Yes, Nobita rolled her eyes at Doraemon. "If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you 2.3. How would I know what happened? I thought something had happened to your tool again. It turns out that you are guilty of doing something bad." Seeing Doraemon working on the roof, Nobita looked at the stone statue of Doraemon curiously. It looked as lifelike as his own, but Doraemon's expression looked like he had encountered something terrible. Looking at the messily painted stone statue, Nobita shook his head helplessly, but he didn't care much. It was just a stone statue, but he still planned to take it back to ask Doraemon what was going on. And it was not good to leave the stone statue here after all. The statue looked like him. Jayan was stunned at first, then nodded and followed Sunio to quickly leave the open space. Nobita looked at the two people who left in confusion. not quite understanding what they were doing, you know. If it was Nobita Temaka, she would definitely go crazy if she knew there was such a big hole in the room. So Doraemon quickly reached into the four-dimensional treasure bag on his stomach to find the time-wrapping cloth to restore the roof to its original state. Unfortunately, no one knew what was going on today. The TV program seemed boring, so Nobita randomly changed channels, trying to find an interesting program. Because of the incident with the stone statue, Nobita saw that Doraemon didn't mention the possibility of finding the magic item. So she thought that Doraemon didn't find it. Doraemon, on the other hand, forgot about the item because of the incident with the stone statue. Then because of the rain, the two of them did not go out. After Nobita finished his homework, he started to draw the manuscript of the comic. Because it was changed to a single volume, Nobita's manuscript was not enough. If Nobita was not still a student, his editor would probably come to his house to urge him to submit the manuscript. Time passed minute by minute, and the heavy rain not only did not stop, but it got heavier and heavier, and even thunder began to sound. It looked like it would not stop in the short term. Because of the rain, Shizuka had to stay at home and do her homework. She had originally planned to go play with Nobita in the afternoon, but fortunately she had Maruko to play with her. Otherwise she would have been really bored. Time soon came to night. Nobita made something to eat, which was considered dinner. After continuing to train her superpowers, Nobita made the bed and prepared to rest early. After all, she had to go to school tomorrow morning. Just as Nobita was lying on the bed, looking at the dark sky outside the window, he suddenly seemed to hear some sound, which seemed to come from downstairs. He listened carefully again to confirm that he had not heard it wrong, and hurriedly shouted to Doraemon, "Doraemon, you seem to hear some movement downstairs. Do you want to go down and take a look? After all, there are only two of them at home now. It would be troublesome if a thief broke in. If they just do nothing about it, all the things in the house will definitely be taken away. Is there a sound? Why didn't I hear anything?" Doraemon opened the closet door after hearing Nobita's words, but he didn't hear any sound at Allenly, the sound of thunder. "Nobita, did you hear it wrongly?" As soon as Doraemon finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck, making the room brighter. Coupled with the heavy rain outside, the room had the atmosphere of a horror movie. "Let's go downstairs and take a look. It would be troublesome if a thief breaks in." Nobita stood up and said to Doraemon. Doraemon nodded and followed her downstairs reluctantly. At this time a flash of lightning struck again, and the dim corridor suddenly became bright, which looked quite creepy. The two then looked around and found that the door was not closed. "What? It's just that the back door of the kitchen was not closed tightly." "Nobita, why didn't you close the door?" After saying that, Doraemon closed the door and said, "Okay, let's go back to bed. Nobita, you still have to go to school tomorrow." Doraemon, you. Look over there in the corridor, there seems to be something. Nobita was standing next to Doraemon, pointed to the depth of the corridor behind him. At this time, a flash of lightning flashed again, instantly brightening the dim corridor. At this time, the two of them could see clearly that in the depth of the corridor were the two stone statues that Doraemon and Nobita had placed in the yard. Doraemon and Nobita were not mentally prepared, and their hair stood on end in an instant. The scene was indeed terrifying. Even though Nobita thought she was in her 20s, she was still frightened. "Doraemon, are you sure there is nothing wrong with this statue? How did they suddenly come to this place? Could it be that the statue can move?" Nobita looked into the depths of the corridor and asked in confusion. Could it be that this statue is alive? Doraemon was also very puzzled. He walked over curiously and looked at the statue. But the statue did not move. "I don't know what's going on. This statue always feels weird. I'll put them in my pocket for now. If it doesn't work, I'll take them to the 22nd century to check. This is the only way." Nobita nodded. Put the statue into the treasure bag, and the two returned to the second floor, lying on the bed. Nobita was curious and kept thinking about the statue and Dr. Mangetsu. He didn't know why he thought about magic, so he asked Doraemon, "Did you find the props we talked about yesterday?" Doraemon heard what Nobita said, slapped his head and stuck out his tongue. "Nobita, If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten that I actually found a tool that can turn the world into a magical world. Nobita became happy when she heard Doraemon's words and asked quickly, "Really, what kind of prop is it? Doraemon, take it out and let us see it." Doraemon smirked at Nobita, jumped down from the closet, and began to fumble in his pockets before pulling out 10 red telephone boxes. "Isn't this a telephone booth?" Nobita said without hesitation as she looked at the telephone booth that appeared in front of her. Doraemon looked at Nobita in surprise when he heard her words, and asked curiously, "Nobita, do you know this item? Although this item has been around for a long time. I didn't buy it at all. How do you know its name? This. I heard what the grown-up Shizuka said the last time I went to the future." When Nobita heard Doraemon's words, she knew she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained. "So that's how it is." Doraemon didn't think much about it, but began to introduce this 810 phone booth to Nobita. "Nobita, let me tell you. The amazing thing about this phone booth is that as long as you tell the phone about your fantasy world, it can create a parallel world according to your request. If your request is fulfilled, it will ring." "Yeah." Nobita nodded excitedly, and began to regret in his heart why he forgot about this telephone booth. But fortunately, he didn't mention it after all. Doraemon didn't have this prop, but it would be difficult to explain if he knew it. "Then Nobita, please go in quickly." Doraemon patted the phone booth and urged Nobita. But Nobita didn't run in immediately. Instead, he said to Doraemon, "Doraemon, take out the Dakodemo door first." What do you want the Dakodemo door for?" Doraemon was puzzled when he saw that Nobita did not use the telephone booth but asked him for the Dakodemo door. Although it was strange, he still took out the Dakodemo door from his pocket and gave it to Nobita. "Of course, we should ask Shizuka to come along. If Shizuka comes at this time, she will definitely be very happy." Nobita happily ran towards the Dakodemo door and explained to Doraemon the moment she opened the door. "Shizuka, Doraemon nodded when he heard Nobita's words, crossed his arms and thought for a while. "Nobita, your guess is not impossible. I will take him to the 22nd century for testing tomorrow. I'm really sorry that Shizuka made you happy for nothing. This mysterious planet originally had no life, but now, under the influence of the telephone booth, countless lives have appeared. They look strange, like demons in myths and legends. And this planet is still getting closer to the Earth. Shizuka, I didn't mean it." Nobita touched his head a little embarrassedly and explained, "I was just too happy, so I forgot to knock on the door." Nobita pointed to the telephone booth in the room with an apologetic look and said, "This is it, Shizuka. Don't you want to experience the world of magic? Just go in and dial that number, tell us your fantasy, and you can go to the world of magic right away." Medusa. The time for invading the Earth is getting closer and closer. You go to the Earth and grab the history of the demon world left by that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* who was kneeling below while sitting on the throne. There was a hint of emotion in his voice. Before Medusa could answer, Dimichu paused and said viciously, "Ring, ring, ring." As soon as Shizuka finished her words, the phone booth started to ring and began to spread outside. It seemed that the sound could be heard very, very far away. Okay, Shizuka nodded and walked into the phone booth in her pajamas, with Nobita and Doraemon's encouraging eyes. She picked up the phone and said, "If this is a magical world." But the three of them tried until their mouths were dry and they still couldn't make the pencil float. Shizuka looked at the time and said with some disappointment, "It seems that there is no magical world at all. I'd better go back to sleep, I have to go to school tomorrow." As soon as Medusa's voice fell, a blue flame began to burn on a throne not far in front of her. A dark blue figure seemed not to be afraid of the blue flame on the throne at all, and sat down directly. "Jirikara, the pencil floats. Nobita, you pervert, get out." Nobita hurriedly ran into Shizuka's room without even checking what Shizuka was doing. Coincidentally, she ran into Shizuka changing into pajamas. Midnight came quietly and almost everyone fell asleep. What Nobita and Doraemon didn't know was that the effect of the telephone booth was slowly beginning to appear. Even the mysterious celestial body that Nobita saw in the report today was changed under the influence of the telephone booth. The black atmosphere that originally swallowed up all light like a black hole was slowly starting to burn. And his flame was actually black as it continued to burn. The whole planet was surrounded by black flames. Doraemon took out a pencil from the desk and placed it on the ground, saying, "Then let's start by making this pencil float." "Really? Doraemon, is there really no problem with your props, Tilda?" Nobita looked around the room and saw that the design didn't seem to have changed. She began to doubt whether Doraemon's props were effective. Shizuka walked out of the phone booth doubtfully, looked at Nobita and Doraemon and asked in disbelief, "Doraemon, Nobita, is this really all right? It seems that nothing has changed." "Oh right. I just cast some magic of fate and found that there are several human teenagers on Earth who can pose a serious threat to us. If there is a chance, get rid of all of these humans, got it?" "What makes you so happy, Nobita?" Shizuka said angrily, turning her head to look out the window. %. When Doraemon heard Nobita say that, he immediately got angry and said, "How is that possible? I spent a lot of money to buy this phone booth. How could there be a problem? Let's just give it a try and we'll know, that's all I can do." "Really?" Shizuka looked at Nobita with some disbelief, then looked around curiously at the telephone booth that looked no different from an ordinary phone. After saying that, Shizuka opened the Dokodemo door and left Nobita's room. Nobita scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He knew that this was a bit impolite, but it was mainly because he was used to it. "Lord King Dema, Medusa is at your command." As the eerie shout rang out, a snow-white yet graceful figure suddenly appeared in the hall that was originally empty without any demons. If her hair was not all snow-white, good like a snake head, she might have been mistaken for a great beauty. This was Medusa. "Doraemon, could it be that there is something wrong with the item itself?" Nobita looked at Doraemon and asked. She seemed to be worried that Doraemon would be angry. Nobita quickly added, "You also know that electronic products can also be defective. Could it be that this one just happened to have a problem?" Shizuka shook her head slowly and said with a smile, "It's okay, Doraemon, I'll go back now. Some people. Please say hello before coming to my room next time." Nobita hurried back to her room after a while. A surprised girl wearing pink pajamas with strawberry patterns came over from the Dokodemo door angrily. She looked at Nobita and said angrily, "Nobita, what do you want from me?" "Yeah, Shizuka, why don't you go in and make the call?" "Got it." Nobita nodded in response, then lay down on the bed to rest. "Nobita, you see, you've made Shizuka angry because of your recklessness." "Right." Doraemon lectured Nobita as he watched Shizuka leave angrily. Doraemon hardly missed any opportunity to lecture Nobita, but the previous Nobita would never take it to heart. After that, the three of them sat together, stared at the pencil in the middle and began to chant a spell. Pencil, pencil, crackle, float up. Nobita was about to go to bed, but he couldn't fall asleep after closing his eyes. He always felt that he had forgotten something, however. After thinking carefully for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what he had forgotten. Finally, he couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Medusa, Medusa. This series of eerie shouts came from a terrifying hall somewhere on the planet and spread throughout the hall. As the eerie shouts rang out, a strange blue flame rose and burned in the hall, providing some light for the eerie hall, giving it a feeling of hell. "Nobita, good morning." Shizuka responded with a sweet smile to Nobita. "By the way, Nobita, didn't you bring your broomstick?" Doraemon suddenly realized what Nobita said. It seems that the flying broom in this world is just like a bicycle. And this is Dr. Full Moon on Earth. He's still a doctor in the magical world, but he has changed from a senior doctor in astronomy to a senior doctor in studying the history of magic. P.S. Regarding Nobita's memory problem, she certainly can't remember everything at the beginning, but she will definitely recall it later, don't worry. It won't be heartbreaking, but it will be realistic. Miyako, something bad has happened. The black aura on the crystal ball that I cast the magic of fate on has expanded a little more, even with the magic moonlight of Lady Nanny 840D. It seems that it can't stop the spread of the black aura. It can only slow down the speed of its spread. The Earth is in danger, Doctor, Manuel said with a worried look on his face, pointing at the crystal ball that he cast the magic of fate on. The black aura on the crystal ball was flowing rapidly and looked extremely terrifying. But now under the moonlight its growth was not very serious. Yuabai, look outside. Nobita, what's wrong? Doraemon heard Nobita's voice and opened the closet in a daze. This and this. Doraemon looked out the window dazedly after hearing Nobita's words. He saw magic props such as flying carpets and brooms passing by in the sky. His eyes almost popped out of his head and his sleepiness disappeared in an instant. Dad, what happened? So that's how it is. Doraemon and Nobita looked at each other and said with some disappointment. It seems that Dad's driving skills cannot be changed in that world. Who knew that? As soon as Nobita finished speaking, Shizuka's face immediately turned red. And then she looked at Nobita with a surprised look and whispered, Nobita, don't you have any memory of magic? Although this world has become a magical world, Nobita's memory still retains the memory of the original world. So he doesn't know any magic, fortunately. He still has superpowers. So he can teleport to Shizuka's house without attracting the attention of people around him. Doraemon, Shizuka looked at Nobita in surprise and said incredulously, Nobita, did you forget to take it? In that case, we will take you to school, flying broom. Nobita was stunned when he heard Shizuka's words. He had no idea that he could use a flying broom. After all, he had no memory of this world at all. Moreover, Nobita always felt that this magical world seemed very familiar. But he could not remember the details. Shizuka, do you remember what happened last night? Nobita looked at Shizuka and asked curiously. He wondered if Shizuka had no memory of the previous world. But even so, if the situation continues to develop in this way, sooner or later the black energy will reach a point where even the moonlight cannot stop it. We must find a way to solve this. Miyako could only sigh helplessly when she heard her father's words. He could not help her. After all, she was still far inferior to him. She walked out of the room silently and closed the door again, asking her father to look up the information and think of a solution. Kinkara, hey Nobita, you're up. Come over here and have breakfast. Otherwise you'll be late for school. Nobita Tamako said happily to Nobita while using magic to make breakfast for Nobita and Doraemon. Then amid Nobita and Doraemon's exclamations, she used the object levitation technique to stuff the prepared breakfast into Nobita and Doraemon's mouths. Nobita Tamako saw this and quickly criticized, Nobita, don't talk while eating, careful not to choke. It's possible, Doraemon muttered as he lay on the windows, watching the magic items flying by. The building in the distance also looked strange. Yes, Lord King Dima, I will definitely complete the task assigned by you. I will take my leave first. Medusa squinted at the crystal ball, then bowed slightly to King Dima, and suddenly disappeared into the darkness. Then a blue-black light appeared outside the palace and quickly flew towards the earth. That's great, Shizuka must have been scared too, right? Nobita excitedly changed his clothes and prepared to go downstairs to make breakfast. He was curious about Shizuka's expression when he saw her later. But when Nobita packed up and ran downstairs, she was stunned. Nobita Mikauho had gone out for a trip. Actually came back and was cooking breakfast there. Nobita, who had no idea that the world had changed overnight, got up as usual. But when he rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked out the window, he was stunned. Nobita looked at Doraemon excitedly and speculated, Doraemon, could it be that? Could it be that if the phone booth had not broken down last night? Maybe our wish was too big. Shizuka, good morning. Nobita came to Shizuka's door as usual. Shizuka had just gone out, but she had a broom in her hand. Somewhere deep in the mountains on Earth, a bald man dressed as a priest suddenly looked at the crystal ball in front of him that was emitting a black aura and shouted, oh no, this is going to be bad. Woo woo, is it already daybreak? As soon as the cold voice fell, the Dima King placed his hand on the crystal ball on the cushion beside him and slid it slightly a few times. The figures of several human teenagers appeared on it. Because of Dr. Manuel's shouting, a graceful girl with short red hair ran into the room and asked, Doctor, Manue with concern, is this doctor? Manyang's daughter Miyako, there was no other way. Nobita could only walk to school as usual, without a magic flying carpet at home. What he didn't know was that soon after he left, Nobita Mako suddenly chased him out with a broom in her hand. Nobita, this kid is really stupid. It seems that he was really confused after sleeping. He obviously had a flying broom, but he didn't use it. Why did he walk to school? Nobita Mako was obviously stunned for a moment when she heard Nobita's words. Then she smiled and said, Nobita, you are confused kid. You know that your father's level is so high that he can't even get a driver's license. So our family can't use the flying magic carpet at all. So it's taking too long to implement Doraemon. Magic breakfast, it's magical. Because of eating. Nobita's voice was vague and not very clear. Okay, got it. Nobita didn't wonder why Nobita Mako suddenly came back, but turned to Nobita Mako and asked, Mom, do we have something like a flying magic carpet at home? Shizuka nodded and said, yeah. I woke up this morning with a lot of new memories about magic in my head. And I thought you had them too, Nobita. Sanyo also looked bored and said to Jayan, let's not talk to him about this anymore. Let's go to the classroom quickly or we'll be late. Nobita, you will definitely learn it soon. Let me perform the object levitation technique, but this. Well. Nobita heard the teacher asking him to go up and demonstrate the magic of object levitation. But he didn't know how to do it at all, which gave him a headache. Shizuka was standing by, heard what the teacher said, and immediately looked at Nobita worriedly. After all, Nobita didn't know any magic now. It looked like Nobita would be scolded by the teacher again. Thinking of this, Shizuka couldn't help but close her eyes and said, I don't want to think about Xing being scolded. Good, however. Nobita has not yet mastered the essentials of magic. At this point, let alone a genius. Even a genius cannot learn without a teacher, right? Nobita had no choice but to use telekinesis to make the doll move after reciting the spell. Soon after the two arrived at school, the bell rang. The teacher walked into the classroom on time, just like in the previous world. But the thing in his hand had turned into a magic prop like a broom. Am I dreaming? Jayan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After all, Nobita didn't know magic yesterday. Shizuka closed her eyes for fear that Nobita would be scolded. But after hearing Sunyo and Jayan's surprise, she quickly opened her eyes and looked at Nobita, who was calmly controlling the doll with a happy expression. Zero request flowers. The two of them soon arrived at the school gate and stopped. You should know that you cannot fly inside the school because there are prohibitions around the school. All those who drive flying tools have to land at the school gate and then walk into the school. Okay, everyone be quiet. I believe everyone knows their results from yesterday's object levitation test. Everyone's results are good and bad. And it's enough for everyone to understand this. Although he said so, the teacher still couldn't help but glare at Nobita, who was sitting below. He really tried his best for Nobita. Well, Shizuka, don't worry, I won't bother with them. Magical memory, Shizuka. Do you remember what we did with the telephone booth last night? Nobita was shocked when she heard Shizuka's words, and said with some disbelief. Nobita had no choice but to go up when the teacher called him. He stared blankly at the doll on the podium, not knowing what to do. However, the teacher seemed a little impatient and yelled at Nobita, what are you still standing there for? Recite the spell quickly. Okay then, Nobita. Come up and use the object levitation technique to make this rag doll on the podium do some simple movements. Nobita. All you need is for you to make this rag doll walk 2 steps like a normal person. And then you will pass the test. The teacher looked at Nobita, who was in a daze, and became unhappy. He called Nobita up and asked her to perform the object levitation technique. How is this possible? Sunyo, who was originally preparing to laugh at Nobita's joke below, was stunned when he saw the doll moving. He couldn't believe that this was done by Nobita. Nobita was stunned when she heard what the teacher said. There was no exam yesterday. Only Shizuka's expression suddenly became unnatural. She had memories of the magical world, so she naturally remembered about the test yesterday. But she forgot to tell Nobita, Nobita. Stop joking around and just say Kinkarahi calmly to this doll. Hurry up, although a little angry. The teacher still tried to guide Nobita calmly, facing the ridicule from Sunio and Jan. Nobita didn't care at all and looked at them with great pride. No matter what they said to him, it was useless. This was his future daughter-in-law, so he was not afraid of shame. After that, the two of them quickly flew towards the school. Seeing this, Shizuka quickly comforted Nobita. Nobita, you must ignore them, they just like to talk nonsense. I believe you will be able to learn magic soon, Nobita. Nobita. Shizuka saw that Nobita didn't say anything and thought that she was unhappy because she didn't know magic. So she quickly said, Nobita, don't worry about it. You can learn magic now if you don't know it. Let's go to school quickly, otherwise we will be late. The main reason was that she was too excited. This was a magical world, and she had longed to be here for a long time. When she saw Nobita in the morning, she had been very restrained. Otherwise she would have been like a boy, controlling the flying broom and racing. Yes. Nobita nodded. And then Shizuka asked Nobita to sit on the broom with her and fly towards the school. Sitting on the broom, Nobita hugged Shizuka's soft waist and smelled the good smell of Shizuka. He couldn't help but think, is my adventure in the magic world going to start with my wife? Nobita, I knew you could do a knife at this time. Jayan also rode a flying broom to the other side of Nobita and the others. The two of them sandwiched Nobita and the others in the middle. Sunny, you are right, a fool like Nobita can only do this. Nobita smiled bitterly when he heard Shizuka's words. If he couldn't use his superpowers, could it be that his aura as a protagonist was too strong? Could he ignore the will of the world? The current Shizuka is a bit like the one in the real world. Her consciousness has come to the magic world, and she has completely accepted the memories of Shizuka in the magic world. You are such a proud boy, I can't stand you. Jayan saw that Nobita didn't look angry at all, but rather very proud. He lost interest all of a sudden. After all, they just wanted to see Nobita angry and unwilling. Kinkara. Nobita nodded after hearing what the teacher said, and began to recite a spell to the doll. He actually knew the spell, but he didn't know if all magic used the same spell. So he didn't speak. Haha, Jan, look. The idiot Nobita is actually riding Shizuka's flying broom to school. Look at him, he has no shame and seems very happy. Just as Nobita was daydreaming, Sunio's voice came from behind him. Before Nobita could turn around, Sunio was riding his flying broom parallel to them. Nobita took the broom from Shizuka very considerately, and the two walked into the classroom hand in hand, chatting happily. Shizuka, the magic world is really interesting. It would be even better if I could have the same memory as you. The teacher was also very surprised to see Nobita, but since he was an elder after all, he immediately recovered from his surprise, looked at Nobita with great satisfaction and praised, Nobita, you see, as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to do it. You must continue to work hard in the future. The teacher believes in you, yes. Okay, let's continue the class. Today I will teach you a new magic. Learning in this world is much more interesting than that in the previous world. After all, Nobita knows everything in the previous world. But this world is different. Nobita has never been exposed to magic, and yet she listens with great interest. Moreover, during lunch break, he learned to use the magic broom under Shizuka's instruction, which means he was officially exposed to magic. During this period, Nobita also discovered one thing, that is, his superpowers have been strengthened 24/7 in this world. But how strong they are will only be known after Nobita explores it. Time flies when studying hard. Nobita packed her things and prepared to go home with Shizuka, so that Shizuka could teach her magic. But before she even walked out of the classroom door, she was stopped by Jayan and Sunio. Nobita, where do you want to go? We have a baseball game this afternoon. If you run away, we will be missing someone. But Nobita was about to refuse when Jayan interrupted her. Nobita, who are you? Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you believe I will beat you up? Nobita couldn't help but frown when he heard what Jayan said. He didn't like this aspect of Jayan, who would lose his temper and force others to do things. Just when Nobita was about to refuse, Shizuka quickly said, "Nobita, just go ahead, I'll cheer you up." Shizuka was also worried that Nobita would have a conflict with Jayan. After all, Nobita didn't know any magic now, and it would be troublesome if he was bullied by Jayan and Sunio. "Since you said so, Shizuka, then okay." Nobita nodded after hearing Shizuka's words, and then pulled Shizuka out of the school. "Nobita, you guy, why are you like this?" Jayan was even more angry when he saw Nobita being so arrogant. He was about to explode and rush up to beat Nobita, but was stopped by Sunio. Sunio persuaded Jayan, "This is a school, don't mess around. If Nobita behaves badly later, you can find a chance to beat him up, this way he can be quiet." "Yeah, let's do it, let's hurry over there. My fists are starting to itch." Nobita didn't know that Sunio and Jayan were going to beat him up. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. But what he didn't know was that something even more terrifying was approaching them. "Oh, I found it, Miyako, come and have a look. This is what I have been looking for." In a cathedral deep in the mountains, Dr. Manue came out from a pile of books, holding a tattered scroll in his hand, and shouted happily. Manue Bosheng placed the last hope of the earth in this scroll. "What's wrong, Dad? Have you found the scroll that records the location of Senior Naniti's journey to the demon world? If so, that's great. With this, we can defeat the great demon king of the demon world." "King Dima," Miyako said excitedly when she heard her father's words. "After as long as they find the journey to the demon world, they will have a chance to defeat or even kill the demon king of the demon world." "King Dima, well, yes. As long as we find the history of the demon world left by Lady Naniti. Then, Miyako, we might be able to find a glimmer of hope for the earth," Dr. Manue said with a serious expression, and then slowly opened the tattered ancient scroll in his hand. "How could it be? These are all the most ancient demon languages. This way we have no idea what is said in them. What should we do? If we spend more time translating these demon languages, it might be too late." Dr. Manue sighed deeply as he looked at the scroll. "You know, every minute of delay will increase the crisis on Earth. But all hopes rest on this. It seems that the only way to translate this ancient scroll is as soon as possible. I hope that the magic circle that Lady Naniti has set up on the moon to suppress demons can last a little longer. The demons should not invade the Earth so soon." Dr. Manue looked at the moon in the sky with a solemn expression and said that the moon was the last barrier that Naniti had set up to exhaust the life of the Earth. "Dad, there is a trace of black air on the crystal ball of destiny that has entered the moonlight. What should we do?" Miyako looked disappointed when he heard what his father said. Suddenly he saw that the crystal ball cast by Dr. Manue was changing, and he shouted, "What?" "The black aura has penetrated into the moonlight." Hearing Miyako's cry, Dr. Manue hurried to the crystal ball. When he saw the changes on the crystal ball, his brows furrowed even deeper. The Earth was in danger. The same fate magic. The demon King Dima can show specific information, but Dr. Full Moon can only show extremely simple information. From here we can see the gap between Dr. Full Moon and the demon King Dima, although Dr. Full Moon can only know these extremely brief information. He can also infer some things from it. It should be that the demons from the demon world have sneaked into the Earth. It is estimated that they will come to us soon. It seems that we have to prepare for the worst in advance. Dr. Manue looked at the black breath in the moonlight in the crystal ball of fate and said heavily. His brows furrowed even deeper than before. Is the Earth really over? Not many people knew about this matter, and everyone didn't know that the crisis was about to come. While Dr. Manue was worried, Nobita was still playing baseball with Jayan and others. Is it possible to play baseball like this at 3-7 on the baseball field? Nobita was stunned as he watched a dozen baseballs flying towards him. It was the first time he saw baseball being played like this. The pitcher actually used magic to separate the baseballs into a dozen. Haha, Nobita is going to make a fool of himself. He doesn't know this magic. Sunio looked at Nobita's stunned expression and smiled smugly, as if he was ready to laugh at Nobita. Hee hee. Jayan didn't say anything but just kept moving his hands, looking like he was ready to give Nobita a good beating. Shizuka became anxious when she saw this, but she was helpless because she couldn't help at all. She started to blame herself, asking Nobita to play baseball. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Shizuka's eyes started to turn red. Jay and Sunio, wait for me a moment, we will be back soon. Nobita looked back at Shizuka and said with a smile, Shizuka, don't you think it's more fun to go for a ride on a broomstick? And there's plenty of time to learn magic, Shizuka. Don't you want to try riding a broomstick through the woods, across the sky and over the lake? It's okay, Shizuka, just hold me tight if you're scared. Alas, there's no other way. I will set up some magic circles to break the magic defense statues. I hope it will be of some effect. Those guys don't know that a disaster is coming. After hearing what Miyako said, Dr. Manue could only shake his head helplessly. All he could do now was to translate the scroll as quickly as possible and find a way to deal with the demon world. Dr. Manue couldn't help getting angry when he thought that he could only rely on the stone statue to defend against the approaching powerful demon and had to translate the scroll. He had discovered the approaching of the demon world a long time ago and told many people. But those people didn't believe him at all. They always thought he was making a fuss, and they also had a magic circle on the moon. But Shizuka was about to refuse when she heard what Jayan said. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nobita. Okay, let's go for a ride together. But I have to go back home because I didn't take my broom. Just as Nobita was excitedly riding her flying broom to her home, the house deep in the mountains, Dr. Manue stared at the crystal ball for a long time with a sad face. He didn't think of any good solution. Although he was a learned doctor, there were too few records about demons, moreover, because he was obsessed with research. His theoretical knowledge was higher than his practical experience. Therefore, facing the possible arrival of demons, he felt powerless just as they were about to laugh at Nobita. Nobita had already taken Shizuka's flying broom and flew away with Shizuka. At the moment of takeoff, Nobita shouted to Jayan and the others. Nobita was stunned when he saw the several baseballs being passed to him. He had never thought that baseball could be played like this in the magical world. If he didn't have superpowers, he would have made a fool of himself. He looked at the several baseballs flying towards him and quickly used his telekinesis to freeze them, then quickly hit all the balls away. Shizuka looked at Nobita with a smile on her face without saying anything. She thought Nobita was very handsome at that moment. All of this was earned by Nobita himself. But Sunio was not going to accept it. What he hated most was Nobita stealing the show. With the help of her superpowers, Nobita naturally finished the one baseball game perfectly, leaving Jayan, who wanted to get angry with no reason at all. Moreover, Jayan was very happy after winning the game, so he didn't get angry. Instead, Sunio looked unhappy. After all, what he liked most was to see Nobita make a fool of herself. So of course he was unhappy if he didn't see it. The most urgent thing is to translate the demon language in this Elder Scroll. Miyako, you should always observe the changes in the crystal ball. If there is any unusual movement, let me know immediately. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take out the magic defense statues and set them up. Dr. Manue said to his daughter with a serious face. Time is life for them now. As the black aura in the crystal ball that was cast with the magic of fate continued to expand, he didn't have much time left. He rolled his eyes and said to Nobita and the others, well, Shizuka-jan, it's still early. My dad just bought me a new model of flying broom from Germany. How about we go for a ride together? Yes, Dad. I'll go get ready right away. Miyako nodded quickly after hearing Dr. Mansuki's instructions. But after a few steps, she couldn't help but voice out her concerns. Is this really Nobita after all? It was just a magic defense stone statue, in other words. A pile of dead things without any thoughts at all. Facing the cunning demon, Miyako knew that the stone statue was useless and could only delay the attack for some time. Want to take a ride? Nobita was a little tempted when he heard Sunio's suggestion. After all, He just learned how to ride a broomstick today and hadn't really played with it yet. As for other magic, he hadn't learned it yet. Hopefully everything will be in time, of course I do. Jayan and Sunio were stunned when they heard Nobita's words. They remembered that Nobita didn't know how to ride a broomstick. They saw Nobita riding Shizuka's broomstick to school this morning. What? Jayan and Sunio were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped when they saw that Nobita had actually frozen all the baseballs. They couldn't believe it. Shizuka, who was about to cry because of self-blame, smiled happily when she saw Nobita hit the ball. She wiped the tears from her eyes and jumped towards Nobita, shouting, "Nobita-kun, you are the best." "Yes, Dad, I will pay attention," Miyako responded quickly, and then went with Pastor Man Yue to prepare the magic materials needed to arrange the magic stone statue. Jayan and Sunio looked at Nobita flying very fast on the broomstick and exclaimed, "Nobita. That guy, when did he learn to ride a broomstick? Then why are you still hesitating? We have arrived at the world of magic, on the flying broom." Shizuka hugged Nobita's waist and asked curiously, "Nobita, aren't you going to learn magic today? It's all my fault." Shizuka has begun to blame herself. She was only thinking about helping Nobita out. But she ignored the fact that the rules of baseball in this world have changed. In this world, magic can be used to play baseball. But Nobita doesn't know any magic at all. Jayan said happily, "Go for a ride, come to think of it. I haven't flown on a broomstick for a long time. If that's the case, then let's go. But Dad, can we really defend ourselves against the demons with only one magic stone statue?" Thinking of this, Dr. Manue couldn't help but sigh. "Miyakame, the devil's minions are coming towards us. We can't just sit there and wait. Let's take out the magic defense statue first." Shizuka was ready to agree when she heard Sunio's words. But because she had promised to teach Nobita magic before, she couldn't resist the urge to agree immediately. She did not answer Xiao's words. "Nobita, slow down. Nobita, you performed very well today. I am really impressed by you." Jayan hugged Nobita's neck and praised happily.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.